how the city and how the people were excited and happy and energized. That feeds my soul, and so I think that's going to be the most fun part as a observer, and I'm excited to be down there.
Well, as for the Tigers, last night they had a lead in the later innings, and it was a rare loss for them after they had that lead. The Rays got the better of their solid bullpen after a long battle in the sixth inning.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat on the way, swinging a fly ball, left field, deep trouble, and that ball is gone. 2-out, 2-run home run for Curtis Mead, and the Rays have retaken the lead 7-5.
Dan Dickerson with a call right here on 97.1. Those would be the final runs of the game as Will Vest gave up 3 runs in his outing. In the locker room, Detroit was still pleased with their road trip as they look to win as many series as possible. They'll have the day off today after playing 14 games in the last 13 days. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You guys ready?
Yep.
It's NFL Draft Week.
Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit, Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
On 97.1 The Ticket.
Yes, sir. It is finally the day of the National Football League Draft. Doug Karsh and Scott Anderson down here in the middle of it from our draft headquarters at Buffalo Wild Wings. Right away, let's let you know what you need to know if you're making your way down here today. The NFL Experience, that starts today at noon. So people that have the NFL One Pass and want to get in, today at noon they will open up the NFL Draft Experience, which is where they have the 40-yard dash and the vertical leap and all the uniforms you can try on and the faux locker room and all the trophies on display. And
throw out your shoulder.
Exactly, and twist your ankle and all the fun stuff. Plus, there's a bar, so you can get hammered before you throw out your shoulder.
That's how you're supposed to. Or you do it afterwards because it's numb the pain.
Anyway, all that starts at noon. The draft stage area opens up at 5:30 today for those that have tickets to that. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson that you have heard. Gator, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm trying not to peak too early.
It's going to be a long day.
I know that we've done this show many times in the past.
Yep.
And sometimes I may have gotten a little excited too early in the show, and then there may have been some sort of voice blowout.
Yep.
And then the evening show comes around, and I may not be at my best, but I'm trying to keep everything under control. The difference this year is to pick at 29 as opposed to earlier on. So we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, seemingly.
Yep.
And we'll see how the chips fall, Doug. I'm just trying to temper enthusiasm at this point.
Well, we're going to be on the air for the better part of 8 hours. 4 now, 4 later, with some time off a little bit later on. We'll be in and out throughout the draft coverage tonight, starting at 8 o'clock. Just a reminder, Buffalo Wild Wings is a great place to be for the draft. If you don't want to go in, they'll have the big screens on downstairs, and they will have the audio piped in from ESPN or NFL Network, whichever they are carrying. They will not have us, and unfortunately, where we are broadcasting from, fans can't get up here, and that is kind of a bummer, but I'll try and get down at some point tonight and meet some people, so look forward to that. Gator, on this day of, have you zeroed in, without saying who it is, have you zeroed in on who you think the pick should be at 29?
I have.
Yeah? And have you zeroed in? Is it any different than who you think the Lions are going to take?
No, I'm going. Well, I guess my pick, and I'm kind of trying to sync it up to what I think the Lions will do.
Okay.
So because I'm syncing that up, that's going to be. I'm just going to go with the same thing. I mean, because honestly, my dream pick is trading up and getting Quinyon Mitchell. We all know this, right?
Yes.
So I'm trying to be realistic about staying at 29. Who's in that pool of players at 29, and which of those players is the one that I want to take and that I think matches up with what the Lions would do as well. I've got that player locked in.
Well, this morning as we wake up, there is a report out there about the Lions potentially being a team that is going to make a move today on draft day, and we will get to that coming up at 10:20. So,
hey,
yes.
I'm trying not to peak too early.
Right. I don't know if you've seen this, and so I don't want to, but we will get to it as all the NFL reporters are working the phones and finding out what they can find out, and there is intel out there on the Lions maybe making a move. We will get to that coming up again today at 10:20. Let's go back to our studios and bring in our producer, Kang, who is, of course, a big part of our show and our broadcast and our draft coverage. Kang, how are you today?
I'm very, very excited.
Oh, boy.
I'm anticipating, it's only 10 o'clock, 10:07 right now. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next, 10 hours here. Seriously.
You're going to do mock drafts, and that's what I've noticed you've done. You have done all kinds of mock drafts. My favorite of which is mock drafts with just local players. You did one where you were like, I'm only taking local players. I think you should try and do a mock draft where you only select players named Brian.
I can do that.
I think you could try to do a mock draft with only players from the Mid-American Conference. I think
can do that.
I'm sure you're going to give it a shot. But given how many mock drafts you've done on was it the ESPN simulator you've been using?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you need to have a little fun. I think you need to do a mock draft with only players who have the letter X in their name. I mean, let's go. There's a lot of them.
This is the time to get serious, okay?
I'm sorry.
None of screwing around.
Sorry.
This is draft day,
It is
okay?
draft day.
We could have screwed around yesterday, the day before, the day before.
We did.
This is draft day.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay?
Yeah.
This is when the calls are made. This is when you start calling out people for eating pancakes.
That's
This is
true.
when you do your due diligence and find out if you
That's
want
true.
a punt return or thrown in the deal.
Give
Okay?
me Putney.
That's
and
right.
I want Putney.
This is when you have to think about, going out into the practice field and spreading ashes. This is what happens on a day like today.
That is correct.
This is when you meet with your director of security, your director of security finally, and he lets you know whether or not anybody attended somebody's birthday party.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
This is draft day.
Yep.
This is draft day. This is when you go and you make out with your assistant in the film room, and she tells you that she's pregnant, and you're okay with it. Yeah. And then you walk out, and it's a little awkward because somebody saw you walk out with the hot girl that was your intern. You can't, this is draft day, Doug.
Yes, it is draft day, and what you described was all of the things from the movie Draft Day, which is completely ridiculous and still one of our favorites.
And they all happen on the same day.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love the movie Draft Day. I remember the first time I saw it, there were so many eye roll moments in that movie, and I was still entertained.
Yeah.
I was still wildly entertained. So I give them a ton of credit. And somewhere, I wonder if Brad Holmes is writing down on a piece of paper a name and underneath with the words, no matter what.
Are you going to, I don't know if you're what your plans are between shows.
I had a number of things considering, but I'm probably going to head home and rest up.
At any point in time, will you flip on the TV, and if draft day is on, will you watch it?
It is one of the movies I can't turn away from.
You can't turn away from
that, and Shawshank Redemption are probably the two that have the most power over me when it comes to movies that I cannot turn away from. All right, so let's lay out what we got today. We're going to get to this report that the Lions are one of the teams looking to move. That coming up today. Actually, we're going to do it at 10:18. At 10:30, the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. At 10:50, the pick is in. Who the Lions will take at 29. All that for just the first hour. And we'll mix in your phone calls, your feedback. We'll do a deep dive into the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal, the Penei Sewell deal. Of course, we got a lot of discussion about what's next for Jared Goff. My God, there's a lot going on. And we are here for it all. From downtown Detroit, our draft headquarters, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Downtown Detroit.
Draft Week 2024.
Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
You don't force anything. You just kind of, it falls to you. You have a roster without that, we can't line up and play tomorrow need. So you can afford to just take what falls. The other part of it is it doesn't cost as much. You're getting value in the player you get because you don't have a glaring need. And you're getting literally financial value, not having to pay the guy as much money.
That's Daniel Jeremiah talking about the Lions pick at 29. Yeah, once you got it up and running, it's more challenging because you don't pick at the top of the draft, but there is a degree of sustainability because you're saving some money on not getting the highest end players. But you know what the key to all of this is? The key to the Lions with what happened yesterday, the key for the Lions to maintain and sustain the success is to crush the draft in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You have got to be able to populate your roster with cheaper players that can play. You've got to be able to mine for the diamonds in the rough. And while tonight the most excitement surrounds what you do at the top of the draft, the truth is it is as important, if not more important, that the Lions just crush the draft from rounds 1 to 7, which Brad Holmes has done. That's what makes it sustainable, especially when you shell out $250 million in contracts on a Wednesday.
Well, yes, there was a lot of money being spent yesterday, and I think we can explode, just destroy, detonate that narrative that they don't spend money.
Yeah, well, they did that.
They just set the market at 2 positions, basically, so everybody can shut up.
Okay, now you heard Daniel Jeremiah talk about sitting there at 29 and how that can impact you and benefit you if you do it right, and how this is going to play out for the Lions tonight. But Albert Breer, Detroit waking up to this news this morning that Albert Breer is reporting that the Lions are amongst the teams who are looking at moving up. And Breer is speculating that they are looking for an edge opposite of Aiden Hutchinson or perhaps another corner. So I said made a prediction last week. It wasn't a shoot the boot guarantee because you don't know if you can find a trade partner. You can try as hard as you want to move around, maneuver on the draft, but if nobody wants what you are offering or nobody wants to give up what you are after, can't really make the deal then, can you? But if they're looking at moving up, okay, let's say they're moving up for an edge player. They'd have to move into the top 10 to get a crack at Dallas Turner, most people believe. Could they be thinking about moving into the teens in case Turner drops? That's the only way I think he's in play here.
I agree with you. I mean, Dallas Turner seems like he's the number one edge rusher in the draft. And,
from Alabama.
Yeah, and there's a lot of speculation that he could go to the Bears or somewhere in that 8 to 10 range, depending on who's there. Is Dallas Turner going to slip? I don't think he slips that much, but Jared Verse might.
Jared Verse from Florida State. There have been multiple mocks that have him getting into the 20s. That doesn't mean he will. Heck, there's no guarantee he'll even. He won't be on the board for the Lions at 29. That seems like it would be a great case scenario. Kid that started his college career at Albany, transferred to Florida State, and just exploded at Florida State. Jared Verse. At one point, I think early in this process, people thought, oh, he's a top 10 guy. As this has gone on, it feels more like 13 to 24-ish. But that's not a move where you have to move up very far if you want to take a crack at Jared Verse if he's still there in the 20s.
Well, this is where we see how adept our ninja really is. You know, if he wants to move up, what are you giving up to move up? And you'll see how much they value those later round picks. Because if you're moving up from 29 to 24,
yep.
If you can get that guy, I don't think you're giving up a whole ton.
Nope.
Maybe it's a fourth-round pick.
Which they don't have.
Yeah. So maybe it's next year's fourth-round pick, or
probably
maybe it's next year's third.
If you
have to go next year, maybe you have to go
third,
up a little bit. But I don't think they want to give up too much this year, like to give up this year's third.
So the other player that it could be is one of the more mysterious players that is probably disqualified off some people's board, and that is Laiatu Latu, who started his career at Washington, edge rusher, player that they really liked, but ended up coming down with a neck injury that he did not pass medical clearance, and they said that he had to medically retire. Well, he went and got a second opinion, ended up at UCLA, and has turned himself into a high draft prospect. But with this injury, I don't know, man. A neck is something that I just don't know that you mess around with. Now, at the end of the day, there are doctors. Every team has doctors that clearly will, clear the guy. And UCLA found some that did. Others will say, no, it's not worth the risk. Could they be moving up potentially for Laiatu Latu?
They could, and we know the Lions don't shy away from drafting guys that have injured histories. So that's another guy that, like you say, is mocked and well in the first round. So if they're looking at, I don't know what they're looking at. I know Albert Breer said it could be corner, could be edge rusher. Well, it could be defensive tackle, it could be offensive line. You don't know. I mean, if you're throwing it around like that,
that's what his speculation is. Yeah. If, in the case of Latu, what's interesting about him, when he committed to Washington, the head coach there was Jimmy Lake. Jimmy Lake is currently the defensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons. So the Falcons are sitting there at 8, and they are widely mocked Dallas Turner to them. But Jimmy Lake recruited the guy, but Jimmy Lake was also there when he was deemed medically ineligible. So I don't know how that necessarily works out, but sometimes those ties can come back and dictate where a player ends up. All right, if they're moving up for a corner, and this seems to me like it would be a little bit more likely than edge rusher, who are they after? And it feels like it's probably just two. Quinyon Mitchell, the corner from Toledo, who is widely regarded as a great talent in this draft and has emerged early and has stayed at the top of draft boards. The other one I think it might be is Terrion Arnold from Alabama. And I think there's a third sleeper in there that they could be looking to trade up for.
Well, I do think there's a third sleeper. And do you want to do 1, 2, 3 and say the name?
I want to do 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Cooper
DeJean. Did we just become best friends?
Yep.
All right. So Cooper DeJean.
Get the samurai sword out.
Here's the thing about Cooper DeJean is I think we need to reevaluate players with return skills. That is back in play in the NFL. and it shouldn't be undervalued. It's a big deal.
Well, yeah, I've had that in my mind for ever since we heard that was a new rule in the league. I think the next day or whenever the news broke, we did this. I was doing a show. I don't think you were in, and I said this just made Cooper DeJean a lot more valuable in the draft, and I already liked him at 29. I've seen a bunch of mock drafts where he goes higher than 29, and I think this is the number one reason, because he's more than just this perhaps lockdown cover corner. He didn't give up a touchdown at all last year. In fairness, Iowa didn't give up many touchdowns last year.
No, they did not.
Defensive whole, they were really good. But he's got that versatility the Lions love of safety, corner, and now you throw in the return game. There's a lot to like with him, and it's not just the Lions going to like that. Who doesn't like versatility in the NFL? So I think that's a name that might be moving up draft charts and might be the third corner taken, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least if the Lions moved up to secure Cooper DeJean.
All right, so those are the names that we think might be in play here for the Lions, with the report that Albert Breer is out there saying the Lions are amongst the teams trying to move up. Kang, your 2 cents on this report and who they might be targeting. Do you think there's merit to this potentially?
I think there's absolute merit. Brad Holmes and the crew he has with him, they're more unpredictable, I feel personally, than other front offices, because they don't care about position. They really don't. I truly, maybe I'm naive, Doug, and maybe I'm dumb, but I'm like you. I've been reprogrammed. I believe Brad Holmes when he tells us they just draft the best football player for their team, and I almost throw out position. But with Albert Breer saying edge and cornerback, now they have to go back and get that football player that happens to play those positions. Yeah, I agree with the accuracy of that report. Versus a guy edge-wise I would look at for the Lions targeting. And cornerback, I think it's Arnold or Mitchell. The DeJean, I like your guys' call on that. I don't think they'd move up for him. I think it'd be between the two corners. And for the edge, I think it's Verse.
Jared Verse is interesting because I'm not quite sure why at the beginning of the process, he was considered top 10. Now he's not. And I feel like he'd be a total steal if he can slip to them at 29. I doubt he will, but then again, somebody's going to be on the board that we don't expect it, so why not be one of the guys that can help us the most?
Oh, I think it'd be a tremendous steal if he's there. I think if there's any apprehension, it might just be lack of film against top-notch opponents, because he was a transfer to Florida State from one of the smaller schools.
Albany.
There you go.
Yes.
That's pretty small. So, I mean, you're not looking at too much film from Albany. I wouldn't. I'd be looking at film with him at Florida State.
Yeah.
You're limited with that.
I mean, I think that certainly they saw him play this year, but he doesn't have the depth of Division I tape. It's kind of like JJ. You see it and it's there. You just don't have the volume of it in terms of the number of plays. All right, 248-539-9797 if you want to get in on who you think they might be targeting in a trade up. And I've called this last week that I suspect that they would. But if the question is one of those players they want on the board when the team that they have talked to and is willing to move is up, right? Because if you've worked out a deal with a team at 20 and let's say that deal's in play only if your board falls the way you want, if Verse is there at 20. Well, he's not. Pittsburgh, never mind. If Cincinnati says they'll trade at 18 and Verse is still there at 18, maybe that's the deal they strike. But the groundwork has been laid for this kind of
money. Yeah, I think so. And I think, if you're even considering trading up, I mean, that probably is your first instinct. Okay, we're going to the draft. What do we want to do? What players do we love? We love this guy and this guy. All right, let's explore what it takes to trade up. And that's our first move, is to go after the guys you want. And then if you're thwarted, if you're rebuffed, if you're turned down, then you got to consider, do I stay here at 29? What's the pool of players at 29? And then, again, looking at that, the third option is to trade back. Now, maybe he views it as, well, trading up is number one, trading back is number two, and if I'm stuck, I'm stuck. We'll see what it all shakes out. I have a pretty strong feeling now, a stronger feeling now than I did a couple days ago, about what's off the board at 29.
Ooh, well, we will get to that coming up as we make our way throughout the day. In the meantime, the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy is coming up next, a draft edition. If you want the link to the story that we've been talking about, it's been tweeted out from our account at DugganGator971, story on our website, 971theticket.com. So, again, follow us on Twitter at DugganGator971. Go click, read, and maybe judge for yourself. It's Carson Anderson from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit. The NFL Draft 2024. 97-1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97-1 to take it open lines, 248-539-9797. Sorry, I'm new here. Let's get to something we haven't done in a while, the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitzing.
It's now time for the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz, the thingy.
Here we go. This is a draft edition. Kang's got a bunch of draft questions for us. And we're going to flip a coin here, Gator. See, I can't bring up the app. There we go. Heads or tails? What do you got?
I got heads.
And it is a head. You going to kick or receive?
I will kick.
All right. So I go first here, Kang. Question 1.
All right, this is a big topic for today because of all the quarterbacks and offensive players that might go, mainly quarterbacks. Give me the order of how the first quarterbacks go and where do they go?
All right. Caleb Williams goes number 1 overall to Chicago. Jaden Daniels goes 2 to Washington. In a trade, Minnesota moves up with New England and takes Drake May at 3. At 4, Vegas trades up and takes J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan. At 6, Michael Penix goes to the New York Giants. And at 22, Denver trades out of 12 with Philly, drops back to 22, and selects Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Just to recap there, 5 of the top 6 picks are quarterbacks in your view.
That is correct.
Interesting. Well, the exercise that I read was just to be ranking them in order, not going actually specific teams, but I appreciate your detail there. Caleb Williams, to me, will be the first one, and I agree will be the first overall. Same thing with Jaden Daniels and going to Washington. Number 3, with New England, I have them taking a chance on trying to strike gold twice and taking J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan.
Oh.
And thinking maybe they can go back in time and recapture a little of the glory that they had with Tom Brady, even though he was a 6th-round pick. Next, I have Drake May, followed by Michael Penix and Drew Nix. Now, the Drake May thing to me is interesting because...
Bo Nix?
Bo Nix, yeah. Yep. I actually did write Drew Nix. That's crazy. That he's no longer a basketball player. Drake May... I'm not sure where he goes, if he goes to the Giants at 6 or not, because I'm not sure the Giants even know what they want to do. You know, the Giants have another year with Daniel Jones. So do they want to take another quarterback and you know, kind of have him learn and mentor? I think probably they do. My 51 says the Giants would take him at 6, and that the other teams that are behind that want a quarterback, whether it's the Vikings or the Broncos or the Raiders, I think they pass on it. I think they pass on trading up to get one.
Kang?
I've got Caleb Williams, Bears, Jaden Daniels, Commanders, J.J. McCarthy to the Patriots. I agree with Gator there. Drake May, Giants. I think they were very interested in him. They're just trying to play coy right now, but they want Drake May. Michael Penix to the Raiders. I agree with you on this one, Doug. Bo Nix to the Broncos, but not in the first round.
Okay, fair enough.
Interesting.
Another football question.
All right, Reggie Bush, former number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft. He won the Heisman in 2005. Well, guess what? They took that away from him, but they just gave it back to him yesterday. He was reinstated to Reggie Bush, the trophy and everything. Was this the right call?
I mean, in today's landscape, I think it's the right call, but only because the NCAA has no spine whatsoever. They punted on NIL. They have no teeth right now. They just don't want to get sued. That's what the NCAA is all about. So the floodgates are open to overturn basically every violation of the past. So sleep easy, Michigan fans. You're fine right now because this is going to expand beyond just football. It's going to go to basketball, too.
Reggie Bush, look, this is known. The reason they did this was due to the enormous changes in college football landscape. To me, it's just not that big a deal. I don't really care personally about Reggie Bush and his Heisman, although I do have some grace and forgiveness for rules that were broken when he was 18 years old. The adults are the ones I'm more mad at than the kids. So give the kid his trophy back. Sure, I'm fine with it.
He's no kid.
He was 18 when the violations took place.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't really care either, Doug, but I always recognize him as the winner anyways, and the adults did let him down when all the violations happened, but it was a rule back then. So, I mean, they broke the rules, and so I don't care either way, but if you're forcing me, I don't think if we're going to give his trophy back, let's go to other sports. What about steroids? If they become legal, do we give all the steroid guys their trophies back and awards and records back? So my point is, if it's a rule at the time and you broke it, you still broke the rule. So I don't know if you should be, necessarily giving back all your trophies and awards.
Football.
All right. The draft this year only has 13 players that will attend in person. The list for the last few years is in 2023, 17 players. 2022, 21 players. 2021, it was a COVID-ish year. 13 players attended, but 45 virtually. 2020 was all virtual. 2019 was 23 players. It's gotten lower and lower every year, guys. Is this going to hurt the NFL draft experience, and is it going to force the NFL draft to make changes to get more players to show up?
I think the NFL loves having players walk across the stage and hug Roger Goodell, and I think it gives the fans something to cheer about. It adds to the overall excitement. I think the solution here is, I was listening to the First Draft podcast. Players want to get paid. They want to get paid. They're getting paid in college, and now with something like this, they probably are getting paid to host parties in various places. I think the NFL is going to offer them up a chance to push whatever brands they push when they get selected. They can offer up more commercial time to players to allow them to enhance their marketing capabilities by being here. So, yeah, I think they are going to want to make that change.
I agree with Doug. I think it will hurt if they continue down this path, because they really do want to focus and grow the brand of the players in the NFL. So what's the best way to do that is by showcasing those players. Goodell loves the bro hug. We all love the bro hug. But this is why the NFL is going to step in and incentivize the draft or even mandate participation. It's what they do to continue to fuel this money-making machine. And in the end, I think you will see more players attending the draft because it will be paid for by them. All expenses paid, and perhaps even, a fee of, hey, here's $50,000 for showing up on draft night.
Yeah, I don't love the bro hug, but I like to walk up to the bro hug, and I think it does hurt the fan experience a little bit. When I think when you're there and you're paying all this money for the ticket packages, and even, optically at home, you get to watch the player walk across the street and get his jersey and get his hat. I think that is a cool thing. So I don't think that the fact that less and less players are attending draft is a good thing. Doug, you might be onto something. Show me the money. That might get more players to come out there. Maybe someone needs to make it cool to be drafted day 2. I mean, Brian Branch stuck around. The problem is no one likes being last picked. Maybe it's not invitation only. Maybe you let players say, hey, I want to come, and you start accepting other players to come so you have a fuller green room.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Football questions.
All right, Russell Wilson is on a 1-year deal with the Steelers. Justin Fields, either their backup or the competition for the starting quarterback, he did not get his option picked up. Basically, guys are both on 1-year deals. Who is going to be the starting quarterback for the Steelers next year? Is it Wilson, Fields, or someone maybe they draft, or other?
I think it's Russell Wilson. I think he probably starts. It really depends on who's going to pick up the playbook faster. And I'm going to guess it's the veteran Russell Wilson who picks that up quicker than Justin Fields. But rest assured, I think there's a quick hook for whomever starts because they do have another plan. Justin Fields is kind of like he's a much younger version of Russell Wilson who runs better. But Russell Wilson has the experience, and he's coming off a pretty decent season, actually.
I'm going with Justin Fields, in part because he's 25 years old. He's not defined yet. I think he could be a long-term solution for them, and I think they prefer to have it be him. Additionally, the added entertainment that Justin Fields goes to Pittsburgh and turns out to be way better there than he was in Chicago and way better than Caleb Williams will be in Chicago. That makes me smile.
Yeah.
That would be funny. I'm going to go with Russell Wilson. I think this is Russell Wilson is going to be this year's Baker Mayfield. 1-year deal, prove it. He actually does well, and they bring him back because it's hard to find a quarterback in this league, and when you find one that can win games, get you to playoffs, you tend to stick onto those quarterbacks. So I'll go Russell Wilson.
I have a fever, and the only cure is more football questions.
All right, give me a first-rounder that no one has projected in the first round for this year's draft.
Okay, I mentioned Denver earlier, trading back to get Bo Nix and make a move with Philly, who wants to move up. They drop back 10 spots. They get more draft capital, but what they really need is just more talent, and they need this position. I think Denver moves back into the first round and takes Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
It's interesting because you and I did not discuss this ahead of time, and my question on this was, does Edgerrin Cooper count? Because I sort of saw him on some mocks, but not many. Just to be a little bit different because I had a backup. I said if not, Mikey Sainristil, I think, is a guy who can go in there. I think he's shooting up some draft charts. People look at his playmaking ability, that he's maybe just scratching the surface of being an excellent defensive back. He was at Michigan, and he only played it for a couple years.
All right, so everyone, by all accounts, is saying this is going to be an offensive-heavy first round. I think if you wait on a receiver for the second round, they'll be flying off the board there too. So I think someone gets really aggressive and gets scared and takes a guy that they don't think is going to be there in the second round for them because they'll be flying off way too early, and that's wide receiver from Oregon, Troy Franklin.
Oh,
I think he's going to be the wide receiver no one's talking about.
Very
that gets
productive.
picked in the first round. Yep. And there's always a guy like this, right? Like where you're like, oh, well, everyone's board is different. We go back to that. Not just Brad Holmes, but every GM out there. I think someone like maybe the Niners or somebody, maybe the Chiefs, they have Troy Franklin as a high-rated receiver, and they go grab him in the first round.
25 touchdowns in 2 years or something like that. Crazy total.
More football questions.
All right, last one. Give me a bold-ass prediction for draft night.
My bold-ass prediction is that Minnesota Vikings are not trading up. They're going to stay right where they're at, and they're going to end up taking either Penix or Nix, depending on which one's there. I think Penix is probably the quarterback that goes ahead of Nix, but if he's there, they take Penix. If he's not, they take Nix.
My bold-ass prediction is that 5 Michigan Wolverines end up in Los Angeles with Coach Jim Harbaugh. Mikey Sainristil in the second, Blake Corum in the third. The Chargers have a fifth-round pick. They take Trevor Keegan. They take Josh Wallace, the corner, in the 7th, and A.J. Barner, the tight end, in the 7th.
Look at you.
I love it, Doug. I love it. My bold-ass prediction is the Broncos trade cornerback Patrick Surtain in a huge deal.
Oh,
wow. All right, there it is, the conclusion to the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. All right, let's get to the actual pick. Who is it going to be at 29? We'll explain how we're going to do this year, and we want yours as well. It's Carson Anderson. That is next from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, ensure that your lawn is weed-free this summer long, and it's going to be the envy of everybody in the neighborhood. You call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. So you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Number is easy to remember. It's 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait. Look, the warm weather is on the way. We got temperatures in the 70s coming in next week, and dandelions can pop up, and then they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You don't want them. You got to stop dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to take care of that crabgrass that could creep up. Crabgrass comes in later in the year. That's not good at all. You need to treat the problem now, fix the problem before you have to worry about it later on. That's just no bueno. Call now for that beautiful wheat-free lawn this summer. There's no runaround with Natural Way. They know what they're doing. They have certified applicators and arborists come out, and they'll custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. Everybody's yard is different. Give them a call. They're locally owned for over 30 years. I've used this company for nearly a dozen years. I trust them implicitly. In fact, they have the 100% satisfaction guarantee. So give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
a chance to get the fourth corner. It's still a really, really good player. And I think there is a drop-off after that top handful of corners than when you get into that next wave. So that's one of the examples of how it could kind of fall to him.
Daniel Jeremiah talking about what kind of player the Lions are looking at 29 if they are unable to move up. This morning on draft morning, there are reports that the Lions are interested in making a move up, targeting perhaps an edge rusher or a corner. I kind of see that being the case. There are some dots that we have connected that lead us to believe it might be what's going on behind closed doors, that top bucket of players. Sounds like the Lions have 15 players in it. So if they get near the bottom of that bucket, if it looks like it'll be empty by the time they're going to pick at 29, look for them to perhaps try to get aggressive tonight. Usually the groundwork for these deals have been laid days ahead of time. So today's the day. It's draft day. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson at our draft headquarters at Buffalo Wild Wings, just across from backstage at the NFL draft. Downtown bustling with excitement this morning as we made our way down here. Kang's back in our studios. And guys, all right, in the past, we've done our own mock drafts. And they were easy to do when the Lions were near the top of the mock draft because we could eliminate a bunch of players that were almost positive are off the board. It was much harder to do at 29. Now that we are at the draft, we're going to give this a shot. And we're going to have people call up and tell us who the pick is tonight, who you want the pick to be. Maybe not who the pick is. A better way to put it is who you want the pick to be. But not only do we have you tell us who you want the pick to be at 29, and we're within reason, right? Don't come at us with Dallas Turner. Don't come at us with Terrion Arnold. But there are some. If you make a ridiculous pick, we'll veto it.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Yeah, but the other thing we want to do this year is, and what's the backup plan? Who's number 2 on your board? So that if your guy is gone, you would go with this guy as number 2. So as you've thought this through and you get closer and closer and you hear the names, what name excites you the most and say, yep, that's the guy I want? And who would be your backup plan? 248-539-9797. Let's start lining them up. Detroit GMs out there, you make the pick. And Gator, I will start.
Okay.
At 29, the pick is in. With the 29th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select edge rusher Chop Robinson, Penn State. I think it's exactly what they need, opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. On top of that, I like a lot about the way that the athleticism, high RAS score, and really, I thought when I saw him turn the corner, quarterbacks were dead. And so I'm going Chop Robinson at 29. Now, the backup plan.
Here we go.
If Chop is gone, I think the pick should be Zach Frazier, interior offensive lineman from West Virginia. You talk about checking boxes that are important to the Lions. 3-time team captain, heavyweight wrestling champion, the story of him breaking his leg and crawling off the field so West Virginia didn't have to use a timeout late in the game. These are the kinds of things I think mean a lot to the Lions organization. In my reprogramming, I got Zach Frazier as the number 2 guy. So Chop Robinson is plan A, plan B, Zach Frazier if Chop is gone.
Well, I respect that, and I would have no problem with either of those players. I went a different route. I'm looking at the corner position, and the pick is in. With the 29th selection in the NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select cornerback Cooper DeJean.
Wow.
Iowa. Now, we've discussed you and I both think he's a sleeper that might be moving up in the draft, and the Lions might have to trade up to get him. Mm-hmm. So if he's gone or if they're unable to facilitate that trade, the backup plan would be cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry.
You're going Kool-Aid too, huh?
I'm going with corner, and I think that a position that I'm starting to say I don't think it's going to be something for the Lions in the first round is offensive line. And I say that because I think what the Lions view here is getting playmakers and guys who can step up and play right away. And when you hear that there's talk of them moving up now, they're moving up to take if they're going to move up, it's going to be to take a player that's going to play from day one. And it's not that the offensive lineman can't or won't. We know injuries take place, and of course that's going to happen. And if they were to take an interior offensive lineman who can play center, that they're going to get all the practice time in the world because of Frank Ragnow's practice situation. But to me, corner is the area where you can still get CB1, because I don't think CB1 is defined with the Lions.
Kang, you're on the clock, my friend.
Man, I've gone back and forth so much this week, guys. But now that the day is here, Christmas is here, and I look at the presents and I say, what do I want to be in that present? What do I want to unwrap? And the pick is in. If everything goes right for me at the 29th pick, defensive tackle, Illinois, Johnny Newton.
Ooh.
Okay.
I love this guy.
Interesting.
Okay? He played the most defensive snaps at defensive tackle last year. And he's kind of a Holmes guy because he had a foot issue. Okay, so I feel like
he had a foot,
but he toughed through it.
He had
a foot, but
tough
he played the entire year anyways. And he even said it's just something I had to grind through. I think this guy is a different type of guy. He's not DJ Reader. He's a get pressure on the quarterback guy, and you got to look at the future contracts. Yesterday they spent a lot of money. Can they afford to bring a guy like Aleem McNeil back on a huge deal? I think this does both. Great player. Also cheaper. My fallback, though, is Kool-Aid McKinstry. If Johnny Newton's off the board, I'm with Gator. Best available corner. I know they don't do it by position, but he might be also the best available player. They go back to the Alabama pipeline. Kool-Aid McKinstry is my backup.
All right, people, make the pick for the Lions and give us the backup plan if your guy goes off the board before the Lions pick. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. We go to Patrick. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, guys. Happy draft day.
You too.
Happy draft day, my friend.
I would probably I would have to go with Kool-Aid McKinstry at 1. I think he's not a flashy player, but only giving up 1 touchdown in 2 seasons is pretty wild to me. And then as a backup plan, I would go with the center or the interior offensive lineman from Oregon, Jackson Powers-Johnson.
Yep.
Yeah, he's an interesting player and probably doesn't have like all the off the field stuff that we rave about with Zach Frazier that all sounds like Lions type of stuff. Jackson Powers-Johnson is no slouch at that position, and he would be a very good pick as well. All right, thank you very much, Patrick. 248-539-9797. Make the pick for the Lions and give us the backup plan. We go to Otis. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Otis?
First pick for me would be Braden Fisk.
Ooh.
At 29.
Defensive tackle,
defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. You watch film on him, he's phenomenal. Yeah.
Big fella.
And then my second pick would be I would trade up to go get Verse.
Well, what's the backup plan? It's not about your backup plan would be because I mean if you get there and Fisk is gone, Verse will be gone too. What would be your backup plan at 29?
The edge rusher from Missouri.
Darius Robinson, yeah. The thing about Darius Robinson that really interests me is that he has played both inside and out.
Yep.
And when I hear that screams Lions. I think that's the kind of thing they love. They can line him up at defensive tackle. They can line him up at the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Hell, they line Aiden Hutchinson up in the middle of the defensive line at times. So I think this is the type of thing that they like a lot. Thank you very much, Otis. 248-539-9797. Make the pick for the Lions. Who do you want it to be at 29? We'll get to more of your picks coming up. It's Carson Anderson from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit here on 97.1 The Ticket.
97.1 The Ticket.
Plenty to do downtown for the NFL Draft. The main theater and NFL Experience open at noon today. Keep that in mind. You have to register with the league on their OnePass app or on their website to gain access. The Lions also announced their own space in the Experience, a dedicated space for fans with current and past players making appearances, DJs, photo ops, and yes, the Dan Campbell Zoltar machine, which has gone viral on social media, will be there as well. Lions coach Dan Campbell ready to roll for tonight. A lot of prep hoping to be paid off as they sit at number 29 overall for night number 1, although Albert Breer of NBC Sports says the team has been looking to move up and looking into the costs, as that would make sense after hearing what Coach said about this year's depth here on the ticket yesterday.
There's good players all through this draft like any. It's just a matter of where they're at, how long is it going to take for them to develop. You know, you get one of these players in the top 15, you know, you're going to get a heck of a player. And then after that, there's a good little run there of, you know, potential starters.
Yeah, they like the top 15. That could get expensive to move up that far. The Wolverines also in line to compete for an all-time record. 15, the most players ever taken by one school or from a school during a draft. They have over 20 draft-eligible players and 18 that were invited to the Combine. J.J. McCarthy likely to kick off that run. He's favored to go top 5, but we will see. If J.J. goes 4, it could be the first time that quarterbacks were taken with the first 4 picks in draft history. Also, it's an off day for the Tigers. They sit idle at 14 and 11 and will begin a weekend series versus KC tomorrow. This update brought to you by National Benefit Plans from the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you.
It's NFL Draft Week.
Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit, Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
On 97.1 The Ticket.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The draft, well, it is tonight in Detroit. We've just moved past the 9-hour mark. And we'll keep it talking draft all day long and Lions all day long, so keep it locked in here to 97.1 The Ticket. We'll be back on the air tonight from 8 to midnight, part of our draft coverage here on 97.1 from the Buffalo Wild Wings, which is right across the street from backstage at the National Football League draft in Detroit. People making their way down here. NFL Experience opens up at noon. Most of it looks like the entry points down near the river is where you're going to want to be. There's another one on the corner of Randolph and Michigan Avenue, but if you're Parking on the east side, a.k.a. 375, you come down that way, is probably the best way to access two of the entry points. Another one can be accessed near the river on the west side for those of you that are parking over by the old Joe Louis Arena and that area. But nonetheless, Gator, make sure you get the NFL One Pass app. We are conducting our draft. Who the pick is going to be at 29. And again, if things get out of control or ridiculous, we will shut it down. But at this point right now, what is the pick and what is the backup plan at 29? If they stay there, who is the ideal pick you've seen where you're like, that's the guy I want? And if they happen to not, that guy flies off the board, what's your backup plan? I went with Chop Robinson with a backup plan of Zach Frazier. Gator went with Cooper DeJean and a backup plan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kang went with Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois, and a backup plan of Kool-Aid McKinstry, corner, Alabama. Who you got? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls and back to your picks. Next up is, who do we got? Nick, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Nick.
Good. I think my pick would be Jackson Powers Johnson for the reason keeping the strength of strength, the older guards, and Frank's injury uncertainty. I think, continuing to build there would be important in his position, but versatility is good. My backup would be Xavier Legette. I think we need a big body X receiver, and I think he fits, that A.J. Brown type, at least body type and route running. So that would be my two picks.
Big fan of Xavier Legette, and yeah, he's in the top 5 prospects that I would like to see the Lions walk away with. He's coming in at number 4, so I have no issue with that. Xavier Legette, Kang, I know is a guy that you're pretty high on as well.
Yeah, I just, if they're gonna replace Josh Reynolds with somebody I feel like a big-bodied physical receiver, make contested catches. That'd be a guy I'd be looking at.
Who is the pick at 29 and the backup if that player is gone? Nick, thank you for the selection. Ivory is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, happy draft day, guys. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Draft day, Ivory.
So my idea is that they're not far. They're really a good team, Super Bowl caliber team, and you want to hit on good players. You know what I'm saying? And go for it now. At 29, my dream scenario would be for them for somebody like a DeJean Newton, or possibly if they can move up a couple spots, Jared Verse, to keep the pressure off of Aiden Hutchinson, and increase their pass rush. And my backup plan is kind of hard because I wanted to go corner, but you want to keep your strength and keep that offensive line rolling for what they want to do. And my backup plan would be somebody like a Jackson Powers Johnson, because the offensive line honestly is good, but they're one injury, a couple injuries away from really being not in a bad spot with Ragnar's injury. Decker 1 year away. Things like that. So
yeah, look,
spot is Jared Verse.
Well, if they can get Verse, obviously a move up there would be great. But as far as them staying at 29, you mentioned Johnny Newton and Jackson Powers Johnson. It's interesting you make those two picks because those feel to me, Gator, like two picks that are based on what are going to be future needs. Maybe not huge needs right now, though. DeJean Newton might be plug and play at the defensive tackle spot. But if they lose Aleem McNeil, DeJean Newton is there to take up some of the slack.
I just say that because when I watch, real quick, I know you guys got callers, but when I watch a lot of Big Ten football, and I watch Illinois. Man, every time I watch Illinois, that dude, nobody could stop him. He was all over the place. He was unstoppable. So.
Thank you for the phone call, Ivory.
I really, really like.
Yep, and look, your backup plan of Jackson Powers Johnson. Again, he might not play right away, but given the contracts that they have there at the guard spot, Zeitler's on a 1-year deal. Ragnar, who knows how long. They're in a position, Gator, where they have the luxury of saying, we don't need this guy to play right away. It's great if he can, but these are players that we're going to be happy we've had in the bank in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and of course injuries are part of the NFL, and you're just an injury away from starting in the NFL. But I think at the very least what you look at in the best case scenario, if you were to take a Jackson Powers Johnson, the center, if you take someone like that the best case scenario with him is that he sits the whole season because Frank Ragnar is able to play every game but he practices the whole season because Frank Ragnow doesn't practice. That's just how they're managing Frank. And it's like the greatest apprenticeship you can get in the NFL without being completely immersed in playing in games. I mean, you're there to practice for the full year and getting those first team reps, which I think would be great. But yeah, there's something to be said about Johnny Newton at defensive tackle or taking an offensive lineman in the first round, and it probably spells things out for someone like Taylor Decker or certainly Ali McNeil.
Well, also, guys, with the caller's picks, his first pick and his backup, those are line of scrimmage players.
Yep.
And this is kind of what the Lions have been built on, right? Is that line of scrimmage, whether it's offensive line or defensive line, you want to be strong there, and everything else can kind of you can fill in. I love Johnny Newton. I mean, defensive player of the year for the Big Ten. Doug, I know you love Big Ten football. I think he's a menace, and I think he gets in the range of 20-something. And I'd love for him to fall at 29, but I think you might have to get aggressive and say, because you're in a position at 29 where you sit and wait and see who falls. And if he's there, I would love Brett Holmes to get aggressive.
Thank you very much to Ivory for the picks, 248-539-9797. We go to Jay next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jay?
Hey, fellas. How's it going? Happy draft day.
Happy draft day, Jay.
Hey, so I've been teetering, with my backup, but my first pick, 29th, Chop Robinson out of Penn State. I think he's good. That guy, he gave Michigan the flux, and that's when I really became a big fan of him. But my backup would be Johnny Newton. I really want to see the Lions prioritize the defense, the defensive line. I think they can get good secondary help in later rounds, but I really like to see the Lions get one of the two. First pick, though, is Chop Robinson for sure.
Chop Robinson is, the kind of player that I just picture James Houston's ceiling can be what I expect Chop Robinson to be. And then, oh, by the way, still have James Houston. So they can come at you with a lot of different wave of guys opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. Really does feel like he would be awfully useful in that spot. Now, as far as Johnny Newton's concerned, it's been talked about, might be a plug-and-play guy, but we went through this with Ndamukong Suh, and well, if they lose Suh, what about this Aaron Donald guy? And that doesn't mean that Johnny Newton's going to be Aaron Donald, but it's the philosophy. Some people were pushing for it at the time. Got to get an insurance policy in case Suh is lost, and sure enough, that's what happened, and they didn't have the insurance policy.
Yeah, and defensive tackles now that are getting paid, $20 million a year if they're at the top of their game. And Lee McNeil's been a very productive defensive tackle in the league who probably approaches that number. So I think defensive tackles, all of a sudden, it becomes a real popular pick in the future drafts if the talent is there. And this guy, by all accounts, is awfully talented. Murphy is the other player at defensive tackle that people like a lot. So we'll see where they go. I have a strange feeling that Newton will be there for the Lions at 29. Or close to it if they feel the need to move up and
get me close, Gator. Get me close.
I think you're close, but I don't know if the Lions are going to pull that trigger. I still think corner is probably the number one priority.
The other thing, don't forget, guys, they had to pull out Tyson Alulu last year out of the scrap heap. You know what I mean? They were digging for defensive tackles. I know they went and gotten DJ Reader this year, and Lee McNeil got hurt last year. I don't think they want to be in that position again. I think they load up on depth, and he's not just depth. He's a player. He is a plug and play player, and you could rotate him easily in.
Can you imagine if they had a Lulu and a Row?
If they have a Lulu and a Row, that'll be awesome. And yes, the defensive tackle from Clemson, one of the best names in the draft. We'll get to more of your picks. Is the pick in? Yes, it is. You make it. Who do you want at 29, and what would be the backup plan if that player is gone when the Lions are on the clock at 29? Still talking about the possibility of a trade up. Albert Breer reporting that in the last 24 hours that the Lions are one of the teams trying to move up. A little bit later on, we'll discuss the impact, yesterday's news, Amon-Ra St. Brown's record-setting deal, Penei Sewell's record-setting deal, what they mean for the draft, and what it means for Jared Goff. All that on the agenda today from our draft headquarters inside of 9 hours to the NFL draft here in Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are in downtown Detroit from our draft headquarters, backstage at the NFL Draft. Glad to be with you on this Draft Day 2024. We are moving in on 8.5 hours to the NFL Draft. Can't wait tonight. Lions on the clock at 29. If they stay there, who's the pick? Who do you want the pick to be, and what's the backup plan if that player is off the board? 248-539-9797. A lot of people want to make the pick. We got text rolling in. Let's get back to your phone calls here on 97.1 as we go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey to you all.
Hello, Kevin.
Hey, Kev.
Hey, guys, I'm heading down. I'll be down there later on.
Awesome.
I'm going with Cooper DeJean for all the reasons you guys have listed. And going off the board, kind of, Graham Barton, offensive lineman from Duke, as the backup.
Okay. Now, the thing about DeJean, and I've moved him up in my own personal rankings as we got closer and closer, because I think the Lions are going to be at the cutting edge of wanting to have a great return game. It feels like something you've kind of been able to ignore. DeJean would check that box, and in the new NFL with the kick return rules, trying to make them safer and yet bring the kickoff back, because the kickoff had become completely ceremonial. It feels to me like DeJean, with the football in his hands, he's really good. He was probably Iowa's best offensive player last year playing cornerback.
Well, I like that. And Barton, or the guy from Duke, for all the reasons others have listed, that with Ragnow and Decker being a little delicate, he could be a guy. Wouldn't excite anybody, but it makes sense the way drafts have gone in the past for the Lions here.
Kevin, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
I mean, while he's talking about this, there are actually Cooper DeJean highlights up on the TV in front of us, and it's just further emphasizes what an incredible athlete he is and why I think he'd be a welcomed addition to the Lions. He's like a wide receiver who's playing corner out there. He's just got these great coverage skills, and he's got great hands, and he makes plays after the ball is in his hand, the ball's in his hands, and there's so much to like with this guy.
Let's go to Malik. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Malik?
How you doing today?
All right,
good,
Malik.
I'm gonna take Johnny Newton for my first pick, and then my backup, I'm gonna go with Kool-Aid.
Okay.
Johnny Newton, he's just like a menace, so that's why I'm going with him.
Well, Kang, that's exactly what you did, taking the defensive tackle out of Illinois with the first pick, and then with a backup plan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. Yeah, Newton might be the best player on the board when they're up, and he's at a position of need. It becomes really easy if he's there, I think, to see them just taking him.
What do you guys think about Nate Wiggins?
Like Nate Wiggins, I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten more love. I think in Dave Burkett's mock that came out today, Nate Wiggins is on the board for the Lions at 29, which, you know, I'm glad to see it because I wouldn't have an issue if Nate Wiggins is the pick.
Yeah, I think he's part of a pool of players that I look at when I did write my pool of players that he's probably in that group of guys that I'm willing to trade back, and then he'd be one of those guys. If the Lions move out of 29 and get a top 10 pick in the second round, that he's probably there.
And don't discount the fact that even if they make a pick at 29, guys, they could still move up into the early second round if they, if a guy like Nate Wiggins falls and they really like him, right?
True.
Lions, Brad Holmes has shown if he likes a player, he's going to go get him.
Last year they got 4 guys that are either starting now or are going to start for them with those 4 picks in the first and second round. This year they don't have as much draft capital because they don't have the second first-round pick. But you could totally see, I'd be pretty happy if they got 2 quality starters out of their first 2 picks.
Absolutely.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I'm not sure drafting DeJean Newton means Aleem McNeil is done. Lions have talked about wanting to be able to have a true rotation at defensive tackle. They haven't been able to before, but with Newton, Aleem, and Reeder, they can run a true 3-man rotation inside. They don't want Aleem and Reeder taking 90% of the snaps, plus Newton allows them to have a true rotation.
Well, based on them signing the players they signed yesterday, with St. Brown and Sewell getting monster contract extensions, and knowing that McNeil is a free agent after this year and they would have to pay him,
yep,
I just don't see it. And DJ Reader's a 2-year deal. So DJ Reader is here for this year and next year. Does that make it more obvious that the Lions are going to select a defensive tackle at some point because they're going to groom that player to be along DJ Reader for next season? Or is that player already there in Broderick Martin?
I think they'd probably tell you, don't forget about Broderick Martin. I mean, this guy's kind of right. If you look at the breakdown of the contracts, there are some workarounds here that might allow them. I mean, the cap is you can create flexibility with the cap for a while. So Aleem McNeil's contract will be up. It's sort of an easy solution to a cap problem, not an easy solution to a football problem. But the idea that Aleem McNeil not getting re-signed, given the money he would likely want, yeah, easy solution to a cap problem. But that's different. That creates a football problem for you then.
Yeah, I mean, the cap did move up $30 million this year from last year. Is it going to go up $30 million every year? No, but it will go up every year because the NFL just continues to find new revenue streams. And as I mentioned yesterday, with the world of streaming games on TV and the NFL going that route more and more, those dollars are going to go up and up because those streaming services like Amazon recognize that and they're willing to pay for it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Gary. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys. Listen, great topic.
Thank you.
The more I think about this, the closer we get to draft time, I want the Lions to take somebody. I know they're thinking ahead with possibly with the offensive line and all that, but as close as we are now as a team, I want a difference maker. I want somebody that can put them that they're not outscored 27-7 in the NFC Championship game. With Josh Reynolds gone, thankfully, I want a Donnie Mitchell from Texas.
Wow.
If that wide receiver is there, he can change the game. I do. And you know what? I don't think – I think the only position that's out of Brad Holmes' realm right now that he would not consider as a quarterback and probably tight end and running back in the first round. I think everything else is in play, but I want a guy that can actually change the scoreboard. And drafting for depth next year – for a lineman that may not even start, get that guy next year or pick him up in the later rounds. I feel like, one of those receivers can do that. Now, if he's not available, I'm hoping to God Chop is there because he can also change a game. And they need a guy to pair outside of Aiden.
So you want wide receiver over Chop Robinson is what you're looking at.
I do because I think it's a sneaky need for them. Yeah, they've got Amon-Ra and J-Mo we think is going to be better, but they still don't have that X receiver, right? They need that 6'3". I'd even look at Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
If he's available.
I think Doug would appreciate Keon Coleman over Nye Mitchell.
Yeah,
I know.
I would.
Gator, I know Gator, you love Zach Frazier. You want that interior lineman, but what good is a guy going to do us this year if he's sitting on the bench?
Yeah, I've said it. I don't know if you missed it earlier, but I think the Lions are going to move off of offensive line with the pick at 29. I don't think that's where they're going. I think they're looking to add a guy who's going to contribute right away, and that's why I went with corner.
Yeah.
Could it be wide receiver? It could be wide receiver because a wide receiver can absolutely step in, and if you're talented enough, be the number 3 receiver on the team, which needs to see the
How
field.
about interior? And the other, I'll be quick here. I know you got the callers. What about Johnny Newton from Illinois?
I think
that could be a need too. Line him up with.
I don't know if it's a need. I think what it is, it's locking down a position that you want to make a strength for years to come. They already have defensive tackles on this team, but they may lose one after the season with Aleem McNeil's contract being up. I don't know if they're going to be able to afford to bring him back.
All right, thank you for the phone call, Gary. 248-539-9797. We have taken some picks here, Gator, and now an interesting mock with trades. Do the Lions pull the trigger on a deal? We will get to that at 11:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
8.5 hours?
Yeah. Yep. 8 o'clock tonight.
So it all starts.
And, of course, our coverage will be right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Can't wait for this evening.
This is surreal. Like, over our shoulder is where it's all going to take place.
Yep.
We've been watching this. I mean, I've been watching the draft since 1990, I think was the first year I watched the draft. I was seeing a friend of mine at Miami of Ohio, and it happened to be the weekend of the draft. And it was also like the home opener for the Cincinnati Reds. So I remember watching the draft in his fraternity house when the Lions, I believe they selected Andre Ware at the time.
You know, it's funny you say that because the first time I watched the draft was a total accident. I was in elementary school, and we had just gotten cable. And I was really fired up about it. Oh, wow, cable. And I don't know, it was a Thursday or Friday, and I wasn't feeling well, and I got to stay home from school. And I went downstairs, and I went and said, well, let's see what's on ESPN. I was probably watching, Fitzroy versus Collingwood, Australian rules football.
That's what they had at the time, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the NFL draft came on. And I was like, yeah, it was a little different back then. And I watched the NFL draft on a weekday in my basement on ESPN on a day I was homesick from school. And I'm like, this is kind of cool.
It used to be on during the day, during the week, right?
Yep.
Because I remember when the Lions took Chuck Long, which may have been 1986 draft.
Yeah.
I was in high school, and between classes, I went to our high school radio station where we had the AP Newswire, and one of my friends was a senior at the time. He's like, hey, see who the Lions took? I'm like, no. It's like Chuck Long. I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Yep. My buddy called him the Q-tip. But, hey, look, I mean, it was really cool. And that was my first. Yeah, it's changed quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
So an entire massive production, and it's all here.
It's all right there.
It's all right there, and we're in the middle of it. All right, let's get to a mock draft. The final mock draft, this one.
Whoa.
From Good Morning Football co-host Pete Schrager, NFL.com, his final mock with trades.
You used to be on Good Morning Football.
Yes, Gator, I do. You could say all the stuff about not trying to creep out, but you're starting to worry me a little bit.
It's part of our resume. Kay Adams used to be on Good Morning Football.
Okay. All right, here we go. The first pick, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback. USC with the second pick, the Washington Commanders go Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU. Shouldn't be a huge surprise. I'm going to kind of cross these names off because this has just come out. The third pick, Drake May, quarterback, goes to the New England Patriots out of North Carolina.
Yeah, the reports right now, I saw somebody tweet out that they feel that the Patriots are locked into Drake May unless somebody offers them a ridiculous trade offer to move up.
Unless he's gone. At 4, Marvin Harrison Jr. goes to the Arizona Cardinals. At 5, Jim Harbaugh beefs up the offensive line and goes J.C. Latham.
Over Joe
Alt.
Interesting.
Yes,
Alabama.
it is. At 6, the New York Giants, they take Malik Neighbors, wide receiver LSU. At 7, phone rings. And let me just check something here. Yeah, the phone rings, and Minnesota trades up with the Tennessee Titans.
Oh.
They move from 11 to 7, and they select J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan.
Interesting.
Yep. At 8, Atlanta Falcons. We've seen this name a lot projected to Atlanta. Dallas Turner, edge rusher from Alabama. At 9, Rome Odunze, wide receiver from Washington, off the board. Very talented player. Third wide receiver to go. He goes to Chicago. At 10, Brock Bowers, tight end from the New York Jets, or goes to the New York Jets from Georgia. At 11, here's Joe Alt. I bet Tennessee would be thrilled to get Joe Alt at 11.
Yeah, I would think so.
Given their need at the offensive tackle spot after dropping back in that Viking trade. At 12, the Denver Broncos need a quarterback, and Penix and Bo Nix are still there. They take Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon. Wow.
Over Penix. Interesting.
Yep. Here are the Raiders at 13. They also need a quarterback. Is that what they do? Yes. They take Michael Penix Jr., with the pick at 13 out of Washington.
6 quarterbacks in the first 13 picks.
Totally see it.
How many picks go between 6th and the 7th quarterback?
Wow. Could be a couple, man.
Could be several rounds.
New Orleans stays at 14 and selects Olu Fashanu, tackle from Penn State. Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle from Texas, goes off the board next to the Indianapolis Colts. At 16, Philadelphia moves up. They give up one of their 2 second-rounders, either 50 or 53, and they jump up from 22 to 16, and Philadelphia selects Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama.
So that's the first corner.
First corner off the board. Your boy is still out there.
I know he is. I'm excited here.
Jacksonville at 17 goes wide receiver and selects Xavier Worthy.
Wow.
Texas at 17.
A lot of speed there.
Feels like forever the Bengals have needed help on the offensive line, and they get it in the form of Oregon State offensive lineman Talise Fuaga. He goes at 18 to Cincinnati. At 19,
One of the Big Ten's best.
the Rams are on the clock, and the phone rings.
Actually, he's not a big.
The phone rings at 19, and it's Kansas City. Kansas City moves up to take Amarius Mims. They give up a 2nd and a 4th round, and they get Amarius Mims and their 1st-round pick. The tackle from Georgia. Wow, it's pretty high for him. At 20, Brian Thomas is still on the board for the Steelers, and that's who they take, the wide receiver from LSU.
Wow.
Your boy's still on the board.
Still
Gator.
there.
At 21, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock, and the phone rings. Detroit is calling.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa.
Yep.
First of all, tell me what the trade, what
The Lions are
picks.
offering 73 and 29, so their 3rd-round pick and their 1st-round pick for the Dolphins pick at 21 to move up 8 spots.
It's an early, relatively early 3rd-round pick. Okay, so
Yep.
they're going to move. So, my guy Quinyon Mitchell's on the board.
Yep.
But I didn't hear another name. Someone else is on the board.
Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State.
Yeah.
He's out there. Cooper DeJean,
Cooper
cornerback,
DeJean's on there,
Iowa, is still out there.
Well,
Leatu Latu,
Yeah.
edge rusher, UCLA, is still out there. First of all, do you make this trade, or do you hope that one of those guys falls to you at 29?
I mean, that's 4 players right there.
That you'd be thrilled with,
But
right?
this is what? This is 21?
This is 21.
I wouldn't. I mean, we've already seen the run on offensive linemen and seen a run on
quarterbacks.
on quarterbacks, and we've seen the run on receivers a little bit.
Yep.
I'd be nervous to wait it out to 29 to see if one of these guys is there.
So you'd
if they're
make the
moving
trade?
up, if the Lions are moving up to trade, they're going to get something special here, and I think they're getting a guy they think they can plug and play right away.
Kang, would you take this trade, given who's on the board and them sitting there at 29, hoping one of those names, DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Jared Verse, Leatu Latu, all still there, but would any of them still be there at 29?
You can't play that game, Doug. I've done this before in fantasy football, so it's the same thing as the NFL draft.
That's
when you wait, your guy gets picked, so you got to go get your guy.
You got to go get him.
All right. Detroit accepts the trade. Miami accepts the trade. And, Gator, who would you take given these circumstances?
I'd still take Quinyon Mitchell because I think he'd immediately become cornerback 1 on this team, and they could use cornerback 1. I edge him over Jared Verse because Verse, I think, becomes part of a rotation. I think Mitchell starts and plays a huge amount of snaps.
Kang, what would you do once you've made that trade? Who are you taking?
Wow, there's some really good players
Yeah, there
here,
are.
and I agree with Gator. Verse and Mitchell are 2 guys that are at the top of my list. I'm probably going to give Quinyon Mitchell the edge here. I feel like the Lions have done a lot of cornerback work in the draft, and I don't think it's a smokescreen. I think they're legit looking at who can come in and help us almost immediately. I think they go get Quinyon Mitchell in this scenario.
There's a saying, go big or go home. And I go get what I think is the most talented edge rusher in the draft. The pick is in, and with the 21st pick, the Detroit Lions select Laiatu Latu, edge rusher, UCLA.
That's what you would do, huh?
I think I would, as long as he had doctor's clearance, which is kind of a big deal. But
it is a big deal.
But, man, what an aggressive move Pete Schrager projects for our Lions tonight. Now, would they have gotten burned? Would one of those four still be on the clock? Oh, well, the pick is in, by the way. The actual pick. Schrager selects Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State.
I'm not mad at it.
No.
I'm not mad
Me
at
neither.
it. And, when I talk about that pool of players that I could see at 29 and beyond, there's a lot of corners on that list. And is it possible that you can still get a corner in the second round that I like? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think, if I were to take Jared Verse, could I get, is Sainer still there in the second round for them at 61? He might be. I could see him going earlier, but I think there's a bunch of corners out there. I'd be hoping that one of them is available at 61, but if you take Verse.
At 22, Seattle traded down from and took Philly's pick, takes Troy Fatanu, tackle Washington.
He's awfully good.
At 23, the Vikings get Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Minnesota, Toledo. 24, Tyler Guyton, the tackle, goes to Dallas from Oklahoma. At 25, Green Bay goes Cooper DeJean, Iowa defensive back. 26, Graham Barton goes to Tampa Bay, the interior offensive lineman from Duke. 27, Darius Robinson goes to Arizona, the edge rusher from Missouri. At 28, Laiatu Latu goes to Buffalo. So all the four guys we targeted, all gone by the time 29 rolls around. Good thing they made the trade. Had they stayed there, Chop Robinson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, all there.
All those guys are fine. I mean, you could stay back at 29 and get one of those.
This feels like a wild scenario.
Yeah, you wouldn't have got your guy though, Gator. That's
no,
why
I know.
Play that game.
I hear you. I'd still make the trade.
Wild scenario in Pete Schrager's final mock. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, in the noon hour, we got to talk about the ramifications of what went down yesterday. What it means for the future of the Detroit Lions, what it means for the draft tonight, what it means for Jared Goff. There's over $200 million in contracts handed out by the Detroit Lions. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the draft is finally here, and it's in Detroit, and Twin Peaks can't wait for tonight. If you're avoiding the crowded pandemonium downtown, hit your favorite Twin Peaks for all the excitement. Get back in that football state of mind with your game day favorites, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, house-smoked ribs, double-stacked nachos featuring smoked chicken or brisket. They even got flatbread pizzas. Now, pair all that with the coldest beer in the state, and you're ready to sit back and enjoy all the picks with wall-to-wall TVs while the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serve it all up. It'll be the first time most of us can remember picking this late in the draft, but that's good news. Twin Peaks runs a late-night happy hour starting at 10 o'clock. The Lions will likely pick after 10 o'clock. Happy hour ramps back up with $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots, all paired with great and scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, and crispy mini tacos. Get this, you can get a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. Relive the fun from last season at Twin Peaks as Detroit looks to build on that success with the draft. Get that front row seat to all the action. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Okay? I'll be right back.
This is injury attorney David Feminenio. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. I've been making insurance companies pay following accidents for almost 30 years. You can call me right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to my website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
This Odyssey.com Sports Minute is brought to you by Northville Lumber.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim. One of the most polarizing prospects in the NFL draft, Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy. McCarthy was the winner for the Wolverines, going 36-2 in his 2 years as a starter, but he wasn't asked to carry the passing load and rarely, if ever, played from behind. How will that translate to the pros? My prediction, it's going to be a bumpy ride. I'm Maggie Gray.
Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull-apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon pull-apart. Participating U.S. Wendy's Cinnabon, vegetable food market, Cinnabon franchise recipe, LLC.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either looks just right. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Before the buck drops, BetMGM is dropping bet and get tokens into the accounts of customers in Michigan. Simply add a wager on the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs to your bet slip and activate your token. You'll instantly receive a bonus bet, no matter how your wager goes. From big hits to overtime goals, BetMGM is here for every playoff moment on the ice. While the teams chase the cup, you can take advantage of daily promos, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more with your BetMGM app in Michigan. Claim your bet and get token today to earn a bonus bet, regardless of whether your NHL Stanley Cup playoffs wager finds the back of the net or not. Get to the center of playoff hockey action with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you.
Hope so. Be cool. All right, what do we got here?
21 plus only. Michigan.
Anybody on hold or no?
Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER for confidential help.
The Detroit Tigers host the Kansas City Royals. Free game tomorrow at 12:45 on 97.1 The Ticket. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit.
Draft Week 2024.
Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
So it's interesting. There's difference between mock drafts and reports. And the report today that caught our attention came from Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, reporting that the Lions are one of the teams looking to move up. As you take a look at that, it feels as though that is predicated on the right player dropping far enough where a trade makes sense for them. Then you have Pete Schrager come out with his mock draft, which is different than a report. He just has Detroit trading up to 21 to take Jared Verse, the edge rusher from Florida State. This is something we talked about last week, Gator, early in the process. And look, I said I'm not going to shoot the boot, guarantee it, because you have to have a trade partner. There's 15 players. Our logical conclusion is that there's 15 players in the top bucket. So I think they're watching those 15 guys and they're working the phones as the day unfolds and those players are still available in the draft.
Yeah, I think they're definitely looking at that bucket of players, and I think they're going to go get a guy. A guy that they plan on starting right away. It's why I'm kind of walking away a little bit from offensive linemen in the first round. And I said it because I feel like corner is a position you draft the corner. You could draft your cornerback 1 on this team if the right guy is there. If you move up to get Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, I think those guys start right away, and that's you're banking on that at some point being your best corner. If they were to move up in the Schrager trade scenario and take a Jared Verse, or as you like, Leatu Latu. How do you pronounce it? Leatu Latu. If you take him or Jared Verse, a defensive end, does that make sense? I mean, those guys will certainly be in a rotation and they'll play. But the offensive lineman, I don't see that as much. Wide receiver, I think, is another position the guy can step in and play right away because, if the talent's there to be wide receiver 3 on this team, then you're going to play. They do plenty of 3 wide receiver sets. So that's where I'd look at those 3 spots, those 3 position groups being the likely pick when you're looking at guys in the top 15 group that they envision. Now, there could be something crazy that happens. Maybe there's an offensive lineman that you never thought was going to be there. Maybe Fashanu is there, or Fuaga, the kid from Oregon State, or the guy from Washington. Whatever it is, if one of those guys is there that you don't expect, then of course that changes things too. But for right now, I think it's corner and defensive end.
Yeah,
mostly.
and it was funny because yesterday I thought Dan Campbell there was some connecting of dots that we're doing based upon that interview. At one point, he flat out said, hey, if none of our guys are there, we'll trade back. And I'm thinking to myself, to say that publicly tells me they got a deal in place already. Now, the question is, that team that wants to move up, is their player that they're targeting still going to be on the board? Yeah. If that's the case, basically the Lions said, hey, if our guys are all gone, this pick's for sale, who's interested? And they probably have a team or two that is eyeing, hey, if Penix is still there, if Bo Nix is still there, or another position. So, I'm almost more convinced than ever that they're not picking at 29. It's a little too bold for me to shoot the boot, guarantee it, but I really don't think they're picking at 29.
I've said from day one when we started talking about this draft that I don't think they pick at 29 either. I think they can move up and get their guy, or I think they'll be fine if they want to move back and add more draft capital to this team. And when you see what they've done in the last 24 hours with re-signing St. Brown and re-signing Penei Sewell and, putting even more of an emphasis on what's to come and what do you do with Aleem McNeil, that maybe trading back is not such a bad idea because you get the more picks and it's more cracks at finding guys that can be long-term solutions for this team when you have to make tougher and tougher decisions.
248-539-9797. We've also asked you to make the pick at 29. Who would you take, given all the names that have been out there and floated as being on the board when the Lions are on the clock at 29? Should they not move, who would you take? And I kind of like this. What's your backup plan if that guy is gone? Mike in Hamtramck says Lance McConkey, a Cooper Kupp type of player.
Lad McConkey.
Yeah, he wrote Lance. It is Lad McConkey. But, yes, a Cooper Kupp type player would be his pick at 29. How would you feel if it's Lad McConkey?
I like Lad McConkey a lot. They just obviously they like that position and they filled it well with Amon-Ra St. Brown, and McConkey is, this guy a little bit undersized, but he does everything so well. He catches the football and he just flat out gets open, and he's got enough speed where he can make some damage after he's got the ball in his hands too. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. I'd be surprised if that's the pick over some other players.
Right.
Now, I have no idea how Brad Holmes ranks the players from 1 to 50, if you will. But if I was ranking my guys 1 to 50, I think McConkey would be well behind some other defensive backs and defensive linemen.
My pick is Chop Robinson, and my backup is Darius Robinson. I want the edge pressure to increase. That's from Aaron in Clinton Township. Yep, the two Robinsons there. I think it's funny. I love Chop Robinson. I suspect the Lions would love Darius Robinson and its versatility. I think he does more. I think Chop is a better pass rusher, but Darius can create pressure from inside and out.
This goes back to what happened early in the season when James Houston got hurt. It's a real shame because if Houston plays a full season, you pretty well know what you have.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't just be, was this a fluke of what he did in with the 8 sacks in 7 games or whatever it was? Was that a fluke? Let's see what he can do the second year. Put more on his plate, get him on the field more often. We'd know. We'd have a pretty good feeling about it. But he broke, a bone in his leg early in the season and was lost up until playoff time. So you don't know, which is unfortunate because if they did know and it was positive with James Houston that you knew for sure, hey, second year in the league, this guy had double-digit sacks, and you don't have to look at edge rusher, and then you could focus on other positions.
The pick is in, writes Jimmy in Berkeley. With the 29th pick, the Detroit Lions select Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon. Backup plan is Barton. Graham Barton, the interior offensive lineman from Duke. Vince makes his picks via ticket text. Boost up this offense with the 29th pick. The Lions select Brian Thomas Jr. Boom. Backup go with Amarius Mims. I don't know if we can count on Thomas Jr. being there.
I don't think so, but that's one of those players that if he's there, I'd be surprised, and it's hard to pass on the talent. That's the BPA type thing, right?
It wouldn't be outrageous for him to still be on the board.
It wouldn't be because I don't know if you guys know about there's possible medical red flags with Thomas Jr. I would be surprised if he's there, but it's not outlandish. He's got a left shoulder issue. So
there you go.
That could be a reason why he would fall. They say it's minor.
248-539-9797. All right, big day today here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's all basically pre-draft coverage leading up to tonight's draft at 8 o'clock, and we will be on the air again tonight at 8 o'clock. Mike and Rico have already made their way down here. They'll be joining us shortly. Gator, I just walked and looked outside.
Yeah.
Oh, it's there's people. It's starting to
take a look.
It's starting to fill up.
All right.
Detroit is excited about this event, and we are excited as hell to be here right in the middle of it from our broadcast location, our draft headquarters at Buffalo Wild Wings, just across the street backstage of the National Football League draft. Hope you make it down here. Of course, we want to be clear that unfortunately where we're broadcasting from, there won't be access for fans, but Buffalo Wild Wings, the whole first floor. You know what was down there yesterday? Sauce Gardner was here. Sauce Gardner was here from the New York Jets, hanging out, and
He's from here.
Autographed sauces he was giving away.
That's pretty
here
great.
at Buffalo Wild Wings.
There
So
was a lot of players here, a lot of prospects here, but that's cool that get somebody from a past draft that comes into town. That's cool. I saw that there were a lot of people at the old Tiger Stadium site that were doing some things with Special Olympians, and it's awesome to see that.
yesterday was a huge news day with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell signing contracts, extensions with the Lions. We'll take a deep dive into the numbers, but also talk about what it means for the player that didn't sign an extension,
Yet.
the quarterback, Jared Goff. We will get to that next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It's NFL Draft Week.
Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit, Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
On 97.1 The Ticket.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket from downtown Detroit. Welcome those of you just tuning in at lunchtime. Wow, city looks great, and it's teeming with excitement out there. And Gator, this is a spot to be right here, downtown Detroit, for what is going to be a very exciting day. And the Lions have become one of the focal points of the NFL. There's no doubt that this team has gone from being, I was thinking about it today, what were we suspicious of each and every year? We were suspicious of the following happening. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. We'll be right back. Then the Lions would make their pick, and they go, the Lions have made their selection. We'll be back with more after this. It felt like during the draft, the Lions were a team that created so little buzz that when they were on the clock, the networks would go to commercial breaks, and when they made their pick, the network would go to a commercial break. Not true anymore, huh?
No, not at all. Detroit is front and center with the draft, and what a great confluence of things that have happened. Obviously, this team is in really good hands right now. It times in perfectly. The team goes to the NFC Championship game. Now they're hosting the NFL draft. The announcement yesterday of two monster signings to extensions for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell. And there's more coming. You know, they got two done yesterday, even though I guess Adam Schefter has said that there's still no movement on the Jared Goff front. But
we will get to that in a minute. Yep.
So I just, this is a great opportunity for the city to kind of showcase where they're at. You start to see the stuff yesterday, like I mentioned, with the players down at the corner, and working with the Special Olympians, and there's so many of the first round talented players there, and they're all humbled by this experience, and it's great. You mentioned that you saw Sauce Gardner here. We've had current college football players have come downtown to kind of experience what's going on. Looks like today is going to be a gorgeous day.
Yep.
Maybe a little chillier in the 50s, but 54 and sunny out feels a lot better than 41 and overcast.
Well, and yesterday they did make news, and you mentioned the two contracts. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 years and $120 million, $112 million for Penei Sewell, his deal over 4 years. These are 4-year extensions that they get the signing bonus money up front, so they're very happy as players. But the contracts don't actually kick in until these current ones expire or were set to expire. Gator, I want to start with the timing. It feels like more than a coincidence that they did it the day before the draft. Did they do that just, hey, let's grab the spotlight? Or is there some strategic motivation behind announcing these contracts the day before the draft? I can't figure out what it would be, but...
Yeah, I don't think there's anything tied to a date, why it makes sense to do it now as opposed to later. Wanting to get it done before the draft, does that make more sense? I think that's fine. If they have their vision and they know, look, we don't need to play any games. Let's get this done. And does it steal the spotlight from other storylines in the draft? Yep.
Yeah.
Am I okay with it? You betcha. If we're not talking about Caleb Williams and all the quarterbacks in the draft, we're talking about this. This is awesome.
So, taking a look at the money itself, in Amon-Ra's contract, this is his cap hit, okay? Because with both of these deals, they're getting these two players awfully cheap over the next 2 years. It feels like immediately you're going to go, oh, this cap hit's going to kill. But I was on overthecap.com today, and they had the full breakdown of the contracts, including dead cap money if they decide to move on. In 2024, this coming season, Amon-Ra is a $4.862 million cap hit. Penei Sewell this coming season is an $8.167 million cap hit. They're getting the two of them for roughly $13 million on the cap this coming season. The following season, Amon-Ra's contract, his cap hit, goes to 13.91. Penei Sewell's goes to 9.54. They're getting the two of them for roughly $21 million. So $13 million this year, and then in 2025, $21 million. Now, in 2026, Amon-Ra's cap number goes to $33.1 million. Penei Sewell's cap number goes to $28 million. So they'll go from paying roughly $13 million this coming season for these two. Next year it's $21 million, and in 2026 it's $61 million. Now that's two cap rises from now, which might account for. I mean, the extra, if the cap goes up $20 million this year and $20 million the year after, that accounts for the $40 million gap between 25 and 26. But do you have money left over for anybody else is ultimately the question. But the other thing that's really interesting is that both Amon-Ra and Sewell in 2026 can be cut for just a $9 million cap hit.
Each.
No.
Oh, total?
$9 million each. I'm sorry, $9 million each. And you could save a ton of money. You don't want to cut them. Of course, you hope that they are worth every single penny for the entirety of the contract. But if they aren't, they haven't put themselves in cap hell, according to overthecap.com.
No, and you think about that. Penei Sewell was young when they drafted him, correct?
Yeah.
So how old is he going to be when his contract extension is done? 28?
I mean, I could go look at it.
27? I mean, he's a young fella. So, I mean, not that we're looking at cutting guys in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to.
No, I mean,
but
and he'll have made a transition at that point from right tackle to left tackle. And hopefully he's still a stalwart, even more of a stalwart. Penei Sewell could be just – he could go down as being the greatest lineman in NFL history.
I mean, he's
in the discussion.
He's going to be obviously he's in the discussion of the best in the league right now. His contract will expire when he's 29 years old. So he's still a pup, really.
Yeah.
And look, there's a long way between now and the end of these contracts. But, I mean, the dead cap number on Penei Sewell 3 years from now, $9 million. 4 years from now, $6 million. 5 years from now, $3 million. You don't want to have to cut the players, but if necessary, you can at least renegotiate deals at that point.
Well, that's the thing, is that when we talk about the salary cap and finding cap space out of thin air, this is what you end up doing. You end up finagling numbers by restructuring contracts. And that's why it's going to be interesting to see when they do, and I do say when they do extend Jared Goff, what the numbers look like for him. I mean, if it's $50 million on average, okay, fair enough. But what's it going to be to start, and what's it going to be to finish off? And we might have a much better idea of what the plan is moving forward, or in the future, 4 years down the line, once it gets there.
Well, that's a big topic. Now, there's two things I want to get into. If people can think of the strategic maneuvering by the Lions, is there anything strategic about announcing these signings the day before the draft? Is there anything that you can think of that the timing of it is important? And I'm not sure that there is. I think it might just be a coincidence. And we got to talk about Goff. This was the tweet you mentioned from Adam Schefter that came out yesterday. There is no deal imminent for Lions quarterback Jared Goff, despite the fact that Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell now have landed new deals per source. The Lions and Goff have spoken about a new deal this offseason, but no deal is close at this time.
So I think it's interesting how you read that tweet, right?
Yep.
Because you could read it with different voice inflections, and it can sound a lot worse than maybe what it is. It just seemed, the way I'm looking at it, just the text of what's there. Nothing's imminent, because people are wondering, hey, they just signed the tackle and the wide receiver. What about the quarterback? Nothing's imminent right now after these signings. That's why you say nothing is imminent. And they're still working at it, but they don't seem close to getting a deal done right now. That's the way I look at it. I don't look at it as damaging in any way, and I know some people will. I do not.
Well, I have now shifted. I am officially antsy. I have been antsy adjacent. I have been bordering on antsy.
Come on.
I am antsy about this. Now, I'm not panicked. I think antsy is less than worried. It's a little uncomfortable, shifting in your chair, starting to think about, should I be worried? I think that's my definition of antsy. So you've got panicked, you've got worried, you've got concerned, and you've got antsy. I am antsy.
The first stage towards that.
Yes,
that direction.
I guess what I'm doing is I'm thinking about whether or not I should be concerned about Jared Goff and a contract in Detroit. That's my definition of antsy. And we need to talk about what's next with him and what might be playing itself out. Is it his camp asking for too much money? Is it the Lions have offered a paltry sum? Is it, we'll get around to it? Is it they're going to let it ride? Could they be letting it ride this year? Which is a risky proposition for all sides, but we will get to that next, and we want your thoughts on it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson from our draft headquarters at Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit, backstage of the NFL Draft here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, spring is here, and so are the Silverados and Equinoxes. It's your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. And that means Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take one home today. Plus, it's truck season, so now's the time to get that Silverado you've been dreaming of. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive.
Sarah Chevrolet.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Spent the good most of the first half of the show talking about tonight's National Football League draft. A report out there that the Lions are trying to move up. They're interested in moving up. There is also a mock draft that has them moving up from Pete Schrager on NFL.com. It was an Albert Beer report saying that they're one of the teams looking to move up. Certainly it depends how far back does the player they want fall that they are targeting in a potential trade. In the meantime, we are reacting to the news for the first time here in the noon hour about Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell signing massive extensions with the Detroit Lions. We ran down the numbers why they might not be as punitive as they look in terms of how they impact the Lions on the cap. And we did that a little bit earlier, especially the next 2 years. In fact, it still looks like to me they're getting them on the cheap. Between the two of them in 2024, roughly $13 million against the cap, and in 2025, roughly $21 million against the cap. In 2026, when they get into years where they can be cut and renegotiated, $61 million against the cap. And I have a feeling that there might be some maneuvering when they get to that time. But you also got to consider if the cap goes up, $20 million, a conservative estimate over each of the next 2 years, then that accounts for the difference between 2025's cap hit and 2026's cap hit. But you have other things that they want to get done, like Jared Goff. I'm officially antsy now. My 4 levels of worry go panic, worry, concern, and antsy. When I am antsy, I spend my time thinking about how concerned I should be, but I'm not concerned. But there's nothing apparently imminent with the quarterback, and I want him to come back on a reasonable contract. Kang, before we get into what might be going on, what is your take of all of this?
So my take is that Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell contracts were easy to do because they're viewed as very top tier, if not the top of their position group. So to set the market with those guys, I think was a sit down. What's the top guy getting paid? We're going to pay you a little bit more than that. So I think those contracts were easier to do. And Goff's contract not done yet and not imminent because it's just a little more complicated. Because he's not Patrick Mahomes. And he's not this young guy that's taking you, if he was 23 years old or whatever, coming up on a contract, like Joe Burrow, and took the team to close to the Super Bowl or the Super Bowl, you got to set the market. Now, he's not old by any means, but he's past that, that Herbert, Burrow, those young guys that you have to lock up or you lose. So he's in a weird area where I think it's a little more complicated. I think they still get a deal done, but it's not easy like ASB and Penei Sewell was, and that's why I don't think his contract's been done yet.
It's a pretty solid take. Different point in his career than those two youngsters are getting into their second contracts. All right, so what's going on with him? First of all, do you think he's asking for astronomical money? Gator?
I do not. I just think this is just normal negotiations. I learned this phrase, Doug, when I was in my late teenage years.
Okay.
On a spring break trip with the family to Jamaica. And the phrase was, everything Irie man. Means everything's okay. Relax.
Wait. Can you say that again?
Everything Irie man.
Everything Irie man. Mon. Everything Irie man.
Irie.
What does Irie mean?
Irie means it's okay. Relax.
Okay. All right.
Everything Irie. That's the whole slogan down there. Just relax. It's Jamaica, right?
I don't need to be antsy.
You don't need to be antsy about this. It'll get done when it gets done. They got these two out of the way, and Goff is next in line. So I'm not worried about this at all. I'm sitting back. I'm having a red stripe, and I'm watching the waves crash into the beach.
Yeah, what else you doing, Gator?
Well, I don't do that. But I'll double up on the red stripe to make up for it.
Everything drunk, man.
All
right, so I don't think he's asking for astronomical money. I think Jared Goff, he's certainly not coming cheap, but does he need more money than Joe Burrow gets on an annual basis? $55 million. Justin Herbert, $52 million. Lamar Jackson, $52 million. Jalen Hurts, $51 million. I've thought of him in the $50 million range, and anything less than that is a discount. And, I guess if he comes in at 49, it's not that much of a discount, but you get the point. But I thought $50 million was fair for a guy who's, that would put him in the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. My question is, sometimes we know the market dictates that just the next contract up gets to set the bar. And we could do the whole nobody cares how much money they make, but you do care because it takes away cap space to sign other players. So, Kang, you don't think he's trying to break the bank, do you?
No, I don't. But, I mean, like I said, I think he's just in a weird area where he's not – that's in, like those other quarterbacks, like we mentioned, Burrow, Herbert, those are their first-time huge deals. Goff got a first-time huge deal at the time, right? Of course, now it looks like chump change because the market and the cap, everything has changed. So I think, like I said, I think he wants to come back. I think the Lions want him back. I think it's just more complicated. You look at Kirk Cousins' deal. Well, what did he end up signing for, guys? I mean, he's got to make more than that, right?
Yeah.
But then you got to think he's got to make less than like Mahomes or Lamar Jackson.
Kirk Cousins at $45 million annually.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 45 to 50 at least. Now, if it's above 50, do we just go, well, this is just the market, or do we go, wow, that's a lot to pay for? No offense, he's not Mahomes, right?
No, he's not.
There's only a couple of those guys.
Mahomes' contract is weird in that it's $45 million annually. His average guarantee is amongst the lowest in the league. I don't quite understand his contract, but its total was $450 million over 10 years. I don't quite get it how Mahomes' contract is worded, but
because he did it, it's old now. It's what, 3 years old now?
Yeah.
So at the time, it looked like this ridiculous contract, $500 million almost, and now it looks like it's a bargain because of Patrick Mahomes. So what the Chiefs have done, when you look at it, it's kind of brilliant. They were able to stay afloat, be a Super Bowl championship team without having, some other superstar players. They had the superstar quarterback contract, and everybody said, well, that's weighting them down. Look, they can't hang on to Tyreek Hill. They can't hang on to this guy. And all they did was go out and win another Super Bowl, and now they're in a position where the cap is starting to work to their favor because of the deal that Mahomes has. Now, he's restructured to help get other guys back. But because the cap went up $30 million and because it's likely to go up another $20 million the next year, they're in a good position because of that contract. Now, the other thing with Mahomes, think about he's not just beholden to his NFL contract. This is a guy who's a brand all throughout the world at this point. So, a lot like Tom Brady, maybe it's the salary doesn't matter as much to him at this point because he can make so much money off the football field. Imagine how many tens of millions of dollars he makes outside of football that helps to balance his whole act. And, ultimately, that guy just wants to win. You watch Patrick Mahomes, that's a guy who's got this winning mentality, and that's what Brady had.
Okay, so two other things here. One is, I want to state for the record, because I am merely antsy, I think this contract will get done this offseason, okay? But being antsy means I'm not 100% sure about that. There is the let it ride. The let it ride scenario is Jared Goff has one more year on his contract. If they don't re-sign him in this offseason, should we move beyond antsy? And we'll get into some of the reasons why coming up. 248-539-9797 if you want to get in on the discussion. It's Carson Anderson from Buffalo Wild Wings, our draft headquarters. We'll get back to making picks next hour. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, now...
Gator, this is funny. Sauce Gardner, who was here at B-Dubs yesterday, tweeted out the following. If we draft Rome, Bowers, MHJ, Marvin Harrison Jr., Neighbors, or Joe Alt, I will be announcing the pick today. If anybody else besides the guys I named are the pick at 10, y'all will not see me announcing the pick. And then he followed that up with, I am a licensed troll. Proceed with caution.
Love it. I love this guy.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he's great.
Hilarious.
He's so great. Great for the game. Amazing player. And that's just funny. You know what else that is? That's a little bit of, hey, Aaron Rodgers, stay in your lane. All right, I'm the star of this team.
Oh, you think?
I'm going to call some shots here.
Wow.
Why not?
Yep.
Let's start some more controversy there. Yeah, one of the talking points that the guys are doing with all the NFL talk is, hey, will the Jets take a player that's going to be there with Aaron Rodgers, or are they going to have to take a player like an offensive lineman that may have to develop? Is Aaron Rodgers going to be happy if they take a lineman that may take a little bit to develop? Or do they want, like, Brock Bowers right away?
Screw Aaron Rodgers.
I know, exactly. That's why I like this with Sauce Gardner. It's like, hey, I'm going to make the pick if it's this, or it is.
Hilarious. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some phone calls. We go to Greg. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys, man, I'm just so excited for Detroit. I'm so excited for you guys. I mean, what a great time to be a Lions fan. What a great time to have a winning squad. This is just so exciting. I'm so overwhelmed as a fan. I don't even know how to act. I really don't. But as far as, I'm telling you, it's just incredible. I feel like Scrooge on Christmas morning. It's just incredible. But anyway, please, I don't want Gary Goff to get into his feelings by any stretch of the imagination. We're on the national scene. Celebrate him on the national scene by giving him a great contract.
Look out.
Careful.
Celebrate him.
What happened there?
Celebrate him. Oh, I don't know. Celebrate him. It's my boss. He knows I'm on the radio. But celebrate him. Celebrate him on the national stage. You gave him, and he is an astronomical player, so he needs astronomical money. I mean, what quarterback do you know that threw 400 passes on an interception? What quarterback do you know that came back with 3 minutes on the clock, 13 points down, orchestrated a offensive drive that was just one for the ages? He's my superhero. He's an extraordinary person. He's an extraordinary guy. He's an extraordinary quarterback. We have an extraordinary
So you know what?
Extraordinary team.
You brought this up,
Pay
and I'm
him,
glad you
please.
did, and that is how much Jared Goff loves being here. He makes no bones about it. He came to Detroit, and I would say that he was antsy about coming to Detroit. I would say that he was concerned about what the future held for him. And he has adopted this town.
Yeah,
and I've said this before about Goff.
And the town has adopted him as well. I mean,
I hope
for the town to celebrate him like they did Matthew Stafford. I mean, I'm a Gary. Please don't let him get in his feelings. I don't want that to happen. Sign him now while we're on the national stage. And I don't want Adam Schefter in our business. I don't want that noise coming from Adam Schefter. I don't want to hear nobody. Sign Gary Goff. Give him his due now on the national stage. He's
They'll
worth
get it done. They'll
Yeah,
get it done.
I mean, Greg-
Everybody just relax a little bit.
I hope he doesn't get in his feelings, and I'm glad you brought that up. And that's the problem with letting it ride. I think that, and this is where I would get concerned. If they don't sign him this summer, he seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but is he not the unquestionable leader of this team? And do the guys not love Jared Goff?
I think they do. I think they've all. I mean, this team has grown together, and he was like the leadership of that group when he got here because he had been in the league, and here they are starting fresh with a bunch of really young players. Yeah, absolutely. He has turned into the leader of this team, and I showed you during the commercial break this little bit that he did for a Netflix special on Axel Foley. Endearing himself again to Detroit. Hey, when I came to Detroit, I needed to learn. Who did I learn from? I learned from the best, Axel Foley.
It is really funny.
So it's just another sign that this guy's all into Detroit. I think he's absolutely all in, and they'll get it done. I'm not that worried. Now,
I don't want any commitment to him to be questioned. I don't want anything but him being as comfortable and happy as he can be while they're trying to win a Super Bowl next year.
I might agree with you on the part that if they don't have it done before the season begins,
yeah.
Do I move off the everything I agree part?
Everything not Irie?
Everything not so Irie, right.
Yeah.
I might be worried at that, but maybe, or antsy, I guess. Because then you get into the logical thing that the player says or that the agent releases is that we're going to table conversations on an extension until after the season because we're just going to focus on the season. That's not usually a good sign.
It just feels like that would then start to creep in some doubt, and I don't want any distractions this year. Go win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Have a ready to go, no distractions, get it done. And I hope that they do, and I hope it's a contract like these contracts that when we took the deep dive into the numbers, it doesn't look as cumbersome as it did yesterday. 248-539-9797. Greg, thank you for the phone call. Who do we got next here? It would be Tony. You're on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. I think they're going to do a contract this summer with Goff, but I think it's going to be after June 1st because isn't there another wave of free agents, especially the one from, and I can forget his name, from New Orleans. He's a corner, and
Marcus Lattimore.
The coaches know him, and there you go.
Yep.
And I think they're going to do a deal with him, and I think Goff is just saying, hey, take care of him and any other free agents that are going to pop up on the summer because there's always one or two, but especially Lattimore. And I think that's – and then he'll fit in after that. I think he's kind of working with them to make sure that they, fill any holes that they have.
You could be right. They could be waiting for, making another move, bringing in another veteran, seeing what the cap situation is, maybe figuring out how much money they want to have around at the trade deadline, which, of course, could be in play more so this year. You want to be prepared to add that final piece if it's necessary come the trade deadline. And just because they didn't make the big move this year, don't be fooled and don't think that means they won't. I just don't think they loved either the players or the asking price that were available this year, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that they won't do it. Just this 1 year not doing it doesn't mean that they won't do it. They're in a position where it could make a ton of sense. So saving money for the trade deadline's part of it, but wait to see if you can get a Lattimore. You're right. I mean, that's a player with a contract already that you'd have to pay. So excellent point by you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Tony. Edward, you're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Edward?
Good afternoon, guys. I guess I'm going to be the ants to the picnic here. Okay. For everybody that's antsy about Jared Goff, let's just take a moment and realize this. There are no more Jared Goffs coming into the league. Jared Goff is like him or not, love him or hate him, he's an immobile, pocket-passing quarterback with an average arm. He's also proven to be, over the course of his entire career, one of the worst under-pressure quarterbacks in the entire league. It's documented. And so here's Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the owners, building this emerging modern football team. And you're going to tell me you're going to invest Pat Mahomes' money into this quarterback. They've done a wonderful job of getting great value from Goff. But now it's put up or shut up time in regards to how you're going to build this team. And to say that they're going to spend $150 million on Goff, and then you're going to be forced to protect him for him to be effective, you're going to be forced to displace money into your offensive line and other places compared to skilled players that you may be able to stretch the field with, etc., just to ensure Goff is effective. I hope that they keep their cards to the vest, let the season play out, and if this guy lights it up, you got a franchise tag next year. But don't be in a hurry to sign a player who has an outdated game with quarterbacks that are now modern, athletic, and dynamic.
2 years ago, Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl.
He has got one of the best arms in the history of the football game. You saw what he can do on the move. Matt Stafford can make plays on the move, a great cannon arm. Those are things that Goff can't do. Once he's forced to move, he's ineffective.
I will say this, and I will tell you this, because it really comes down to, and I appreciate the phone call, and I'm open to other opinions. To some people, what you just described is super important, quarterback mobility. To others, it's not as important. And to me, it's not as important as it is to you. And that's fine. We have a difference of opinion here. I think it is on the list of quarterback traits that interest me, but behind ability to quickly process information, accuracy, arm strength, I've got it behind a bunch of those. I think that this guy's ability in this offense to have one of the top 5 offenses in the NFL in almost every metric with him in command is perfectly fine with me. I don't care how you get it done. There's multiple ways to get it done, and Jared Goff got it done. Last year, they didn't go to the Super Bowl, and it had less to do with the offense than it did the defense. The offense was just fine with Jared Goff. And the whole idea that you have to protect him, they've got the people in-house that can protect him.
Well, there was a story that came out. Was this from? This is. I want to make sure I get this right. From USA Today Network, and it talks about Jared Goff under pressure. And this came out in the middle of January. So Lions getting into the playoffs, and it says the classic narrative on Goff is that he crumbles under pressure and that he just can't handle it. That's just not true. In fact, it's pretty far from the truth. Goff is actually one of the league's best passers against the blitz. Per Pro Football Focus, Goff was blitzed on 255 of his dropbacks this season. That's the 3rd most in the NFL. He didn't crumble. He completed 64.6% of the passes for 1,885 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 6 picks. That's the most from any quarterback against the blitz. Only Brock Purdy threw more touchdowns, and only Jordan Love completed more passes. Now, the previous year, if you go back to 2022, it wasn't as good. But last year, he improved vastly. Now, I think it also helps that the offensive line is as good as it is. We know that he's got his limitations.
If you don't think you can win with a quarterback with his mobility, then I'm not going to argue with you. That's your belief. I don't believe that to be the case. Hey, the road to the NBA Finals starts now. It's underway, in fact. And new customers on FanDuel can go on their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Any $5 bet, $150 in bonus bets. So you can bet a money line, point spread. You go over, under total, prop bets, 3-pointers made in a game, first basket score, things like that. It's all on the table for you with your $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA.
Yes, we are.
2024.
Karsh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
Back to your phone calls shortly, and back to making the Lions pick in the 1 o'clock hour. Look, man, we've watched how this thing has played itself out. The Lions stole the stage yesterday with 2 monster contracts, extensions, 4 years each for Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell, players that we love here in Detroit. Love seeing them back. Hefty price tag, but a deep dive into the numbers. We saw how they can get this done, and quite frankly, they're coming cheap against the cap the next 2 years. But we await word on Jared Goff. What do we think is going on with Jared Goff? There's a report out there from Adam Schefter that nothing is imminent. It didn't really say that they weren't close to a deal in terms of numbers. It read like they're not close to a deal as in they're not about to get it done. But we've had mixed reviews from people so far. Kang, back in our studios, any thoughts you want to share before we move on to callers?
I understand the people that don't want to pay Jared Goff, but you got to look at it like this. It's really, really hard to find a good quarterback that can win you games and playoff games, as a matter of fact, not just regular games. Kirk Cousins just got paid by the Atlanta Falcons. I like Kirk Cousins. He's a I would say above average quarterback. He's won 1 playoff game. Jared Goff was 30 minutes away from taking you to the Super Bowl, and no fault to his own, they collapsed in the second half. That's really hard to even get that far. I mean, if where we're at, I think I forget how hard it is to win in this league at that position. Whether it's, sexy or not, whether he's running or throwing bombs, in the end, are you winning football games? And that's what Jared Goff has done here. So I don't see how they can't get a deal done. And it might make some people uncomfortable because the number is going to start with probably a 5. That's per year, right? I mean, It's going to be 50, 51, 52. Lamar Jackson just got, I think, a little above 51. How many people here said that they'd rather have Jared Goff than Lamar? Well, if you're true to that, then get ready to pony up.
Thank you, Kang. 248-539-9797. Anything else, or should we go to the phones?
I think I understand the antsiness that people might have about this because 2 deals are done. Why not get the 3rd one done?
Mm-hmm.
Give it some time to breathe. But when you start looking at the numbers of the deal, yeah, you have to look at what's he worth on the market. I mean, if the Lions were to trade him today and he went to another team and signs an extension, you think that extension would be $50 million a year or more? Because I do. Because that's what he's worth. That's what he's worth. He's a top 10 quarterback in the league. He's not the best quarterback in the league, but he's also better than mediocre, being a 16th quarterback in the league. This guy is really good. He has his limitations, and we know what his limitations are. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he does have the experience, and he sees the game differently. He knows where the ball's supposed to go. He's done a real nice job in the last couple of years of taking care of the football and putting up some epic numbers in the way. Now, he doesn't do everything that people want. He's not going to scramble on 3rd and 5, get forced out of the pocket, and run for 7 yards on a first down. And that's disappointing. But that's it. Like, what else do you have to say that you're upset about? People talk, now they're questioning his arm strength. Why? Because he doesn't, roll one way and throw the ball 50 yards down the field the other? I don't need that. What I need him to do is be accurate. I need him to hit Amon-Ra St. Brown so he can pick up the first down, which he did. I need him to hit Jamison Williams in stride, which the second half of the season, they started to pick up on that. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the damage they can do this year now that they've got another full year under the belt together.
By the way, had they lost the NFC title game 10-6, I might feel differently.
Right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to AJ. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, AJ.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing great.
Great show. Wanted to ask you guys a fun question, 2 parts. If the Lions were to make a move and pull a Jamison Williams draft day trade and trade into the top 15, who do you think they would go for? Or do you guys still believe they would go for a cornerback?
If they traded into the top 15?
I think they'd be after either Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell, one of those corners. I think they might be interested in Rome Odunze if he drops into the teens, which I don't suspect, but could be in play. And I think it might be Jared Verse, Leatu Latu, or Dallas Turner.
I would tend to agree with it. I think the top two
reason I
corners
asked-
and maybe those edge rushers. I'm not sold on the receiver, but I am on the corners and edge rushers.
Why do you ask?
The reason I ask is because they have multiple draft picks. In the second or the third? So maybe they do.
No,
go
they
after
don't.
They have
someone
multiple
that-
picks in the sixth, but
Yeah,
they have one in the second, one in the
Six,
third,
okay.
none in the fourth.
They traded the 3rd-round pick for Carlton Davis.
Oh, that's right.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. No, it's
All right,
okay.
thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. 248-539-9797. Ed is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ed.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Question for you guys, man. Since when did the people of the city of Detroit, who've been fighting for equal wages their whole lives, all of a sudden don't want to pay a guy the money he's earned? What are they, crazy?
That's funny.
Right now, having said that, this is about Goff. Nobody should worry about Goff, period, because this is about more than money to him. He's got a lot to prove to a lot of people, and you can see it in his face every time he talks. He looks like the Cheshire cat, the cat that ate the canary. He's going to wait till they get everything they need in terms of his team. Then he's going to deal with it, and they'll get it done. And who says Tom Brady is smarter than him?
Well, I think he probably is. Brady's the best of all time, but Goff is more, I think one of the most underrated parts of playing the position is the ability to look over a defense between the time you step up under center and the time you hit the back foot of your drop and quickly process the information, what you see, and because of that, you can deliver a football to the right guy. And I think some guys do it
And guess what, Doug?
instantaneously, and I think Brady was one of them. I think Goff is in that mold. He's not Brady, but I think that's his. If I had to guess a superpower, that's what I would go with.
And Brady couldn't run either.
No, but he also had. He's one of the greatest winners of all time, and I don't want to turn this into a Goff Brady comparison because there is no comparison. Thank you for the phone call 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brent. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brent.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Brent?
All these people, Goff led us to an NFC championship, and all these people got super happy and were excited. And now that they turn around and they're hearing $50 to $55 million a year, they're all against Goff now. Goff led us to an NFC championship. Goff gave us a top 5 offense. And when Goff had to, he had the mobility to get us the first downs when he absolutely needed to. But now all these people are hearing $50 million contracts, and they're starting to hate on them.
Well, I don't think that people. It's not really up to the people about the money. It's obviously up to Brad Holmes and how much money they can afford to give Goff. Now that they got the other 2 signings out of the way, how much money realistically is there left for the quarterback? Because I think that was the question. If you sign Jared Goff, how much is left over for St. Brown and Sewell? Well, St. Brown and Sewell are taken care of. So what is the number? We don't know what that number is. We know what they have. They certainly budgeted a number.
Now I'm seeing how they worked the contract for Sewell and Amon St. Brown, that the people got to look at it this way, that there may not be an end-to-end deal being done right now, but I guarantee you that they're going to work that contract the same way to where they have the outs if they need it with Goff.
Yeah, it's amazing when I looked at the numbers today and realized how little they are getting against the cap. The 2 contracts count against the cap the next 2 years. And the flexibility they will have beyond that, given the dead cap money. There's a lot of shell games that you can play for a while, and they're still in the early stages of this. So I'm not too cap concerned right now. Eventually it'll catch up to them. Might cost them a player like hey, you want to bring back a Fatu Melifonwu, or you want to bring back a Lee McNeil, or insert useful player here that you just can't afford because when they hit the open market they're going to get more. But hey, thank you for the phone call. Let's talk about who the pick should be at 29. We each made a pick earlier. We'll tell you who it is at 105 here on Carson Anderson from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit, backstage of the NFL Draft 2024, 97.1 The Ticket.
Parrish and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
On 97.1, The Ticket.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket from our draft headquarters at Buffalo Wild Wings. Yep, it's the NFL draft. We are officially 7 hours away from this thing starting tonight here in Detroit. And yeah, the Lions on the marquee of the NFL right now with the news yesterday, plus the city hosting the draft. And now, as you heard, Albert Breer, that report in the update, could they be moving up? It's certainly something we've discussed at great length today. In fact, Pete Schrager had a mock where Detroit traded with Miami to move up to 21, where there were 4 players that we all think very well could be on the Detroit Lions bucket of 15 at the top of the draft. Jared Verse, Leatu Latu, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. They moved up and took Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State. The cost was a third-round pick. In the meantime, we open the show, and Gator, we'll tally up the votes by the time the show is done and find out who Detroit wants.
Good tally. Tally away.
We want to make the pick for the Lions at 29, and we want you to do it as well. On top of that, we'd like you to give us your backup plan. If not this player, who do you hope it is? And I will start, Gator. The pick is in for the Detroit Lions at 29, and with the 29th pick, the Detroit Lions select Chop Robinson, edge rusher, Penn State. Great speed off the edge. I think of him as a faster and better James Houston, explosive, really brings to the table exactly what they need, opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, who's an every down edge rusher. I don't mind having a pass rush specialist on the other side, one whose great skill is getting home to the quarterback.
Sure, that can make sense.
My backup pick, who I would, if Chop Robinson is gone, who I would go with, is the player that, let me be clear, I actually think this is who the Lions covet. He checks all the boxes, but he would be my second pick. But that is Zach Frazier, interior offensive lineman from West Virginia, 4-year starter, 3-time captain, heavyweight wrestling champion, nasty disposition, and a guy who once famously crawled off the field with a broken leg so his team didn't have to use a timeout. That reeks of a Dan Campbell kind of guy.
Well, that it does, for sure it does. But I'm looking at this a little bit differently. At 29, the pick is in. And with that pick, the Detroit Lions select cornerback Cooper DeJean, Iowa. The Lions have gone through the pipeline at Iowa. It's worked out very well for them. And this guy is a really, really impressive cover corner, has great coverage skills, and makes plays happen once he's got the ball in his hands. With the new rules, with the return game coming back, return game making its big return.
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean is perfect for that, and it returned a number of touchdowns in the punt return game. He's done it with the interceptions. This guy is just dynamic all throughout. However, if he's not there, there is another. And the other, I would imagine, would be Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback, Alabama. It's another guy that they're probably very familiar with when you're doing your homework. On Brian Branch, you can't help but notice Kool-Aid McKinstry, awfully good in coverage. Likes to support and play against the run, a smart, heady player, and another guy that the Lions brought in to talk to personally one-on-one. So I could see them going that route. When you mentioned the interior offensive lineman, I'm kind of backing off the offensive lineman mentality for the first round for the Lions, because I think that they're looking for a player that's talented enough that can start right away for this team.
Yep.
And offensive line isn't where that has to happen. It may have to happen because injuries are going to play a role, but I think they're looking at filling cornerback 1, which they could do with either of those picks, because I'm not sold on it, either the guys they got in free agency or through the trade, that I think that one of these guys that they could take, if whether it's Kool-Aid or Cooper DeJean, that they could step in and be CB1.
All right, Kang, you're on the clock. You ready to pick?
Yeah, with today being Christmas Day, the present and unwrapping I would love to see at 29 would be unwrap me a defensive tackle from Illinois, Johnny Newton. He's explosive, he's athletic, and more importantly, he's disruptive. The guy can play the run and the pass, okay? And if you want some references, I'll give you one. Now, Brett Bielema, I know it's his head coach, right? But have you guys seen what Brett Bielema said about Johnny Newton?
I did not.
he is, quote, the best defensive lineman I've ever coached, okay? This is the same guy who coaches J.J. Watt. Brett Bielema said, I've had a lot of really good players. I've watched film in the NFL. I've graded film for 3 years. If I were to sit down and evaluate Johnny, and I didn't know anything about him, I'd probably give him the highest-ranking D-lineman grade I've ever given a player.
Wow.
I think he would make the great three-man rotation with DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil. Now, you want durability? My man played more snaps at defensive tackle than anyone in FBS last year. So if you're worried about having to go get Tyson Alulu or Broderick Martin or Levi Onwuzurike not ready, you won't have that issue with Johnny Newton. I would love it if Johnny Newton were there at 29, and that would be the pick.
And your backup plan, if not Johnny Newton?
My backup plan is if Johnny Newton's off the board, I'd probably go with Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think they go back to the Alabama pipeline. I think he's got Brad Holmes and their scouts have a really good relationship with Nick Saban. And I think that, listen, this guy was a highly recruited player. Terrion Arnold ended up being the #1 cornerback at Alabama, but I don't think there's a big drop-off, a huge drop-off between Kool-Aid and him. You get Kool-Aid, he can come in. They have so many defensive backs with one-year deals. This guy could be a future cornerback. It's CB1 for the Lions.
All right, get your pick in, 248-539-9797. All the names you've seen associated with the Lions, which is your personal favorite? Additionally, what's your backup plan if that guy's off the board? Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John. John, are you there?
Anthony.
Okay, let's go to Anthony. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Hey, so just a couple picks, right? So, yeah, the first one, and realistically, I would love Cooper DeJean.
Yep.
That's the pick there. Definitely need the corner, right? And then kind of going off paper with you guys, too. You guys are saying Chop Robinson as well. Penn State on the edge. I think you can't go wrong with either of those guys. Either one happens, I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of Big Ten guys. DeJean, an incredible athlete. Gator was showing me his high school basketball highlights today, and he was fun to watch.
Really impressive.
And you know, when you take a guy and you go, okay, I'm going to take you out of what you do well, and what he does well is good in coverage. Not the greatest in coverage, but he's good in coverage. But put the football in his hands, he's ridiculous. He's ridiculous. He's scoring touchdowns on a regular basis. I truly believe if Iowa played him on offense, after some guys got hurt, he would have been Iowa's best offensive weapon.
They probably should have played him on offense when you go back and look at how impotent they were on offense.
Yeah, not a good offensive football team.
No.
248-539-9797. Who would your pick be? A lot of reaction coming in regarding Jared Goff. What's next for him? We will get to all that coming up. From downtown Detroit, it's the NFL Draft 2024. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, it's Mike and Rico coming up next. 8 to 10, we will have, or 8 to midnight, we'll have full draft coverage. Heck, if it has to go after midnight, we'll probably be on that too. And we'll have all the picks for you tonight. Also, we're streaming. I haven't mentioned that yet today. We're streaming with video. If you want to see our setup, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing, youtube.com, search it up. Participate in the streaming chat. Love to have you on board all day today from downtown Detroit in our draft headquarters here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Downtown Detroit.
Draft Week 2024.
Kosh and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We're having people make the picks. And who do you want at 29 most out of all the names you've seen associated with the Detroit Lions? And you have a backup plan, too. Who's your plan B in case plan A is off the board, Gator? Who's your side piece?
Wow.
Wow. Who else would you go after if you couldn't get the one you wanted the most? Who's your fallback position? Who's your first runner-up, Gator?
Who's fallback you?
Yeah, exactly. University of Illinois.
For me, it was Central Michigan University.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, feedback. Craig and Taylor says the news of the contract extensions sends the message to the league that the draft master is paying his own studs. I don't know that the league, does that, what is the league supposed to do about it? Okay, the Lions paid their guys. Is the league going to react? Or does the league just go about their business?
If the league's going to react, are they going to react and say, okay, well, they locked up their tackle and they locked up their wide receiver. Those positions are off the board.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, teams are smart enough. They know the situation. Of course you're going to lock up Penei Sewell, and of course you're going to lock up Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, did you expect him to set the market? I think for Sewell you did. I wasn't expecting Sewell to be done so quickly. Sewell I thought was something that could be done at the end of the season, not necessarily before the season. Because he's only entering his fourth season. It's just before they have to make up the mind. Oh, we're going to pick up the fifth year. Of course they're going to pick up the fifth year, right? But no, they said we're going to bypass everything, just say we're going to sign him to the extension. Here we go. So, that's the surprise that they got Sewell's deal done, but not that they got St. Brown. And the money for St. Brown sets the market, but, for what, a week? A couple weeks until these other receivers get their deals?
248-539-9797. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Not concerned at all about Goff not having an extension yet. I think the Lions are waiting to see what shakes out with the draft and post-draft free agency and cuts so they can structure the first year around what comes from that. It's probably, I think that might be what's going on. And they just Goff, because they could have done that, I guess, with Sewell or Amon-Ra, but Goff is going to be the most expensive of the three of them, so. Jamie in Ann Arbor says, the thing I love about the St. Brown and Sewell contracts, they set the market. Now players like Jefferson, Chase, Wirfs, Slater, etc., all have to follow suit. The Vikings will have to pay Jefferson $35 million while paying Hawk top money too.
Or they decide not to and trade him, get a haul of draft picks in return. Is Justin Jefferson a name you look for tonight? To see possibly traded?
I can't imagine him getting dealt tonight. It feels like Minnesota wants to bring in a rookie quarterback and have the weapons around him, have the offensive line, and have their offensive guru head coach, and give the rookie quarterback all that stuff to be successful.
Well, the Vikings. This is a bargaining chip, though. Vikings already have 2 first-round picks. Is that enough to move up and to get the quarterback that they want, if they want to do that, or do they go ahead and cash in the big chip that is Justin Jefferson?
248-539-9797. Tim and Hal has an interesting one here. Great negotiating stance by the Lions. Hey, Goff, we just locked up your favorite target and your best lineman for the next 6 years. You interested?
Come on board.
Next one. Goff knows he's Detroit's only option and is likely asking for more than his market value. For the draft, my dream, Cooper DeJean. My backup, Zach Frazier. That's from Mike in Seattle, formerly from Novi. Goff had that interview last week, that podcast where we played the soundbite of him saying, look, I want to be paid, this is the way it works. You get paid a fair salary for what you do. And, you want to be with people that are above board and a class organization. And so I think the implication from Jared Goff is, hey, I don't really think there should be much negotiation with the Lions pay me a fair salary. I guess the debate is, and that's always the debate, what's a fair salary?
Listen, he can do whatever he really wants to do. If he wants the money, he's going to get paid. I don't think the Lions are going to turn it down. I think that they'll sign him to his deal. But if he wants to be a king, he could take a little bit less, and then he could say, the way you become a king is you say afterwards, I want to be here, and I recognize that having other guys around me is more important. I'm here for championships, and everybody in town would love him. Do I expect that? Nope. I don't. I expect him to get his deal somewhere around $50 million a season.
248-539-9797. More feedback here regarding the lack of a Goff contract. The others went down yesterday. I'm antsy. Not when I describe antsy as thinking about getting concerned, but not worried, nor panicked. Goff's situation may not be about money, but about length of term. That's from Walt. Sean in West Bloomfield says, is it possible Goff agent said 50 and the Lions said 45, and that gets Schefter as, quote, they aren't close? I don't know what.
Well, I don't know if when Schefter says they're not close, does that mean they're not close to coming together on a deal totally, or they're not close in terms of what the money is?
Yeah.
Because there isn't a sense of urgency to get this done right now. I don't think there was any sense of urgency to get done right now. Like I didn't expect to have one, let alone two signings yesterday.
You mean right now being like today?
Yes.
But not right now, this offseason.
This offseason, I expect it.
And I assume you want it. Here's the thing about it. We are at a place that we just haven't been, and we're not accustomed to being. This team's on the cusp of going to and maybe winning a Super Bowl. I don't want anything to disrupt that. I want a happy quarterback. They've got a happy top receiver. They got a happy best offensive lineman. I want a happy quarterback that's fully vested and that the team knows this is our leader. He's here. We're ready to make this run. But you're balancing that short-term goal with the long-term goal of wanting to be able to sustain this for more than a season or two and not have to pull a Buffalo. Buffalo went for it. Buffalo eventually got into cap hell and has had to kind of go, I wouldn't call it a full-blown reset. It's not a rebuild. It's more of a reset than a rebuild. But you don't want to have to do that. You kind of want to be able to, hey, let's make this run last, all while making sure that you make the most of the opportunity ahead next year, because the opportunity is right there. They could win the Super Bowl next year, and this isn't fantasy. For the first time in our lives, our professional lives, we get to talk about this as a reality.
Well, that's why I think that the pick at 29, if they stay at 29 or if they move up, it's because they want a guy who's going to contribute to this team right away and help put them over the top so they can get past San Francisco or Philadelphia or Dallas or whoever else might be in their way, Green Bay, whatever team you want to throw in there from the NFC, so they can get to the Super Bowl. They want somebody right now that does that.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All these people, and there's a lot of them that don't want to pay Goff, but I would call them a vocal minority. I wonder how many people that are anti-Goff are also anti-Stafford. I wonder if there's a lot of crossover of those crowds. If all the anti-Stafford people, and there were some, are now anti-Goff people.
I would think so.
Because one of the things, there's one of the traits that they don't possess is mobility. And for some people, that's very, very important in this NFL. A lot of teams going with mobile quarterbacks. But I think what's going to be interesting, if the Lions have success again, is it going to bring back – people copy success. Is it going to bring back hey, let's build the offensive line and get ourselves that accurate, quick processing, smart veteran drop-back quarterback, you know?
Well, if you're just going to be a pocket passer like what Goff is, you better have the cerebral acumen to be able to take care of business. Because if you're not, then you're just not good enough to play in the NFL. He clearly is. That being said, it seems like the vast majority of quarterbacks that were getting their teams into playoffs were of the athletic type. They have the ability to scramble if they have to, even if it's just a little bit like C.J. Stroud, or if it's a lot like Lamar Jackson. Somewhere in between that run, I think Goff is like a unicorn when it comes to what he does. He and Kirk Cousins are very similar, and Cousins didn't get his team to the playoffs.
Let's go to Jay. You're next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jay.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great, Jay.
Oh, man, I'm fantastic, too. You know what? I just feel like, one, I love this move out of Lions. Like, I can't remember the last time that we made two big signings like this, and it was no, oh, why are we signing them? We don't even win with them. Why would we give them this much money? Like, I love where we're positioned at a team. I just hate that people get caught up in, like, this Tom Brady syndrome of, oh, well, Tom Brady took less money so the team would win. Why won't we do it? And it's like, yeah, but Tom Brady was married to somebody worth $700 million. Like, that's not every quarterback's position, and I don't think Goff should, I don't think Goff should have to take less. I feel like he should be paid, and that should set the standard for us as a team and as a city so that after the Goff era, people don't look at us like, oh, yeah, if we win with them, they're going to want to lowball us and all that stuff. Like, I feel like he's earned the money, pay him the money, and let's set a foundation of a team that's willing to invest in the team when the team is succeeding so we can have sustained success. Like I said, everybody always falls on that Tom Brady thing, but I just feel like people have never brought up how his situation was so unique. And I can't think of another quarterback that was married to somebody that was making more money than them.
Right.
And it also shows up when it's like, why do you think that he never did a whole bunch of commercials? Now he's doing Hertz commercials because he divorced $700 million. You think he doesn't want that money back now? Like, I've never seen Tom Brady do this many commercials and stuff during his whole 20-year career, but now all of a sudden I can't get him off the TV.
Well,
and I'm just saying people need to realize that counts.
He lost a ton of money in that endorsement deal, too, with whatever that cryptocurrency thing was.
Yeah. Great call, Jay.
Maybe try to make up that ground.
Hey, let's swing around the league next. A draft day edition of the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy, 97.1 The Ticket.
Nash and Anderson, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet. It's now time for the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy.
Here we go. This is a draft edition. Kang's got a bunch of draft questions for us. And we're going to flip a coin here, Gator. See, I can't bring up the app. There we go. Heads or tails? What do you got?
I got heads.
And it is a head. You're going to kick or receive?
I will kick.
All right. So I go first here, Kang. Question 1.
All right, this is a big topic for today because of all the quarterbacks and offensive players that might go, mainly quarterbacks. Give me the order of how the first quarterbacks go and where do they go?
All right. Caleb Williams goes number 1 overall to Chicago. Jaden Daniels goes 2 to Washington. In a trade, Minnesota moves up with New England and takes Drake May at 3.
Wow.
At 4, Vegas trades up and takes J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan. At 6, Michael Penix goes to the New York Giants. And at 22, Denver trades out of 12 with Philly, drops back to 22, and selects Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Just to recap there, 5 of the top 6 picks are quarterbacks in your view.
That is correct.
Interesting. Well, the exercise that I read was just to be ranking them in order, not going actually specific teams, but I appreciate your detail there. Caleb Williams, to me, will be the first one, and I agree will be the first overall. Same thing with Jaden Daniels and going to Washington. Number 3, with New England, I have them taking a chance on trying to strike gold twice and taking J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan.
Oh.
And thinking maybe they can go back in time and recapture a little of the glory that they had with Tom Brady, even though he was a 6th-round pick. Next, I have Drake May, followed by Michael Penix and Drew Nix. Now, the Drake May thing to me is interesting because...
Bo Nix?
Bo Nix, yeah.
Yep.
I actually did write Drew Nix. That's crazy. That he's no longer a basketball player. Drake May... I'm not sure where he goes, if he goes to the Giants at 6 or not, because I'm not sure the Giants even know what they want to do. You know, the Giants have another year with Daniel Jones. So do they want to take another quarterback and you know, kind of have him learn and mentor? I think probably they do. My 51 says the Giants would take him at 6, and that the other teams that are behind that want a quarterback, whether it's the Vikings or the Broncos or the Raiders, I think they pass on it. I think they pass on trading up to get one.
Kang?
I've got Caleb Williams, Bears, Jaden Daniels, Commanders, J.J. McCarthy to the Patriots. I agree with Gator there. Drake May, Giants. I think they were very interested in him. They're just trying to play coy right now, but they want Drake May. Michael Penix to the Raiders. I agree with you on this one, Doug. Bo Nix to the Broncos, but not in the first round.
Okay, fair enough.
Another football question.
All right, Reggie Bush, former number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft. He won the Heisman in 2005. Well, guess what? They took that away from him, but they just gave it back to him yesterday. He was reinstated to Reggie Bush, the trophy and everything. Was this the right call?
I mean, in today's landscape, I think it's the right call, but only because the NCAA has no spine whatsoever. They punted on NIL. They have no teeth right now. They just don't want to get sued. That's what the NCAA is all about. So the floodgates are open to overturn basically every violation of the past. So sleep easy, Michigan fans. You're fine right now because this is going to expand beyond just football. It's going to go to basketball, too.
Reggie Bush, look, this is known, the reason they did this was due to the enormous changes in college football landscape. To me, it's just not that big a deal. I don't really care personally about Reggie Bush and his Heisman, although I do have some grace and forgiveness for rules that were broken when he was 18 years old. The adults are the ones I'm more mad at than the kid. So give the kid his trophy back. Sure, I'm fine with it.
He's no kid.
He was 18 when the violations took place.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't really care either, Doug, but I always recognize him as the winner anyways, and the adults did let him down when all the violations happened, but it was a rule back then. So, I mean, they broke the rules, and so I don't care either way, but if you're forcing me, I don't think if we're going to give his trophy back, let's go to other sports. What about steroids? If they become legal, do we give all the steroid guys their trophies back and awards and records back? So my point is, if it's a rule at the time and you broke it, you still broke the rule. So I don't know if you should be, necessarily giving back all your trophies and awards.
Football.
All right. The draft this year only has 13 players that will attend in person. The list for the last few years is in 2023, 17 players. 2022, 21 players. 2021, it was a COVID-ish year. 13 players attended, but 45 virtually. 2020 was all virtual. 2019 was 23 players. It's gotten lower and lower every year, guys. Is this going to hurt the NFL draft experience? And is it going to force the NFL draft to make changes to get more players to show up?
I think the NFL loves having players walk across the stage and hug Roger Goodell, and I think it gives the fans something to cheer about. It adds to the overall excitement. I think the solution here is, I was listening to the First Draft podcast. Players want to get paid. They want to get paid. They're getting paid in college, and now with something like this, they probably are getting paid to host parties in various places. I think the NFL is going to offer them up a chance to push whatever brands they push when they get selected. They can offer up more commercial time to players to allow them to enhance their marketing capabilities by being here. So, yeah, I think they are going to want to make that change.
I agree with Doug. I think it will hurt if they continue down this path, because they really do want to focus and grow the brand of the players in the NFL. So what's the best way to do that is by showcasing those players. Goodell loves the bro hug. We all love the bro hug. But this is why the NFL is going to step in and incentivize the draft or even mandate participation. It's what they do to continue to fuel this money-making machine. And in the end, I think you will see more players attending the draft because it will be paid for by them. All expenses paid, and perhaps even a fee of, hey, here's $50,000 for showing up on draft day.
Yeah, I don't love the bro hug, but I like to walk up to the bro hug, and I think it does hurt the fan experience a little bit. When I think when you're there and you're paying all this money for the ticket packages, and even, optically at home, you get to watch the player walk across the street and get his jersey and get his hat. I think that is a cool thing. So I don't think that the fact that less and less players are attending draft is a good thing. Doug, you might be onto something. Show me the money. That might get more players to come out there. Maybe someone needs to make it cool to be drafted day 2. I mean, Brian Branch stuck around. The problem is no one likes being last picked. Maybe it's not invitation only. Maybe you let players say, hey, I want to come, and you start accepting other players to come so you have a fuller green room.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Football questions.
All right, Russell Wilson is on a 1-year deal with the Steelers. Justin Fields, either their backup or the competition for the starting quarterback, he did not get his option picked up. Basically, guys are both on 1-year deals. Who is going to be the starting quarterback for the Steelers next year? Is it Wilson, Fields, or someone maybe they draft, or other?
I think it's Russell Wilson. I think he probably starts. It really depends on who's going to pick up the playbook faster. And I'm going to guess it's the veteran Russell Wilson who picks that up quicker than Justin Fields. But rest assured, I think there's a quick hook for whomever starts because they do have another plan. Justin Fields is kind of like he's a much younger version of Russell Wilson who runs better. But Russell Wilson has the experience, and he's coming off a pretty decent season, actually.
I'm going with Justin Fields, in part because he's 25 years old. He's not defined yet. I think he could be a long-term solution for them, and I think they prefer to have it be him. Additionally, the added entertainment that Justin Fields goes to Pittsburgh and turns out to be way better there than he was in Chicago, and way better than Caleb Williams will be in Chicago. That makes me smile.
Yeah. That would be funny. I'm going to go with Russell Wilson. I think this is Russell Wilson is going to be this year's Baker Mayfield. 1-year deal, prove it. He actually does well, and they bring him back because it's hard to find a quarterback in this league, and when you find one that can win games, get you to playoffs, you tend to stick on to those quarterbacks. So I'll go Russell Wilson.
I have a fever, and the only cure is more football questions.
All right, give me a first-rounder that no one has projected in the first round for this year's draft.
Okay, I mentioned Denver earlier, trading back to get Bo Nix and make a move with Philly, who wants to move up. They drop that back 10 spots. They get more draft capital, but what they really need is just more talent, and they need this position. I think Denver moves back into the first round and takes Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
It's interesting because you and I did not discuss this ahead of time, and my question on this was, does Edgerrin Cooper count? Because I sort of saw him on some mocks, but not many. Just to be a little bit different, because I had a backup. I said, if not, Mikey Sainristil, I think, is a guy who can go in there. I think he's shooting up some draft charts. People look at his playmaking ability, that he's maybe just scratching the surface of being an excellent defensive back. He was at Michigan, and he only played it for a couple years.
All right, so everyone, by all accounts, is saying this is going to be an offensive-heavy first round. I think if you wait on a receiver for the second round, they'll be flying off the board there too. So I think someone gets really aggressive and gets scared and takes a guy that they don't think is going to be there in the second round for them because they'll be flying off way too early, and that's wide receiver from Oregon, Troy Franklin. I think he's going to be the wide receiver no one's talking about that gets picked in the first round. Yep. And there's always a guy like this, right? Like where you're like, oh, well, everyone's board is different. We go back to that. Not just Brad Holmes, but every GM out there. I think someone like maybe the Niners or somebody, maybe the Chiefs, they have Troy Franklin as a high-rated receiver, and they go grab him in the first round.
I mean, he had 25 touchdowns in 2 years or something like that. Crazy total.
More football questions.
All right, last one. Give me a bold-ass prediction for draft night.
My bold-ass prediction is the Minnesota Vikings are not trading up. They're going to stay right where they're at, and they're going to end up taking either Penix or Nix, depending on which one's there. I think Penix is probably the quarterback that goes ahead of Nix, but if he's there, they take Penix. If he's not, they take Nix.
My bold-ass prediction is that 5 Michigan Wolverines end up in Los Angeles with Coach Jim Harbaugh. Mikey Sainristil in the second, Blake Corum in the third. The Chargers have a fifth-round pick. They take Trevor Keegan. They take Josh Wallace, the corner, in the 7th, and A.J. Barner, the tight end, in the 7th.
Look at you.
I love it, Doug. I love it. My bold-ass prediction is the Broncos trade cornerback Patrick Surtain in a huge deal.
Oh.
Wow. All right, there it is, the conclusion to the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy.
97.1 The Ticket.
All right, King. Hey, it's Doug. DTE offers programs, rebates, tools, and other resources to help you make energy efficiency improvements in your business. Head to their website, dteenergy.com/get started. They've designed it with you in mind, with easy navigation and everything you need to know in one place. There, you can schedule a complimentary energy assessment. Find out how to earn rebate checks, and you get tips for low-cost or no-cost improvements. That's dteenergy.com/get started to start your business energy efficiency journey today.
Hey, it's Stoney for Colony Marine. We're not here to just sell you a boat. We're here to sell you a lifestyle.
Are you
Colony's
serious?
been doing it for 65 years, and there's nothing better than the boating lifestyle. Whether it's a new boat or a used boat, Colony has your back from 13 to 75 footers. Colony has the top brands like Sea Ray, Boston Whaler, Cobalt, Crest Pontoons, Fairline, and Maritimo. Come see our huge inventory and our spring incentives at St. Clair Shores and Oakland County showrooms, or visit us at colonymarine.com.
This Odyssey.com Sports Minute is brought to you by Northville Lumber.
All right, couple interesting late-breaking stories here as we get you set for the NFL draft. Moving in on 6 hours. 6 hours away is the National Football League draft. First, we'll start with Justin Rogers, beat writer that covers the Detroit Lions for, is he Det News or I'm Live? I'm sorry. He's Det News, right? Yeah, thank you. Anyway, reflecting on his draft experience, writes Justin, Amon-Ra St. Brown said Detroit was the one team he didn't want to draft him. Now said it's the best thing that could have happened. Not sure he would have excelled like this anywhere else. Said he could, if he could do it all over again, he'd pay to come here. Which is interesting because yesterday the exact opposite of him paying to come here took place. He got paid.
Did he get paid?
Yes, he did.
He made some money?
He made some money, didn't he? You just found something for Diana Rossini.
Yes, and she said that teams are actively calling to move up, and it's been going on all week. Today it's getting real. I had one decision maker share, quote, it's going to be tough to watch some teams pass on Alt, Harrison, Neighbors, etc. because they have to, quote, get a quarterback. And then I saw this that Dov Kleiman retweeted from the Schultz report. Said the Giants want quarterback Drake May and have been trying to trade up the number 3 pick with the Patriots.
Very interesting.
So New England's an interesting situation there at 3, and of course the Giants are picking at 6, correct?
Yeah.
So you know the teams 4 and 5 don't need quarterbacks, but teams 4 and 5 are also primed to move out of that spot and trade with, say, Minnesota, Denver, or Oakland, or the Vegas Raiders if they want to move back up. So if New England's going to play this game of passing up on the quarterback at 3, there's no guarantee they get the guy they think they're going to get at 6.
So the thing about New England is that franchise, since Brady retired and they stink, it feels as though they have lost all juice. I think that's a team that needs a quarterback to get some juice back and to get where they once were. And it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, right? That they were pretty damn good. So I'm looking at that situation, and I am thinking that New England, I can't see them moving out of there and unless they're moving back and still taking a quarterback.
I would be. I mean, if I were, I try to take myself out of the equation, but if I'm running the Patriots,
yeah,
and if I think that Drake May or J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix, if I think that those guys are franchise quarterbacks, you take it.
Yeah.
Because trading back does not guarantee that you get one of those guys, unless you're just trading back the one spot, which they wouldn't be doing. So if it's me, I'm making the pick, and really if it's me, I'm hoping to God that Drake May goes second so that you can get Jaden Daniels third. I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the draft.
Well, we shall see how it plays itself out. Now, Diana Rossini, that wasn't the only thing she's tweeting at this hour. She also said the Rams, who haven't picked in the first round since 2016, are calling to get into the top 10 per sources. So Les Snead, who he's the F them picks guy. Is he actively trying to get into the top 10? And if so, the question becomes, what are they after? Because I would not think that they were in the quarterback market. They need defensive line help. They need edge rusher help. Are they after Dallas Turner?
Are they after Dallas Turner, or are they just after the best defensive player available? Are they after an offensive lineman?
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to top 10, there's a lot you're looking for.
Yeah, so those are some breaking stories here. Now, if you're just joining us, there is discussion of the Lions moving up. This feels like it's got to be the right player, and it's got to be that fell far enough to a team that's willing to move back. I don't think Detroit is, in spite of the reports in the Albert Breer story, which we tweeted out. If you want to see it, you can follow it at DunganGator971 on Twitter. But, yeah, Albert Breer saying that Detroit's one of the teams that's looking to move up, presumably for edge rusher, cornerback help. That doesn't seem like top 10. So who are the 2 or 3 players they're looking at? How far would they have to drop? It's something to keep an eye on. If Quinyon Mitchell gets past 16, 17, 18, he could be the guy. Terrion Arnold, same thing. Jared Verse, same thing. Liatu Latu, same thing. If you see those guys falling, don't be surprised if you hear that we have a trade and it's Detroit making that trade.
Well, I listen. We've watched this man draft for 3 years. He has not disappointed in 3 years.
Nope.
He's got conviction to go and get his guys. And the only one that's really kind of questionable at this point is Jamison Williams when he moved back into the first round to go get his guy. If he's going to move up from 29 to the teens, I have all the confidence in the world that the guy he's getting is going to be a stud player because he's moving that far up and getting a guy who I would imagine contributes right away, whether it's an edge rusher or a cornerback.
Let's bring in our guy, Rico Beard, who joins us here on 97.1 A Ticket and is on deck with Mike. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Well, we got you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Gator, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Rico.
Oh, man. I got to hang out with Doug.
We had a good time. It wasn't too long because we knew today was going to be an enormously long day, but we were at the Jelly Roll show.
It was one of those, I think, deathbed moments that it was just I couldn't believe it. Hanging out with Doug as Flavor Flav introduced Jelly Roll.
Yeah, not what I was necessarily I didn't expect to see Flav.
I didn't either.
I was hoping Professor Griff would be on stage, but I don't know. I think those two have gone their separate ways. I'm not sure.
And then I get to watch Doug in his element. I'm like, this is it right here.
If Chuck T had come on and yelled bass, how low can you go? I would have lost it.
What you guys don't realize, this was freshman year vintage Doug West Acres 516.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this Doug in over 30 years.
I
Now
tried.
He's a family man. He's responsible, eating kale. But then, that was Doug.
And I also tried to get my whole room into Steely Dan. You guys weren't biting. So that record crate went home. But there was one record crate stayed. The other one went home. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Draft talk. Just the atmosphere. I took a lap around there just to kind of see what it was feeling like. The crowd is starting to come in there. Also, reports that the Lions could be moving up, which I said, you know what? I take that exactly how I feel. It means they're moving down. Believe nothing. Hey, listener, believe nothing that you hear today because it's the deals and the people you don't hear going to get moved, they move. Like last year, you know what? Brad Holmes was like the G in lasagna, moved in silence.
Yep.
Also, just the guy that you don't want to see the Bears, Packers, or Vikings draft.
Oh, that's
because
a
that
good
means
question.
you have to see them twice a year for the next few years.
So we asked the people today to make the pick at 29. The name that came up more than any others that the people want at 29, I guess this is it. The pick is in. And the final selection from the Carson Anderson audience. Cooper DeJean, cornerback, Iowa.
See, I like Cooper DeJean, but I like him only for the whole special teams aspect of it. The problem with Cooper DeJean, he didn't play man at Iowa, and I don't know if that's going to fit with the type of defense that the Lions have. Now, that new kickoff thing, he could be the next Devin Hester now. Like, this may be a thing where he could change the game. Even if he just returns one back a game, he could flip a field.
Yep. Have a great show, and we'll see you tonight. We'll be back on the air with you, the whole crew, tonight from 8 to midnight.
I'll be in the bullpen, so, when you get tired, just go ahead.
We're trying to piece it together here.
I got the Tommy trumpet music. I come walking through the door.
Hey, have a great day, everybody. Look forward to talking tonight. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That one's all for you.
You pancake eating MFer.
Worst movie in history. Thanks for that. Draft day upon us, and we begin with
Kool-Aid
reports.
McKinstry, no matter what.
Vontae Mack. Can't believe he gave the ball to a fan. It's his sister. She's dying.
As a matter of fact, she's dead.
Indeed. All right, so let's begin the day with Albert Breer, shall we? According to SI NFL Insider, Albert Breer, the Lions are one of several NFL franchises interested in trading up from their current spot. Among the teams exploring a trade-up are the Lions, who are sitting at 29. After 2 years of multiple firsts, which brought them Aiden Hutchinson, J-Mo, Gibbs, and Campbell, the Lions are likely looking for an edge opposite Hutchinson. That sound you just heard was Rico's denim getting turgid. Or perhaps another corner. So let's begin here. I know that would be the best scenario for the fans tonight, which is we have a trade, the Lions are on the clock, and it's pick 18. Whether you believe they're moving up for an edge or not and who that is, conversation. Moving up for a corner, less of a conversation. Probably Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell.
Right.
But do you buy they're actually moving up? And I take you to the comment I gave you yesterday, Rico, where it was Joe Shane with the Giants saying, look, I've only got 15 guys with a first-round grade.
Right.
If Brad Holmes has the same number, do the math on it. Well, what has Holmes shown you? He will move to get his guy. Dan Campbell on our morning show, shout out Cookies, said if our guy's not there at 29, we're dipping out. So how much stock do you put into this? I'll throw the number to the people, and I wanted to start draft day with this because this is the hype move.
It is.
Whether it's right or wrong,
Right.
I leave to you. This would be
This would
pandemonium.
it'll excite the crowd because that means you don't have to wait till midnight. It means that they're going to move up and maybe make a pick around 10 o'clock or so. You'll get to see who that Lion is. Maybe he's actually in the green room. How much do I put into this? How much stock? None. The problem is
the deflator.
No, it's not the deflator. It's Mike, you've done this long enough to know. The real moves are the stuff that's done in silence. Brad Holmes moves, as I told Doug and Gator, he's like the G in lasagna. He moves in silence. The fact that this is going out there saying, hey, the Lions are looking at trading up means they're moving back, which means because you never heard anything when he wanted to get Jahmyr Gibbs. You didn't hear anything about J-Mo. It just happened. We were all on the air, and we were all stunned, like, wait a minute, the Lions just made a trade. So that's why. Now, would I love it? Absolutely. Come on, I've been saying this for the longest. You got to go out there. You got to pair somebody up with Aiden if you really want to solidify this defense.
And you know who the person is. It's the person I started the draft process saying, well, that would be the dream, and then I left it. They signed Davenport. It's clear they believe in James Houston. They just didn't. They went and got DJ Reader. They didn't get an edge. I go, okay, I guess they're done there.
Mm-hmm.
The player's Jared Verse.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jared Verse, unlike Chop Robinson, Jared Verse has a better physical. Jared Verse is more power-based. Now, again, Chop has better pure edge speed. He's a better pure pass rusher. But what does Verse bring? The ability to power guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't that be the presumed guy they'd have to move up to get?
I would think so. But, once again, even if they move up, I don't know if it's necessarily for that because, as you said, I'll give you credit for this, ever since the corner that they went out there is now on America's Most Wanted, there's a glaring need at cornerback. So maybe you just go up and get the best one in Quinyon Mitchell and say, you know what, we're done.
Pro Day, Rascore.
Yep.
RRI, a qualified player.
He's one of the 6 players that, according to what do you call it, the RRI?
Yeah, the Rico Research Institute.
I have the Lions taking one of those 6, and Quinyon Mitchell is one of those players. They attended his pro day. He had a high RAS score. It fits what Brad Holmes wants to do. If you're going to move up, that's probably the one that I think they're going to go and get.
All right, so let's do this. Let me throw the number out, and here's how I want to do it. Let's start with the Albert Breer report. Some merit, no merit, serious merit. Do you believe the Lions are moving up? Do you believe they're moving up to draft an edge? Do you believe it somewhat, not at all, or all the way? You know, I'll give some credence to it just based on what we know about Brad Holmes, what we know about his grading system. There's no way he's got 25 first-round grades out there.
There's not. But this is where I also say the Lions like the shock and awe. Like yesterday, who saw the 2 signings coming? Nobody. They like to just drop the bomb on you and say, hey, we're still around.
Right. Well, shock and awe is when your city is hosting the draft, and there is so much Honolulu blue down here right now.
There is.
If you announce the Lions are on the clock, we have a trade, pick 16, it's pandemonium. It's rock star status. Now, you don't operate that way just because of that, but, like, we are all human beings. So there is an element of, you know what, we're a Super Bowl team. I think this one player can put us over the edge. And you know what? It doesn't hurt my motivation to do it, being that we are at home, and it's the best move for the organization, and it also happens to be a rock star move. Well, let's see what the people have to say. Look, if you don't buy into any of it, say it. If you buy it all the way, go for it. I think we have had a feeling the Lions could move up, but that's also something that it's really hard to do when you're at pick 29. Moving up could also mean just moving to 25. You know, maybe Chop is that guy. Maybe they want that just pure third down specialist as insurance on James Houston. I don't know.
Or maybe versus that guy that just starts slipping. They're like, you know what, Brad, let's just go ahead and make that move. And we move up to pick 25 and go get him.
That's it. So I wanted to start the day with that. 248-539-9797. Some of partially, all of it, none of it. Do you buy Albert Breer saying this team's going to move up? David, what do you think, man? I mean, are we insane that I partially believe it? Rico has no belief in it.
No, I believe it. For sure I believe this. Because yesterday, the Freep had an article saying, not saying it, but basically asking Terrion Arnold if they said anything about trading up. Of course, he's going to keep it secret. He's not going to say anything. But the conversation about trading up seems to be happening every day here with the Lions at one point or the other. So, yes, I believe they're trading up. But what you said may be more true, Mike. It may just be the 25.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy into 12, but
right.
they
Everyone
may trade
views
up,
trading
yes.
up as what Atlanta did to go get Julio Jones. Like, no,
Exactly.
that would surprise me. But again, if look, this is the beauty of Brad Holmes. He identifies the players he wants, and he's willing to do what's necessary to go and get them. No one had a belief they were going to move up and go and move to pick 12 2 years ago.
Right.
All right. Now I thought it was going to be Rico's dream sequence, Jordan Davis. They took Jamison Williams. Why? My belief till the day I die is he had J-Mo as his top-rated receiver. That's just what I believe, unless Brad Holmes comes out at some point and makes a confessional. He believed, look, I got a grade on this cat. He's a difference maker. He's one of my top 10 players. He's the top receiver. I'm going to go get him. Well, if they have that kind of grade on Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, no, I wouldn't be shocked. And in reality, look, do we all believe the Lions are going to win at least 10 or 11 games next year?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have to start as a part of your calculus saying, what am I really giving up next year? The idea would be I'm not giving up a pick inside the top 20 if I gave up next year's one. That's what kind of goes into it where I go, I'll give you pick 29, I'll give you next year's first-round pick, and you sprinkle some sizzle underneath, you can get to pick 15.
That's a very interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, you're right. That's if everything plans out well, you're giving away pick worst case scenario, pick 20.
Right. Now, if it doesn't work out, you've handed a top 5 pick to somebody else. We just saw that happen with Houston, I believe.
Yeah.
So it is a huge risk. But so's taking a running back at 12. So's moving up for J-Mo, who was hurt. So's taking a off-ball linebacker at 18. Brad Holmes, for all intents and purposes, Rico, last year it was risk it biscuit. A tight end, a safety, a running back, and an off-ball linebacker.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Houston because Houston did go all in and say, you know what, F the picks. You could have our picks next year. We see 2 guys that we want. We want both of them. It panned out.
Right.
And that pick that they traded away, worthless.
Yeah, and you one second, no, David, all I'm saying is everybody wants a huge reward without ever taking a risk. But the reward is directly correlated to the level of risk you take in life. So it's this idea if Brad Holmes sees a bedrock player like Amon-Ra, like Penei Sewell, and he goes, look, whether it's Terrion Arnold, Mitchell, whoever it is. Why do I have to care about what I'm giving up to get them? Just go get them. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry about that.
I'm so glad you said that, because I keep hearing the word risk, and you're saying it's a risk and everything, but everything's a risk. Staying at 29 and drafting who they draft is a risk. It may not work out. You cannot on one end, the fans, I'm saying, can't on one end say you trust Brad Holmes, but then be afraid that he's going to trade up and maybe give a future first-round pick to get the guy that he thinks is him. Yeah. It is what it is. Take the risk.
And we did the exercise, 3-4 days ago. I said if staying at 29 is not on the table and you got to move up or move down, what was my choice? Move up. So, it's respect for the team. It's respect for the way they've been built. It's respect for how good Brad Holmes is at his damn job. And I just feel like, guys, if they've got a grade on something they love, you've earned the right to take that risk. Like, you're in, like, okay, comp it out to the team I root for. Do you understand how different the conversation is if you're talking about the Giants trading up? I mean, the Giants are a mess. You're not built solidly. You don't have a great line of scrimmage going. Like it's a different conversation where you go, wait a second, we're going to give up a first-round pick next year to move up 3 spots and take a risk on a QB? Tough.
Knowing that you'll probably be top 10 next year.
Exactly. Again. Whereas the Lions, I'd be far more surprised if they're picking inside the top 22, 23 picks than outside of it. So, okay. Look, Albert Breer, it's the report. If you want to use it as a dinner napkin, I'm not offended. I didn't write it. I'm giving it partial belief. Rico's giving it none. None of us are sitting here going, all right, I'm convinced it's happening.
Right, and the reason why I said none is only because the Lions never tipped their hand.
Yeah.
So the fact that this came out,
you think they're going out of the
leaves
first round.
me the exact opposite, that it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Just like if they would have said the Lions are thinking about trading down, that means they're trading up.
The reverse of the reverse psychology.
There it is.
248-539-9797. I want to get some phone calls going on that. We'll get some ticket texts as well. We've got Who Am I later. We've got Stoney may join us later as well, by the way.
Oh.
He's already here for an 8 o'clock shift.
I did see him walking.
He's going to be really prepared.
He said he did not want to fight the crowd, so I was like.
The before linger.
I mean,
the pre-linger.
David, it was noon. Like, you do realize that's a full work day.
Yeah, if anyone would like to have lunch with Michael Stone, he will be milling around the NFL's draft site for roughly the next 7 hours.
He'll meet you downstairs in B-Dub. He may even buy you something.
Anyone got a birthday party, he will indeed jump out of the cake for you.
He will sign autographs. He'll take selfies. He'll do whatever. He'll wash your car. He's Booby Miles.
What was it, Permian West or whatever it was? 248-539-9797. Rico, you're batting leadoff today.
All right. Xfinity.
All right. You guys awake out there? It is draft day. You know, I'm sorry I'm not just asking who your favorite player in America is, but let's think a little bit. Albert Breer report. The Lions are moving up. And his belief is it's to take an edge. Could be an elaborate smokescreen. It could be a rock star move. I just want to know whether you buy it or not. And again, Rico's not wrong. You're not wrong. I think everyone's lying to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, the Giants were infatuated with J.J. McCarthy, and now apparently they're infatuated with Drake May. Probably none of them are true, and they're going to take a damn receiver at 6. I got
to check your ID right now if you told me your name was Mike Valeni.
Why is that?
Because I don't believe anything
Exactly.
I hear today.
It's all a lie. It's a lie. 248-539-9797. David, give me some of the ticket text. What do people got?
Trade up gives the fans what they want. Grab the edge to team up with Hutch. There is time now, Johnny from Rochester. Someone else says moving up to 25, if that's what they do, I would take Nate Wiggins if he's there. That's just me. Someone else, I think it's very poignant point here. Fans who are scared of trading up, ask yourselves, would you give up your first-round pick for a Super Bowl? Anyone who says no is an idiot.
That's the whole thing is this let Brad cook crowd who you can't say anything remotely critical of are the same people who are sitting in their skibbies scared of the dark. No, the reality is you would give up 5 first-round picks to acquire Penei Sewell. That's not like idiot radio stuff. I'm being serious. If you were to trade Penei Sewell, I wouldn't take anything less than 5 first-round picks. So this idea of like, I don't want to give up a future one to move up in this year's draft, no. Because you have to give Holmes the credibility he's going to find another one of those players and let him have another bite at the apple.
And I think you also have to lose the fact that a future one, because we're also used to the Lions' first-round pick is a top 10 pick. It won't be.
Right. This is pick 27, pick 24, pick 29, or hell, you win the Super Bowl, it's pick 32. Who the hell cares?
Right. You know, it's like if you would have even
if
I would have told you last year that you would have traded your number 1 pick, your first-round selection this year for Jahmyr Gibbs, would you have cared?
You know what?
No.
We've arrived at FDM picks phase.
We have. We have.
Not mad if they don't do it. I'm just saying I no longer care if they do.
I've been saying it for
Go for it.
Your window is open. It may last you about 3 years. So do everything you can to win the Super Bowl in that time. Because when it falls apart, you're going to hit that rebuild, and you're not going to be as good. But while you're there, take advantage of it. So that, you know what? Here's what you don't want. You don't want this team to end up being like the 06 Tigers, where you're like, oh, my goodness, they're so close. They're going to win all types of World Series, and they did.
Or my Celtics. David, go ahead.
Someone says, don't buy it. They're moving up for Terrion Arnold, not the edge rusher.
Okay. Fine. Lord knows they need a corner. Let's go to the phones. We'll go to the people, see what everybody's got. Tim, what do you got today?
Mike,
Timmy.
love the draft. This is awesome. Yeah, great conversation. Our defense is really good. They got a lot of good try-hard guys. They're real smart, good quality dudes. But what we don't have on defense at all is speed. Zip zero. They got to go up and get Dallas Turner. The guy's got speed. He'll be able to be flying all over the field doing stuff. They need to get guys with speed. They need to get a couple guys with speed. That's. I don't want Terrion Arnold. He didn't run great, and the Kid Street, he didn't run great either. And we want speed. We need some speed. We got good defense, smart guys, but we need some guys that can chase people down. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and again, Tim, it depends where does the player land. Like, do I see a scenario they're going 29-8? No. I mean, that is a Julio Jones Atlanta deal. David, I would have to look it up. I just remember when it happened. I mean, Atlanta gave up the farm to get the player that they thought could put them over the top. And in fairness, they got to a Super Bowl. And they were up 28-3. I can't change what took place after that. But that would be a seismic move.
Yeah.
And again, Rico's got his abacus out, and he's about to do the point totals. Here, let me just give you your answer. A lot.
Okay, then you nailed it.
They
because
sent their first.
Go ahead, David.
I'm sorry. They sent their first, second, fourth round picks.
No.
First and fourth of the next year.
No. I think I'm all set.
And I was going to say something similar where At the minimum, you're giving away your first, second, and probably first-round pick next year. That's minimum.
Yeah, it's a hard pass on that. That's a lot.
That means that guy better be the final piece to the puzzle.
Correct.
Now, if you want to risk it and you believe that a Dallas Turner is what the difference was in the second half of that Niners game, then go get him.
Right, if you believe he's Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
If you believe, hey, by putting
He's Chris
him
Jones.
that is a lot more than the move I talked about. I mean, you are talking about 5 draft picks. Now, again, if you hit on the player, what's the player worth?
Yeah.
You know, what's Amon-Ra worth? What's Penei Sewell worth? I mean, these are the players you're aiming to acquire. I know I want it for the people. Like, I think it'd be amazing, but I only partially believe it. But they're sitting at pick 29, which is new for everyone in that room. Holmes clearly is a hard grader, meaning there's no way they got 29 first-round grades. Yeah, moving up doesn't have to be seismic, but I give Albert Breer a little belief, partially because I want to believe it, because I think it'd be a hell of a lot of fun for the people.
Well, then you know what? I want the people to come down here, come downtown, and have that belief.
That's right. Like I have a belief that Roma Dunze will be a New York Giant for you. Not even for me, because I'm miserable.
You know what? I need you to be happy. I want it for you.
No,
because deep down, little Mikey is ready to put on that red, white, and blue and gray jersey again and be a
It would be
G-man.
nice. Right, it would be nice. Yeah. Instead of wearing a paper bag at a grocery store.
Right, every year, like, oh, my team sucks. No, I want you to feel proud about your team.
And oddly, I'm pretty accurate about that. 248-539-9797. All right, Detroit, listen up. Football season coming to a close now. We'll get a little All right, 97.1, good to have you with us. It is draft day. Talking a little bit about the Albert Breer report, where the Lions are trying to move up for an edge. You put any stock into it? David, you've got some Amon-Ra stuff for us. He got paid yesterday, talked today. What is he, handing out turkeys or something, I read?
He was at a food truck.
He was at a food truck handing out pizza, whatever it was. But I think he's a clear example of the before and the after when I talk about the culture here in Detroit. Because, of course, yes, he got paid yesterday. So, yes, he wants to be here. He is one of the foundation pieces. But here's Justin Rogers on what he said. Reflecting on his draft experience, Amon-Ra said Detroit was the team he didn't want to draft him. Now he said it was the best thing that could have happened to him. Not sure he would have excelled like this anywhere else. Said if he could do it again, he'd pay to come here. And I think that's the clear example of the before and the after when it comes to what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built here. You have guys in 2021 first getting here saying, I don't want to go to Detroit because of the history of Detroit. We all know what Detroit was. Detroit was a laughing stock. They were losers.
And they were like Green Bay used to be.
Yes, they were like Green Bay used to be, or Tampa Bay back in the day in the 70s and the 80s.
Punishment.
A horrible franchise. No one wanted to go there. But now you got a guy saying if he could do it all over again, he would pay to come here. They're winning now. And, of course, you would say that now. But look at that. The culture has changed here. Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell are examples of why they've done that.
David, here's the one thing that I do like about this, because later yesterday after he signed, he did I was watching Good Morning Football this morning. He did a pod with Cameron Jordan from the Saints. And Jordan was just like, dude, guess what? When you Google highest paid wide receiver, that's you. How does it feel? He really just kind of downplayed it. He showed me that it was still business as usual with him. He was like, you know what? For today, Justin Jefferson's going to get paid. All these other guys are going to get paid. It'll only be me for a second. He was like, but seriously, though, how do you feel? He just was kind of like, yeah, man, you know what? It's no big deal. I'm still me. And that was something that told me, because you always you wonder when you finally get that big deal, will that person change? That interview showed me he's still going to be the same guy going out on the field.
Well, and again, it's what we opened the show with yesterday. And I said it to you. You're wired one of two ways. And the problem with, I don't want to go on a tangent, but the problem in society today is the minute anybody gets a nickel, they want to show you they got $1. Amon-Ra, it's not about that. It's about the work. Yeah, all right, everybody knows what I make. It don't mean a damn thing. After you sign the piece of paper, I got to live up to what I just signed on. That's why I felt great paying him. It's why I love the kid. It's why, to me, he's the most Detroit athlete we have. He represents everything that you wish athletes represented. Hard work, a little bit of humility. I love that he's got an edge, and it's never drama, ever. No noise. Just do your damn job. Get the paper.
He
You're
looks
good
like
to go.
Mike. He looks like the type of person. Let's just say he drops a key pass in the game. He's getting some type of intern or somebody. You're going out on the field with me. We're going to do about 1,000 balls on the jugs machine before I go home, because I don't want this to happen.
Let me ask you this question, because this is another one where I heard Duggan Scott had a couple of callers call in, and they talked a little bit about the Breer thing, and it was, what about a wide receiver?
Moving up.
Well, the two positions that I think get overlooked a little bit are D tackle, because Aleem McNeil is headed into his last season. Now, you have DJ Reader on a 2-year deal. I can't speak to whether they're going to pay Aleem or not. He will cost a ton. You can go look at Dexter Lawrence's contract that the Giants signed. But D tackle or wide receiver, because, again, everyone talks about J-Mo like that's a thing. No, J-Mo's a hope. J-Mo's a maybe. But the reality is, look, Josh Reynolds walked out the door. And J-Mo, I don't know how much I can truly depend on him. You are one Amon-Ra St. Brown injury away from being very limited.
You are. But.
There's always a but.
No. As I've said, Mike, because I was very impressed with what J-Mo did in the NFC Championship game.
I know. You really loved it. No, as he was destroying you.
Right, but I'm looking at it because it was just one of those, like, this is what we've been waiting to see all of this time. It got lost in the sauce because you remember Reynolds, you remember not kicking the field goals, you remember all the bad things. But one of the most positive things that happened in the game was J-Mo That to me was like that Gibbs Monday night game, his breakout party. Now, unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to play the very next week. So we've forgotten about it. You're angry. But I looked, he scored on the jet sweep. He scores a touchdown late. Like, he was a part of the game, and he was doing it in game-changing type of plays, especially that first touchdown where just kind of caught San Francisco off guard. Like,
but what I'm saying is this. You're right on everything you're saying. I need the play-in, play-out consistency where Jared Goff going through his progressions is finding J-Mo, not on this, hey, remember the New Orleans play. Hey, remember the play against – no, I don't remember plays. I don't remember games.
That's the unfortunate part is because he did it in the last game of the year. So it's almost now a Rorschach test where you see what you want to see, I see what I want to see.
Yeah, what I want is consistency.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that this is going to be the year he stays out of trouble, doesn't do anything. He starts playing on game one. I think he's going to be a part of this offense.
So would you not take a receiver anywhere in this draft?
I would take one later. I wouldn't move up to take a receiver now. No.
What if they're sitting at 29 and A.D. Mitchell's there? I'm only asking.
No.
I'm not advocating. I'm asking.
No, I would still pass. Because, I mean, not to say that you can, but wide receiver is one of those positions, Mike. Look at how many jewels that you get later on in the draft, including our own very Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't necessarily need to take one at the top of the draft for him to become a top receiver.
David, what do you got on ticket text here before we run out of time?
I think Rico is right. Brad Holmes never does what everybody expects him to do. That is Lenny from St. Clair Shores. Another person says, Dan and Brad are putting Detroit back on the map, and I love everything about it. That is from Mark. Possibility of moving up is not out of the realm in this current NFL draft based on what Holmes 007 does, not the media hype. That is from Mark. If we trade up, I want a pass rusher or defensive tackle. Unless he had a corner as a top 5 talent in the draft, I don't see the value in that for all the picks you are giving up to move up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be – the corner's going to be difficult because you just expect Quinyon Mitchell to go top 12. And Terrion Arnold probably not too far behind it just because there's such a commodity. Everyone's looking for one. It's like relief pitching in the pros. I mean, it's – the edge rusher's really interesting because there's two you just keep coming back to, which means they probably won't take either one. They move up and take Latu or something. Right. I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. I'd love to see it for the people. It'd be an exciting moment. It'd be crazy for the people that are down here for the draft. I'll put a little bit of stock into it, and that's about it. Not going to go crazy. 248-539-9797. We will get our first blitz in the mix here. Top of the hour, it's a topic we've wanted to do now for 2 days, and I'm excited to do it. I talked to a couple of the guys from Chicago doing radio in the back over here. It's about the player you do not want to see arrive in this division tonight. Mm-hmm. With the Vikings, the Bears, the Packers. Who do you not want to face twice a year? And I've got a selection. And Rico may need new pants. 248-539-9797. We will get to that as well. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. All right, first of several today on a draft day. We're going to get a little football today in the mix, go around the league. We'll have rumors later on. But, David, music, let's get to it. No, we're doing rumors right now? Right now. Oh, boy. Well, that's good because it's not a packed house yet, so I don't have to feel god-awful about this segment. Here we are. All right.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Guy's a pastor, and he's a filthmonger. Let's go.
Hey, baby, turn to Psalms.
Right.
Let's get here to this one. Diana Rossini tweets out, teams are actively calling to move up, and it's been going on all week. Today it's getting real. I had one decision maker share. It's going to be tough to watch some teams pass on Alt, Harrison, and Neighbors because they have to get a QB, which leads me to my rumor from her that the Rams, who haven't picked in the first round since 2016, are calling to get into the top 10 per sources. Are they going to get a quarterback?
See, this is the problem I would have. They haven't picked in the first round since 2016. And now, in one of Stafford's final seasons, you would be wasting that pick. They're in a really tough spot, but they are not able to rebuild. You're loaded on offense with wideouts. You got a star running back now in Kyron Williams. If they're moving into the top 10, to me, that's to go get Joe Alt. That's to get, J.C. Latham. That's to get an offensive
to set up
lineman,
the next quarterback.
and to keep Matthew Stafford upright. I mean, he got obliterated in that playoff game. I just think it would be dumb to do it, David. If they're moving up, I got to believe that's for an O-lineman, no?
If they're moving up to the top 10, yeah, it's got to be either for an O-lineman or, you don't need a wide receiver, so maybe somebody on defense. If you told me they were moving up into the top 5, now maybe they're going after a replacement for Stafford. But I'll say this, David, because at this point, your top 4 quarterbacks are going to be gone anyway. So you don't need to move up into the top 10 and take a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix Jr. You could take those. That's one where you try to make a trade with the Lions and get that pick to get one of those 2 guys.
Hey, baby.
Oh,
I got those rumors for you.
Do we really need those inserts in this segment?
Oh, definitely. We definitely need those inserts. Okay. ESPN report indicates that 2 prospects may fall out of the first round. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh, no. What is there, a bad medical?
Well, Kool-Aid I can see because, if you go with the whole RAS score, it wasn't great. And if his name was just
HVAC,
Willie or whatever, because it's Kool-Aid, he's cool and you want him on your team. But if you really look at what he did at Alabama, it wasn't great. He was the number 2 corner. He wasn't the main corner.
There's no disagreement. I'm with you.
He had all the hype.
The Powers Johnson one is really interesting. I haven't heard a negative about him. Maybe there's a medical. Who knows? Maybe 5 minutes before the draft, there's a bong mask video released. I don't know. That would surprise me, though. Kool-Aid would not. I'm with Rico on this. Him and I have both agreed. Like, he's not even the best corner on his own team. Why the hell am I selling out to go get him?
Your wife's gonna love my rumors.
I'm going to put these next 2 rumors together because the first one may lead to the belief of the second one.
Okay.
First one is no defense in the top 10. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic reported one of those scouts said he believes the top 10 will come and go without a single defensive player being taken, which leads me to this one. ESPN reported that the record of 19 offensive players taken in the first round will be broken.
That I've been saying now for a month. This is continuing to be, it doesn't matter if you talk to people in the NFL, people who cover the NFL. This is one of the best offensive line classes in the history of the draft. That's just the thing you continue to hear. It's why I have said at pick 29 in this draft, if I were running the Lions, yes, I would take an O-lineman because in other years, that guy's a top 10 player. That's the level of quality you're getting. So I believe that.
I can see the offensive players, David. I do think there's going to be a defensive player taken in the top 10, maybe even 2. But also, it's a run thing. When all of a sudden a couple of defensive players start going, now it's like, okay, maybe we need to get this guy, and panic sets in. You see it all the time where there's a run on receivers or a run on quarterbacks or a run on O-linemen. But I still think that somewhere between 8, 9, and 10, you're going to see at least one defensive player.
Open wide. I got some of those rumors.
Oh, dear God. Okay.
So it is finally the day of the first round.
Oh, is it? I hadn't heard.
There's been so many things talked about with JJ. Late in the first round, early on. Now he moved up to about 11, 12. Then the top 3. I don't know what's going on, but here's a rumor here. Tell me what you think happens tonight.
Okay.
For one, the rumor says that J.J. McCarthy may well make it to 11 for Minnesota.
I believe that. I believe it because, A, he's not at the draft. Then I'm sorry. Don't give me this I don't want to be the center of attention cutscene.
He wants to be with his family.
Make sure you see me burning sage under the goalpost.
Mike, he's going to be with his family.
I don't
He's gonna be
believe
with his
him.
teammates.
I don't believe him. So listen, A, that's there. But B, the hype got so insane. I still think it goes back to I'm fine if he goes in the first round because teams are desperate to get a QB. The thought that he's one of the 10, 11, 12 best guys in his draft, I think is laughable. Now, again, I have said it. If he goes in the top 10, it's supply and demand. And the demand far outweighs the supply for quarterbacks. But, David, yes, I have reached a point now. I won't be shocked at anything. But I will be more surprised than not if he does go in the top 10.
Yeah, I can see. I think he'll probably fall out because if there's no trades being made, the other teams don't need a QB. So now it becomes a game of chicken between the Broncos and the Vikings and the Raiders to see maybe he slides down and maybe I only have to move up to a certain spot. I think he'll probably end up as a Viking or a Raider. I don't think the Broncos will have a chance.
And I'm going to close it out with this rumor here because why not?
Okay.
The word is the Steelers love LSU product Brian Thomas Jr. and may not let the pass catcher slide past them at 20.
I think he's one of the most underrated players in the draft. Everyone's talking Marvin Harrison and Roma Dunze, and look, and rightfully so. They're fabulous. Malik Neighbors. David, again, loaded O-line class, loaded wide receiver class. In another year, he would be wide out 1. I would have, if I'm you, I'd have no issue with it.
Except for in about a few years, he'll just be the latest Steeler receiver that goes crazy and does
Will you
stuff.
stop it? Vontaze Burfict doesn't play in the league anymore.
Chase Claypool, have you ever seen him play?
All right, listen, will you not feed this man's ego? He's already out of
Will he
control.
stand on logos and do TikTok dances?
Yes. Yes.
And those are your
rumors.
That was an enjoyable day.
Oh, man.
I do like that bit. All right, so we wanted to do something a little bit different here, where we're all hyper-focused on certain premium picks, like, who's going number 2, or, hey, what does this particular team do? But step outside of just caring about the Lions for a minute, because you know the other side of the coin? Every other team in your division is making picks tonight in the first round. So we wanted to have some fun. This is a great idea that became a topic from Rico, and I have a selection. I can already see it being a ball breaker. What I want to know from you guys is, what is the one player you don't want to see a divisional rival take tonight? You don't want to face them. And whether it's the Packers, the Vikings with pick 11 and 23, the Bears at pick 9, what I don't want to do is go, Caleb. We know Caleb is going to be a Bear. So there's no point in calling up with that. But if it's the Bears at 9, if it's the Pack, if it's the Steelers at 11 or 23, what is the one guy, in essence, you don't want showing up at your front door? Now, I have a selection. And I already have PTSD. I've dealt with this guy before. He's pure nightmare fuel. And I'm going to say to you, the one guy I don't want in this division, the Bears would draft at number 9, and it would be Rico's godson, Roma Dunze. I do not want to David, I don't ever want to see Roma Dunze again. Whether it was out in Seattle, whether it was in East Lansing, and now twice a year with the Bears. All this guy has done is terrorize me. No. Contested catch monster. A red ass. An unbelievable physical specimen of a wide receiver. You know what I don't need to see in my life? I don't need to see that guy on the same football field as Caleb Williams and deal with that twice a year. That terrifies me. So my selection, and again, I know Rico is going to be like, wow. I'm not going to tell the people what you just showed me on your phone. And no, people, don't be perverse. It's not that. I'm going to need you to take that phone back before I whip that across the room. The point is 248-539-9797. Give me the player. Hey, we're all waiting for the Lions at 29. Don't let my divisional rival take this guy. For me, it's Roma Dunze at 9. Just please, do not be anywhere near this division.
I can see that, Mike. For me, it would be a bittersweet thing because
I can't.
Okay,
I
okay.
can't.
All
You're
right,
absolutely killing me. Put the phone away.
I would say Roma Dunze was one. I would also say if the Vikings somehow took Jared Verse. If the Vikings took Jared Verse with one of those 2 picks that they have, I think that he's a guy that could just wreak havoc throughout the years because I do think that that's somebody I would like to see the Lions take. But, man, you do not want to see this man coming up against your team twice a year. So, no, that would be that guy. And a Dunze at wide receiver. The Packers, I don't think they're – there's nobody later on. Maybe, a Cooper DeJean because that just kind of –
He was built in a lab to be a Packer.
Right. Cooper DeJean just looks like, Packer. And he'll
Ratty,
be the guy. Yeah,
try hard.
He'll be the guy that you're just like, man, why didn't we take him? So those are my 3. David, what do you got?
So I was laughing back here because I had just told Kenny mine. I'm like, Mike is about to say exactly mine.
No.
So it is Roma Dunze, but I do have another one here. In a scenario, from everything I've been reading and all these people saying Marvin Harrison Jr. may fall and slip, is if he gets to 9 for the Bears.
Oh.
Lions fans don't want to face Marvin Harrison Jr. twice a year. You don't want him to do that because you know what his father did in the league? That's what he'll do.
If he got past 6 with the Giants, I'm walking out of here tonight.
Oh, that's room for radio. You know what? Yes, David, because to me, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Roma Dunze are I'm always open type guys.
Yes.
Even when they're covered, they're open. Throw me the ball. Watch what I can do. I'll go up against the best corner. It doesn't matter to me. There's other guys who can get shut down, but those two, you're right. I don't, because I thought about Marvin Harrison. I can't see him making it to 9. But,
That's the tough part about the scenario there,
no.
yes.
But here's the thing. How aggressive are the Bears? Do you package something together with your 9th pick to move back up into the draft to get, the best wide receiver to go with the best quarterback in the draft?
I'm going to tell you the guy, though, honestly, fellas, it would be a Dunze to the Bears. It would be Cooper DeJean to the Pack. Cooper DeJean is, look, Packers have always been like this zone team. He's that middle America, Iowa, try-hard gym rat, pain in the ass.
And then,
at some point if he goes to the Packers, he's going to return a kick or a punt on the Lions. It'd be a Dunze to the Bears. It'd be DeJean to the Pack. The Vikings is an interesting one.
For me, like I said, that's verse. You now have somebody coming off that edge.
What if it's Turner?
Wow.
Here's the other thing. Does anyone fear it? Now, if you're a Michigan fan, would it break your heart to see J.J. McSizzle in the division? You guys are a culty bunch. What would it be like rooting against one of your own messiahs? I'm leaving that to you guys. I have no feelings.
David,
Once you go pro, if you don't play for my team, I want to put you in the ground.
Yeah. David?
Jazzy Cat.
I got my pick over here.
Okay.
And we're all busy stealing each other's ideas. I had Marvin Harrison Jr. Before David did, and I said it out loud. I'm pretty sure he stole it from me directly.
Wow.
But yeah,
Wow.
I know, scandalous.
Shots fired.
That's right. And at some point, I think we've all agreed that the Lions are going to improve their defense in some way. I'm not saying that kind of undoes the progress that you made once you get a guy that, like you guys said, always open. Yeah, it's a fear of mine.
But, David, I'm asking you, JJ, as a Viking, bother you, yes or no?
Any emotional tie to that?
No, not at all.
Okay. No, and, David, you're normal. Right. Most of your brethren as Michigan fans are not, in fact, normal.
Right.
So I just wondered if that would cause a bit of an issue. Now, again,
248-539-9797.
I think for the Vikings, it would just be any quarterback. It would be because every quarterback you take, there's a chance it becomes the next Mahomes.
Because they are so stacked, Mike, it would.
Think about it. They got Addison. They got Jefferson. They got Hawk. They got Aaron Jones.
I know everybody's hyped on JJ, but because of what they have right now, and I think he's more ready right now, if you put a Penix in that lineup with those receivers.
Oh, and he wears purple. Okay.
See, you know what, though? You just said something. It may not be Michael Penix Jr. If they trade up to get Jaden Daniels, that might be the fear.
No, but think
there.
about this. It could be Penix at 23. You don't have to do anything. They got 11
That's
and
very
23. True. So if you're like, here would be the Lions' nightmare menu. Penix at 23 to the Vikes. Adunze at 9 to the Bears. DeJean at 25 to the Pack. If I had to chart out what would really be like, oh no, I think the teams I face twice a year actually drafted really well.
Right.
I think those would be the three.
So we're asking you guys, who's that one guy? I know everybody's been trying to think, I want the Lions to get this person, but who's the one guy you just don't want to see twice a year, maybe even 3 times if you have to see him in the playoffs?
And imagine this. I mean, David says there's no stress about the JJ thing. Imagine if JJ goes to the Vikings and is good.
That he actually turns out and does everything that he did at
Yes, and he becomes this spiritual leader for that team. He essentially becomes White David, a spiritual compass. He goes to Minnesota, rallies them,
takes over from Cousins.
Think about it. If JJ goes there and he's good, Jefferson resigns, Jordan Addison, Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, and now it's not that JJ plays for another team. It's that JJ's busting your ass twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a nightmare if you're a Michigan fan. Because when Brady was doing what he was doing with the Patriots, that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Right. Because you're only going to see them in the Super Bowl.
And Lord knows, we all know they weren't going to go and do that.
But with
So-
this, yeah, you got to see him here and at Minnesota. So, yeah, just want to know, guys, who is that nightmare scenario you did not want to see in the division? You hope that they're going to get drafted, but you only have to see them once every 3-4 years because they're playing in the AFC, or you'll see them in the Super Bowl or something like that, not twice a year.
Dave, a couple of ticket texts if you don't mind.
Rico, good call on Verse to Minnesota. I'm still having Jared Allen nightmares. That is from Tom in Flat Rock.
Right, good replacement for Daniil Hunter, too.
Mm-hmm. Don't want to see Brock Bowers with Caleb or Love in Green Bay. That is from Matt.
Oh. Wow.
Hey, Mike, Rico, David.
No,
I'm with
hold
you
on.
Okay.
I didn't think about that, but wow, Brock Bowers to Green Bay.
Can't. They just took Musgrove and they got Tyler Croft. But okay, you want to play pretend? We'll play pretend. I'm just saying they just put a lot of capital into the tight end spot.
No, they did, but he's more than just a tight end.
Oh, indeed.
Go for it, David.
It's my guy.
Hey, Mike, Rico, and David. I'm with you on Roma Dunze, but my pick is Brock Bowers. Don't want to see him anywhere near the division. Happy draft day, guys.
What about
Cheers, John.
Bowers to Minnesota at 11 with Penix at 23? Then they got the two tight ends, the two receivers, the hefty lefty tossing the rock around. Oh, God.
Or they take him to Chicago.
Someone's saying Nate Wiggins to the Pack at 25. That would
Okay.
scare me.
Yeah, so we'll canvass the ticket text. We'll get a few of the phone calls as well. 248-539-9797. Give me the player. You just, please, we're so focused on who we want. Who do you not want your rivals to get in the first round tonight? We'll take your calls next. 97.1. All right, so we're having a little fun with the draft a different way. And the rest of the show, we will certainly lock in on Lions pick and 29, the Albert Breer report. They might be moving up. What is the nightmare scenario as far as who the hell do you not want in this division? You got the Bears. Forget about 1. We know they're taking Caleb, but you got the Bears at 9. You got the Vikings at 11 and 23, and you got the Pack at 25. I think we narrowed it down to 3 guys. Cooper DeJean with the Pack. That's like built in a lab Packer. Please do not allow that. Adunze at 9 because it would break both. It would break you and I to see a team we follow lit up for a 3rd straight year. What he did to Michigan State should be a felony. But him at 9, he is a phenomenal player. And then the Vikings, look, for me it would be, if I'm a Michigan fan, what I don't want is J.J. McCarthy because then it's one of my guys busting my ass. The other thing is if you're a Spartan fan, then it's another double dip. This guy beat the living daylights out of you the last couple of years. Now you turn the page on your Saturdays, and we're all Honolulu blue and silver. Yeah. Uh-oh, more McSizzle and meditation magic.
Not to the same extent, but you know what it's like? It's like for the last couple of years, watching K9 come into Ford Field, do his thing, and walk out with a W.
Yeah.
That's what it would feel like. It's like
uplifting as always.
Yeah, I used to like this guy. And
now I hate you.
And now look what he's doing to me.
But he burns sage and takes pictures. All right, let's go to the people and see what their nightmare is. Let's go to Austin to lead it off. Austin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, longtime fan. How you doing?
Good, my man. What's on your mind?
My nightmare scenario as a longtime, lifelong bleed and blue Michigan fan is J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. That guy genuinely scares me. Him with Justin Jefferson would be an absolute nightmare any day in Ford Field.
And think about it. It's Justin Jefferson. It's Jordan Addison. Yeah. It's T.J. Hawkinson and Aaron Jones twice a year. And it's your guy.
That's scary.
All of a sudden, you're not going to like his smile so much.
Right. Because when he's smiling,
get the
you're
meditation
losing.
out of Ford Field now.
That's it. I'm telling you. See, I'm glad Austin is honest with us.
Yeah.
I think if you're a Michigan fan, that is an absolute nightmare.
Because if he catches fire.
What you want is JJ in the AFC far away, and you can root for him.
Because imagine if he is this year's C.J. Stroud. A guy that really at this time last year, nobody thought he was going to do what he was going to do. Remember, we were saying how dumb this guy was. His test scores were horrible. Nobody's talking about that now. He's one of the elite quarterbacks and up-and-coming quarterbacks. If J.J. does that and he's in Minnesota,
it just shows you how good Stroud can be when the other team doesn't have his place. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, that slipped out. James, how are you?
Flag.
David, please.
I'm doing all right, guys. How are you doing?
What's up, James?
Yeah, the person I definitely don't want to see in the division is J.J. McCarthy. I mean, freak athlete, 15-0, manhandled everyone in his way, national champion, 27-1 as a starter. Like, that's definitely a guy I don't want to see.
And James, real quick, like what you were just saying, like the part of it is that is the best spot for J.J. because the weapons, and it's just he could drop in there, and you're like, oh, this could be very bad. That's the key. Like,
Mike, if you want to know what would be better place?
Go ahead.
Detroit. That might be a better situation than the Vikings.
Yeah, but I mean that's not real. Like, I mean, you're picking 29th,
and you already got a quarterback that you're probably going to be re-signing soon, and you just took a quarterback in Hendon Hooker,
which I'll never understand.
No.
Ever. All right, good talk. Listen, I understand it would be a hometown hero routine. I get that. If the Lions were picking in the top 10, we probably would have been talking about this for 4 months.
But see, at that point is when I would say, you know what? I've never been big on the hometown hero thing because I think it's just way too much pressure. Now, Aiden Hutchinson has defied logic, but look, it took him a while to get there because we've seen – because you're expected
Why do you hate
Aiden?
What's your problem?
Oh, I didn't. Remember, I was the one who –
I'm
kidding.
kidding.
I was the one who said you're playing him wrong. You need to play him like they did at Michigan. Somebody heard, started moving him around. I'm just saying, you keep lining them up. But when you're the hometown hero, it's too much pressure because you have to be the savior. Now, the Lions have had some success. But, yes, I think if J.J. was a Minnesota Viking, it would cause a lot of anxiety and a lot of mixed reaction with a lot of Michigan fans. Just like I said, and to me, Cooper DeJean screams, I'm a Green Bay Packer.
I'm telling you. Like, okay.
Like you said, he's going to return some. With the new kickoff format, he's going to take one or two to the house.
But I'll give you the example, right? Now, I've lived this now for a few years. The example was the only player me and Big G wanted was Micah Parsons. Only guy we wanted. And my idiot-ass team made a deal that allowed Dallas to hop him and get Micah Parsons. Who'd
you take instead? I'm not trying to be funny.
That was the year we traded down. I think that was the year we drafted. Hold on. Why am I guessing? Give me a second.
All right, go ahead. I'll look it up.
Let me think about it. That was the year we traded with Philly. We traded out of pick 10 and moved to pick 12. They moved up and got Devontae Smith. The Cowboys then selected Micah Parsons, and then we were on the board. And all I've lived with is Micah Parsons ruining my life twice a year. And it's no exaggeration. It's kind of why I think your topic resonated with me, is like I'm the living embodiment of what happens when your rival gets the player. You just, please, not him.
Gotcha.
Please, anyone but him. By the way, have you heard some of these rumblings about Micah Parsons wearing a little bit thin in the building in Dallas?
Yeah, I have.
I'm just asking. You hate to see it.
Hanging out with C.J. Stroud a lot.
Okay, then Drew is up next.
Just saying.
97.1. Drew, what's going on?
Hey, happy draft day, guys.
Drew, hey, happy draft day. I'm sorry for laughing.
You saw it, didn't you, Rico?
I
You saw it.
Yes, I did, David. I saw it, Drew. I apologize. I'm going to give you full-time, Mike. You know who you guys took instead? Kadarius Toney. Go ahead, Drew.
Well, I think these Bears are building a defense. I would hate to see them draft Turner or even Verse, because I think, man, it could be big problems for the rest of the division if they get someone on the opposite side of Sweat.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Bears' defense is something that people don't really talk about. But man, you're right, at 9, could they end up with the best pass rusher in the draft? They could. You're right. The Adunze thing seemed like such a natural fit. I don't think DJ Moore is a true number 1. I think he's an elite number 2. So I'm like, hey, maybe they backstop this Caleb Williams thing with a big-time receiver. But no, listen, the Bears adding anything on the defensive side of the ball sure as hell wouldn't be a treat. That's more than fair, Drew. Now back.
Right. Can I share my draft crush with y'all?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Man, we're here till midnight.
That Murphy defensive tackle out of Texas.
Yeah.
I haven't really heard him going to the Lions a lot, but I feel like, man, you put him and start rotating those guys with Reeder and McNeil, man, that could be a problem for other teams in the division.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have slept. Drew, I don't think you're crazy at all, because I think a lot of people have slept on the fact the Lions could use another defensive tackle. Now, they'll sell you on the kid they moved up to get last year. What's his nuts? The kid they traded up for in the 3rd round. Name is escaping me. Whatever. The point is, you got 1 year left of Aleem McNeil. And if you're going to pay him, it may be a $28, $29, $30 million a year deal. DJ Reader's here for 2. You don't have a ton of guys in the pipeline here. If they identify a guy they love, it kind of operates as a backstop to the Aleem McNeil contract conversation that we're going to have. What if you drafted a defensive tackle and he turns out to be pretty high level? You know what you're getting in DJ Reader. You know what it allows you to do? And I'm not saying you have to be thrilled about it. It allows you to say, Aleem McNeil, God bless, we'll take a compensatory pick. Let somebody else pay you $100 million.
Not that far off. He finished in the top 10 of the RAS score. Because that's important.
Elite RAS.
Elite RAS.
And
Broderick Martin, by the way.
Broderick Martin was the guy they traded up for. Thank you, David. I'm sorry. The Kadarius Toney mention has me a little rattled.
Well, no, because David knew exactly what I was laughing at, because I'm like, okay, let's see here, Micah Parsons, yep. And, oh, wow, okay,
Yeah.
Kadarius.
Yeah, we moved down to let a division rival take Devontae Smith. So now his 75-pound ass destroys my team every year, even though he looks like a child out there. And then we allowed a division rival to take the player that me and Big G wanted. So when you wonder why this topic resonated and I went, oh, hell yes, let's do that. Yeah, this is why.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go to Jake. Hold on. We'll get to Jacob momentarily. 248-539-9797. Let me tell you about Moran Buick GMC real quick. All right, we'll get to football today in about 8 minutes. We will do Who Am I? The most difficult edition yet. I have ratcheted it up all week. What you've been doing great.
Oh, no, I know. So now I'm just trying to think, like, I've been waiting for you to dip into the 90s.
Look.
Bryant Young.
Oh, my. Fantastic.
He was.
He was excellent. No, so we'll get into that. And then, obviously, like, we can turn our attention towards the Lions. The Albert Breer report, it's in play. I mean, he's claiming the Lions want to move up to get an edge. Do you buy it? We've talked nightmare scenarios about who you have to face. We're going to be here nonstop, and then tonight it'll be a rotating cast of. I mean, I don't even. Is it TJ, John, me, Doug, you, Cookies? Stoney's been here since 10 a.m.
Rieger.
Stoney's been lingering in downtown Detroit. Rieger is here. So draft coverage all the way through the first round. David, give me a couple of the ticket texts. We got some draft rumors to get to as well. So we're jam packed.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some names that we haven't heard before. McConkey strikes me as a real irritant. I wouldn't want to have to deal with him on third down catches for the next 10 years.
If I had a bell, I'd ring it.
Yeah, irritant is the right word for Ladd McConkey at the next level. He's like Wes Welker's love child.
There are 4 players that I don't want anywhere near my division, which would be Marvin Harrison Jr., Roma Dunze, Brock Bowers, and Jalen Polk. Stevie Steele in California says Chicago will probably get Caleb. We know that. But at number 9, I don't want them to get Dallas Turner. I don't need him in the division or Cooper DeJean in Green Bay.
Oh, by the way, just some news. And again, there are some whispers. This Amon-Ra thing may have had a domino effect. There are just whispers. I thought for a time when the Eagles extended Devontae Smith that it meant the end of A.J. Brown. Just some light whispers. There may be an extension for A.J. Brown tonight. I'm going to tell you, receivers are going to be going to the table now.
Brother, I thought it was a joke, but Brandon Ayuk went to Instagram and basically started dancing when he saw what St. Brown got because he knows I'm next. I don't know if it's going to be there or where. Maybe it's the Steelers. I don't know. That's one that, David, your rumors, you guys could be in that draft day trying to trade up because I guess the Niners want a first-round selection for him. You giving up a first-round pick?
For Brandon Ayuk? No.
Not because for Ayuk,
no, because I'm giving up a first-round pick to then pay you $30 million. And no disrespect, like I like Brandon Ayuk. He's no Amon-Ra. He's no Tyreek. I'm not even sure. Look, I don't want to be disparaging, but like right now,
disrespectful.
No, all right, right here, right now, you only get to keep one: Debo or Ayuk. Who you keeping?
Debo.
Well, then, goodbye. That's just how I view it. I mean, look, my team is bereft of talent. I would take Ayuk, but like a first, and I gotta pay you?
Well, that's what they were asking for. That's the price.
Great, David, go ahead, buddy.
I don't want to see A.D. Mitchell on the Packers. Could be the second best receiver in the draft. I'm scared of him. Keon Coleman will cook the Lions just like Jaden Reed for the next 8 years.
You know, the funny thing, David, I didn't think he would do this, but yeah, Jaden Reed is one of those where you're like, oh, man, you're going to be around for a long time, aren't you? Okay, yeah.
So we've been talking.
Go ahead, David. I apologize. That's my
We've
fault.
been talking a lot about Odunze and not wanting to see him here. Someone says if the Bears get Neighbors, I'm going to be upset. That's Brig in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see, do the Bears double up on offense? You know, you draft the quarterback, do you pair the rookie receiver with him? And look, I think the Giants prefer Neighbors. I think that's who they'd end up taking at 6. That's why I ended up with Odunze at 9, just for fun. But it doesn't really matter when you distill it down. There's 3, I think 4. Yeah. Brian Thomas out of LSU is 4. There are some big-time receivers in this. And guys like Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, or as Rico calls him, Adonai.
Or even if you got Keon Coleman in the second round.
I mean, I don't think he's any good.
If he doesn't have to be your number 1 guy.
Okay. And he doesn't have to block.
So basically, he can become like your J-Mo, where you got your main guy.
Yeah, equally unreliable. I'm sorry. I'm not a huge Keon guy. Sorry, David, carry on.
Blake Corum, anywhere in the NFC North, I do not want to see him. He annoys me. Okay.
Really? You're that into watching kickoff returns and him blocking? Okay.
Oh, come on. Don't be mean now. I mean, come on.
Wow, Rico. Come on, man.
Jeez.
No, David, the reason why I wouldn't is because he just has a lot of wear on the tires. That's all. Like this, every running back coming out in this draft played way too long at their colleges. And that's why I would pass on.
Yeah, this is not a good running back draft.
So it's not just him. It's Estime. It's all of them. It's no hard
Jonathan
pass.
Brooks.
Yep, hard pass. All of them.
What about Trey Benson?
Any of the top 3 wide receivers to the Bears or Brian Thomas to Green Bay?
Boy, I mean, the pack just seemed loaded at wide receiver. I can't imagine him doing another one. But yeah, sure, why not? I stand by it. Like, look, obviously, we all think the world of what Brad Holmes has built and how good this team is. The one thing I'm not going to do is I can't concede that the division is yours. The Packers are going to be a pain in the ass, man.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love figured it out, and I can't get out of my mind them coming here and running you over with a garbage truck.
Thanksgiving Day, almost first play of the game. Yeah. Watch this.
That's why I don't want to see DeJean there. That is a design for Green Bay gym class hero. I can't stand it.
Thanksgiving.
Exactly. I haven't heard that drop in ages. 248-539-9797. So here's what I want to do. We'll keep it timely. Let's get to a football today. I know we got calls to knock out. We got Who Am I coming up in about 20 minutes. Lots to do. 97-1. So unlike Rico, who you want to throw the headset down?
No.
Okay, you're a pro. Listen, the NBA Finals starts now. Don't tell the Celtics that, as they no-showed last night. All right, so with draft day upon us, we got a little something special here. Now, we do it during football season. It's every Friday. But part of what this has turned into, weirdly, is people want to bet on the draft. So naturally, guy to my left, the king of receipts, is going to set us all up for failure. Prop bet casino time?
Let's go.
All right, let's see how awful we can be at this.
I don't understand. What happened to all that money?
Over under 1.5.
I could still make money for all kinds of people back home.
Rico's Prop Bet Casino.
And I guarantee you this will be featured on one of your ridiculous, vindictive receipt segments in about 2 weeks.
Monday.
Yeah. Oh, even better.
We don't have to wait that long.
Why delay the gratification?
Hey, you know what? Let's just dive right in. Guys, quarterbacks selected in the top 5 picks. Over under 3.5.
I'll go under. I just think it's going to go, Rico's favorite artist, Brian McKnight. It's right back to 1.
Oh.
It's going to go right back to the initial mock where it's going to be Caleb, Daniels, Drake May. The sizzle on McCarthy, he goes 11. Bo Nix maybe 12 or something, but I'll say under 3.5.
I think the sizzle on McCarthy has had the opposite effect. I'm going over.
Oh, no. Don't you dare, Kenny.
Yeah, I think I have to go over as well. Arizona right there is that question mark. They keep saying they're going to stay there until their pick comes up. I think they're going to trade it, which means we go over.
I'm going to go under because I think when it's all said and done, all of the trading up to these different spots, nothing happens. Harrison goes to Arizona. I don't know who's going to end up going to the Chargers.
Oh, Blake
but okay, he's on here. Over under offensive linemen taken in the top 10 picks at 1.5.
I'm going to say over. I just feel like Alt won't be the only one. It's the greatest O-line class of modern draft history, and tackles are such a premium. I'll say over.
I'm going to say under. I feel like the quarterback rush, like I said, will have an effect, and maybe a wide receiver or somebody reaches for that too.
Man, me and Kenny are going to war on this early.
You are. Somebody's going to be really smart or David?
Yeah, I need to go over here. I know the Jets there's rumors out there saying they're all in and they want to get this stuff for Aaron Rodgers. Well, what's wrong with getting an offensive tackle? I think that's where they end up. So, yes, over.
I'm going to go under, and you're going to find out why with the next question.
Ooh.
Over, under, wide receivers selected in the top 10 at 3.5.
Under. I think it'll be the big 3. And I still, I know because I'm not allowed to be happy with sports, Brock Bowers will be a Jet. And break my heart.
Rico, I think I jive with what you're putting down here. I'm going to say over.
Unbelievable. Kenny and I are oppo. It's the upside down world.
I'm going to go under here. You got Marvin in Rome. So, yeah, I'm going to go under. That's it.
All right.
Are you going to give an answer?
I did. I said over. It was the reason why.
Oh.
So, yes, I'm going over as well.
My bad.
I think you would at least get 4 wide receivers taken in the top 10.
Okay.
With the Jets taking the final wide receiver.
All right.
Largest trade up in spots, meaning you go from number 20 to number 15. So, largest trade up in spots, over under 7.5. Will somebody trade up more than 8 spots to get a pick in the first round?
All right. I want to say yes because that's fun. And Lord knows we're going to be delirious on the air all night tonight. But I'm going to say under. It takes a lot to move up 8 spots.
Now, full disclosure, remember, Minnesota's sitting right there. Do they move up into that top 5?
Yeah, well, that's moving from 11.
Right.
That's still under. I'll go under. You are trying to be such a trickster.
Mike, I know we're going to war right now. Am I allowed to agree with you? Because I do. I'm going
Kenny,
under.
I would feel better about it. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm going under.
All right.
I'm going over. The possibility of the Raiders trading up to get Jaden Daniels, or the possibility of the Rams trading up to get their future quarterback. So yes, I'm going over.
Okay.
David, as you like to tell me, stop looking at my sheets.
Are you serious?
I'm going to go over as well. It was the Raiders. Because nothing happens until the Raiders do something. So, David, I'm kind of tipping my hand for the next question. Will the Raiders select in the top 5?
No.
We're talking Raiders.
The only thing more ridiculous than Mark Davis's old haircut is this idea they're moving up inside the top 5. No.
They're going to do something stupid and Raiders-like, but I don't think that's going to be it, so I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say yes.
David, I'm with you. I think this happens. David, for you, I think Michigan has 18 players going to be eligible for the draft. Over under the entire weekend, the amount of Michigan players drafted, 9.5.
Over.
Oh, that's over.
Over. Pedigree. Our helmets have wings. Over.
Yeah,
David, you're going over.
And for bonus points, you should set another one at 11.5 or 12.5. I'd probably go over on that too.
Not undrafted, but actually name call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go over. Knowing the other team's plays boosts your
over
draft
too.
stock.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm over as well.
I'll be the hater. I'm going to go under.
Shocking.
The Broncos.
Just stunning.
The Broncos draft Bo Nix or Michael Penix.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. Just because I hate Bo Nix and I hate Sean Payton and I need this in my life. Yes.
Yes, also.
You got a mean guy who wears a visor and a 30-year-old quarterback with 3 kids and a mortgage. They must be put together.
Yeah, I think I also have to go yes. That'd be funny. Nice theater.
That's all I need. The beautiful disaster.
Cooper DeJean. Will he be drafted at over under 21.5 in the first round? So if he's over, that means he got taken like at 23, 24, 25.
I'll say over.
Under means he got selected at pick 15.
I'm going to go over because I do believe my nightmare is going to he's going to be a Green Bay Packer. It's almost like your God foretold it. There's some Bible verse that features DeJean in a manger in Nazareth.
Yeah, in Nehemiah.
Right, like I'm just telling you, like this is foretold.
Yeah, it was one of the books that nobody ever reads.
He's going, the book of DeJean. He's going to be a Packer, and he's going to be a pain in our ass.
I'm going under.
And he goes
Give me
under.
Haggai.
Right.
I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over as well. Quinai Mitchell, 12.5.
God, you could play the David drop right now. That's exactly how I feel. Over 12.5 means what, 13 or beyond?
Yep, 13 or beyond.
I'm going to say under. I'll probably be horribly wrong here, but I'll say under.
And we're back to war. I'm going over.
Kenny, come on, man. Golly.
You said it. You think you're probably going to be wrong. That's not confidence.
Guaranteed.
That's my guy. He's really good, but I got to go over.
Yeah, and you're not going to get him.
David, I'm thinking he goes – I'm going under. I think he goes before the 12th.
Me too. I just feel like the top corner in a draft is going to get sniped.
Overall quarterback selected in the first round. Over under 4.5.
Over.
Over. It'll be at least 5.
Yeah, I can't live in a world where the amount of need is out there. How would Penix slip to the second round, or how would Bo Nix slip to the second round? I'll go over.
Yeah, there'll be 6, so over.
Okay. Wow, 6.
Bo Callahan getting drafted tonight? Who the hell's the next quarterback? Rattler?
No, you're right. Yeah, it is. He actually is.
You know what? Maybe that's my destiny. Maybe that's what the Giants do. They move right back for the last pick of the draft, and they take that goofball.
And then they re-sign Kadarius Toney.
Oh, even better.
Over, under, wide receiver selected in the first round.
Over.
7.5.
Over. I think there's going to be 8. I think the Niners could go receiver. The Chiefs go receiver. Steelers could do it. There's going to be a bazillion over.
Yeah, over for me as well. There's going to be a rush at the beginning, and teams are going to feel like they have to catch up.
Yeah, under 7, but under.
Under. I'm with you, David. I see under at 7. JJ, over under.
Oh, no.
Pick 6.5.
Over meaning?
Over meaning 7, 8, 9. Your Giant.
Over.
Yeah, over.
I'm gonna bank that everything is kind of settled down and it goes back to the way it should have been, where he gets taken, but just, man, not in the top 5. Over.
The hype. Under.
Over.
Kenneth, I'm with you. I think this is where the Raiders just go full Raiders.
Okay, Raiders moving up to the top 5 and taking McCarthy would be the most Raiderian thing ever?
Until next year.
Raider-esque thing?
Until next year.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Signed Sebastian Janikowski.
Oh, come on. He was very good. He was very good.
Real quick, Blake Corum, over under 99.5.
Edmonton Eskimos. Montreal Alouettes.
So you're going over.
I'm just no, I'm going to go under. I think someone. Look, man, I know we want to turn these guys into brain surgeons. There are a lot of dummies in the NFL. Somebody is going to look at that brand name, look at some highlights, maybe get a piece of that secret LLC. They're going to take them. I'll say under.
Yeah, under for me as well.
Under.
Wow, David just with an authoritative, dropping the hammer down.
Over. I think he'll probably go, but I don't know he'll be a top 100 draft.
He is one of the 4 best humans ever to be born. Regards,
All right,
Joel Klatt.
All right, last one, Roma Dunze, over under.
Oh, no.
8.5.
No, don't do it. All right. I know you want the dream that he ends up with the G-men and you and Big G get to go to a game, but the Giants don't specialize in happiness. The Giants are emotional terrorists. So I'm going to say over, and they will pass on him.
It'll be good. 8 under.
Atlanta's taking him?
Over.
What is it, a video game?
Unless somebody trades with Atlanta.
Oh.
I am going under as well because he will be a
No.
man.
All right. I think we've heard enough.
That's our prop bet casino NFL draft in Detroit style. 97-1.
All right, so interesting note by Old Beans there for a second. We'll get to Who Am I in a moment. But this is where you and I have always seen eye to eye on it. Those contract details and what a Super Bowl window really looks like.
Right.
Those things are tailored the next 2 years, low, right? Then you hit the escalation. Now, look, the last – Amon-Ra will never see the last year of that deal. Not because he's not good, but because they'll restructure before that ever happens. Penei Sewell's going to get his money as well. My point is the next 2 years you are all in to win a Super Bowl, period.
Oh, the numbers came out?
Yes, in
okay.
the update. I know you were hobnobbing, kissing babies, and, pumping mitts. But, no, the whole point is they're both making pennies.
See, I didn't know if it was going to be
Front-loaded or back-loaded.
Where, you know what, that's truly we're taking care of you. But when you see the guaranteed money, all the rest.
Yeah, they're getting their money. But the point is they're also giving themselves flexibility to get that third piece of this done, which is Jared Goff.
Right.
You're going to – the way the quarterback market works, especially if you're doing a shorter extension, is it's largely fully guaranteed. Once Kirk Cousins went to Minnesota on a fully guaranteed 3-year deal, it changed the game forever. So Jared Goff, if I'm representing Goff, I don't really care about some splashy 7-year deal that on paper looks good, but the reality, I'll tell you what, I'll do a 3-year extension for $140 million, but it's fully guaranteed. That's what I'd be gunning after. And then when I'm 32, we're going to do it again.
You think that's the holding?
I can't
Call
speak
your boy
to that.
Brad. Find out.
Sure.
You got connections.
Oh, sure. But no, I'm just making a point that, like, all right, those are structured out where you could put all of Goff's money on there in the first 2 years.
Okay.
And look, you're going to get to a point, this is what Lion fans don't want to talk about, and I don't want to bleep in the birthday cake today, but, like, no, you're not going to get to keep everybody all the time.
Well, the fact, too, you also have to remember you're going to pay. He can do something that most people can't. He's an NFL starting quarterback on a winning team. So guess what? You pay him. And I know, well, we can just go out and draft. If it was that easy, you would have done it before.
Hi, it's me.
I mean,
I'm a Giants fan. So
I
you
get
see Schefter clarified his remarks?
No, he did. But I get the same
I
thing.
didn't say it's not going to get done. I just said it won't be this week. You didn't say that.
Right. I mean, but it's the same thing because people always like, your team really going to pay Brock Purdy? I'm like, yeah. Yes, they are.
I can't wait.
They're going to pay him.
Good, and you'll be bad for a decade. He stinks.
Or they just keep torching the Giants.
Oh, wow. You beat up a homeless guy.
You know
cool.
what?
Let's celebrate that.
It's called practice.
It is.
Okay.
We're awful. We are not a benchmark for anything other than ineptitude. All right. Now, David, a couple of ticket texts. We will get to Who Am I? I have a Rico selection. I have a David selection. David has done the Kenny selection, and Kenny has done my selections. It's going to be the most it's going to be a round robin of chaos.
Now I feel bad. I didn't do anybody's selection.
You don't need to.
All right.
You're fine. I got you covered. You just get your thinking cap on. I got a good one for you. David, ticket text, please.
Yeah, coming off the prop bet, someone's saying JJ's got Zach Wilson written all over him, so I'm definitely would be the over. Please put him in Minnesota, though. Matt in Phoenix.
Listen.
Okay.
All I will tell you is Minnesota's the best spot for him. He needs, no slander. He needs a ton of help. That's the only way he functioned in college. With the best O-line I've seen in a decade. How about the national title game where they ran for almost 300 yards and passed for 140? Like, you're not going to get to do that in the NFL. Well, what does he need? All right, I got Justin Jefferson. I got Addison. I got Hawkinson. I got Aaron Jones. Yes, the O-line could use some work, and maybe they do that at 23. But if you put J.J. McCarthy in a place like New York with no weapons, man, whether I like the kid or not or think he's a goofball or not, it is immaterial. You're putting the young man in a terrible situation.
True.
Someone says, I have a prop bet for you. Which player projected in the first round will fall the furthest? A la Brian Branch.
Happens every year. It happens every year. Remember Brian Branch was being mocked at 11, at 13, at 14, 12, 16, out of the first round. Yeah, no, David, it always happens. Here's the thing you can't predict, though. Like, what rumor comes out 5 minutes before? Hey, this guy clubbed a baby seal, and you're like, oh, my God, and kills his draft stock.
David, if I had to pick, I don't have a specific player, but I would say probably one of the wide receivers that we think is just can't miss. And then all of a sudden, there's Thomas or Neighbors just sliding and sliding and
What if
sliding
they
down.
put up the MRI of Michael Penix's knee and it's just a bunch of broken Legos?
But see, I don't have him going in the first round.
Wow.
So
wow.
Nah, like I said, I think that's one where he's going to be one of those coveted day 2. Let's jump up in there and grab that person. But I'm thinking one of the wide receivers, something's going to happen, and they're just going to start sliding down.
Well, speaking of grabbing that person, we may not get the brother hug this year, guys.
What?
Apparently, Roger Goodell underwent back surgery 3 weeks ago. So it's unknown and uncertain whether he will be able to do the brother hug.
Wait a minute, so we don't get to boo Goodell tonight?
Oh, no. He'll be there,
but
we just may not get the brother hug.
He's just going to be out there doing the kid and play with every draft
What are
pick.
they going to do? Wheel him out there? Is Goodell going to be in a wheelchair?
No, but you know
According
how
to reports, it's a draft time decision.
You know how he has all the choreographed, cool brother handshakes.
Yeah, it looks
play.
super organic.
Right. Hey, I grew up on the mean streets
of Bronxville, New York. All right.
I grew up in East-West Bloomfield.
Oh, David scared me. I thought we weren't going to get Goodell here tonight.
No, he will be there. He's here.
But you know how
that'd be perfect Detroit. He doesn't show up in Detroit for the draft.
Right, he's at home sitting in front of a fireplace like he did during COVID.
Oh, 2020 where he was like blasted in his chair. Let's go to pick 63. He was wearing his Mr. Rogers sweater. Dude, by day 3 of the draft, Kenny, he looked like you at your favorite watering hole there, Tipsy McDrunks a lot or whatever it is. My God. Remember, dude, the COVID draft, we're going to look back 20 years from now and go, that couldn't have been real.
Right.
Oh, no, we lived it. Yeah. That was the CD Lamb draft, wasn't it? The bat phone ain't for you. Give me that.
Phones.
Give me that. His girlfriend tried to look at that phone and he went, nope.
Without breaking stride or breaking contact with the camera. Nope.
Nope, not going to do that. Hey, that's not me on the screensaver. Nope. All right, so that's... Let's get to Who Am I. We will do it next. It is the most difficult version yet, okay?
Okay.
Crazy weather. Yeah, it's going to and I've made them draft themed. So I pick a Niner for Rico, a Lion for Planet Earth / Kenny, and a Steeler for David. And then yesterday, Kenny brought a Giant to the table. I ruined it because I guessed it in the second thing because I'm a complete loser. So I give the clues. You have to guess who they are. And mind you, if you're just joining for the first time this week, we are ratcheting up the difficulty. Okay?
Okay.
So with that, David, subpar music, please. Rico Beard. Are you prepared?
I am prepared.
You've been perfect this week.
A lot of pressure.
I was drafted in 2010. Okay? 2010, it was just yesterday. State won a Big Ten title. I was the number 1 overall player in my class coming out of high school. Number 1 in America, Rico. I played in the 2006 All-American game with future teammate Mitch Mustaine. There's a name you don't hear every day.
You ain't kidding me.
My father played football at UW. I was a 3-time first-team consensus All-American.
Okay.
I
went back to my original thought.
Okay. I was an absolute freak for my position at 6'4", 230. 6'4", 230. I finished second for the Jim Thorpe Award to Ohio State's Malcolm Jenkins. Now you're smiling irrationally
Because I'm eliminating people.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
I got one that I think.
If I had left after my junior year, I would have gone in the top 10. But I stayed, and people discovered that I was a diva, and my draft stock slipped. And the last hint, I played for this West Coast Blue Blood, but not the one my dad played for. Rico Beard, who am I?
I needed that last clue. That's Taylor Mays.
I quit.
I needed that last clue. I needed that last one.
You are, man, alive.
I needed that last clue.
Okay,
I
but
was sitting there like, this sounds like Taylor.
But again.
Oh no, this.
Okay.
No, this one.
All right.
I'm yeah.
All right, now Rico, watch this. David, are you prepared?
I'm not.
No,
Go
okay.
ahead.
All right, here we go. Now, David, I need you to get your thinking cap on. This is on the fringes of how far back I would go for you. I was drafted in 2007. Okay?
Okay.
I started as a walk-on linebacker before going on scholarship and becoming the best player in America at a very specialized position. I hold almost every NCAA record for my specialized position. Even though I don't throw the ball, I did complete a 32-yard pass as a rookie. My career in Pittsburgh was derailed by repeated knee injuries, including 2 torn ACLs. That didn't sound healthy, David. Teams never draft my position this high, but you did. And the last clue for this name from the 2007 draft for the Steelers, I played at Baylor.
Oh.
David.
Oh.
Tony's got it.
It's something with an S. I can
Holy
never
he-
pronounce
Are you
his name.
Can I give him credit?
What is it?
The Puja or whatever.
Daniel Sepulveda.
Yeah.
David,
I never
I'm giving you credit on that. That's Texas with a dollar sign. I'm giving David the points
what
there.
position did
he
he
was a
play?
punter. The Steelers drafted him in the
Yes.
4th round.
Yes.
And he was amazing at Baylor, but he blew out his left knee one year, his right near the net. It was chaos.
Okay.
Golly. David, you are sick. All right. David, let's go to the Lions one, please, for Kenny. Stoney, you want to join us up here? Do we have a third headset?
Yeah, right here.
Stoney, grab a seat. Join us for the rest of this. Stoney's
Yeah,
a
he may get
savant.
this one. I don't know.
Yeah, he's Philadelphia's Stump the Schwab.
that
Bring
back.
him up here. Stoney, put on a headset before David starts talking here. Sometime today. Again.
All righty.
Okay.
Are you ready, Kenny?
I am ready.
All right,
Yes.
here we go. Stoney, this is going to be a lion now. Are you ready? Yes. Go ahead, David.
Yeah.
It's for all of us. You're going to play too.
I was drafted in 2003.
Got it. No, I'm kidding.
I hate you.
All
I
right.
played for 3 NFL franchises.
2003, 3 NFL franchises.
I am most famously known for my ability to block field goals because of my 45-inch vertical.
I think I have an idea, but I'm not ready to lock in yet.
No, Kenny, beer is not the answer.
I am a 3-year starter in the college I attended. I recorded 266 tackles, 7.5 sacks, and 2 interceptions.
Okay. I think I
do too.
I think I know this, but I'm all right. I'll wait. But man,
Are any of these clues the school? Because if I hear the school, then I'll know for sure.
Yeah, the final clue.
Oh.
I played 64 games in the NFL.
Yeah, I think I'm right.
You're probably going to get it here, okay?
Okay.
Next clue. I am one of 3 brothers that played at this school.
Yes.
Yep, lock me in.
I'm in.
Okay, go ahead, boys. Give it. Do it.
It's got to be Boss Bailey, right?
Boss Bailey, yep.
Yep, you're right.
Wow.
Hey, man.
Wait, Boss, Champ, who was the third?
Bob. No, I have no idea.
Beetle Bailey.
Thurl.
Oh, good Wolfpack reset.
All right, so now here's the best part. So yesterday, Stoney, they started busting my chops.
Oh, I know.
They wanted to do the Giants.
I know.
And
Kenny gave me the test, and I failed miserably.
Now they have prepared.
He got it in 3.
They have prepared
I know.
3 of these. So now I'll bomb because I know Kenny's going to be rotten about this. So let's lock in and see what we can do. Kenneth.
I was an All-American sprinter in high school.
Okay, not starting with the draft year, so I have no shot to narrow. All right, sprinter.
I was one of the best at my position at my senior year of college. I played a total of 26 NFL games.
Okay. Can I get a 5-year period of time here? What
I was about to say, is this Kadarius Toney? But he's played in 26 games.
Stop. Carry on.
Every NFL draft choice was an all-state sprinter, for crying out loud.
Okay, keep going.
When I was drafted, the Giants traded up to get me. I hinted at going to Texas, but ended up a Georgia Bulldog.
Not DeAndre Baker.
Nailed it.
Why didn't you just say illegal card game, career over?
That would, if I put that as my first clue, you would have got it immediately.
All right. Okay, so I'm 1 for 1. God, that pick stunk. Stunk.
Okay, next one. I was a 2nd-round pick.
Okay.
I am in my college's Hall of Fame.
All right. I like also Kenny not giving years out. Right. So rude. Carry on.
I played a total of 129 NFL games.
Wow. Okay. All right.
I was not born in America.
OCU Manura?
Yes. Nailed it.
I knew he would get it with that one right there.
Good job.
You should have just said, I only had 1 move. Speed. 2 for 2. Can I sweep the board of sickness here? Let's do this.
Yes, you can.
Kenny Cobb.
Going into college, I was ranked number 1 in the country at my position.
All right.
I was a freshman, All-American, All-ACC freshman, and 2nd All-Team ACC.
All-ACC freshman. Number 1 player in America. Okay.
Number 1 at his position.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
I was drafted in the second round.
Hold on.
Well, it's not Daniel Jones.
No.
Or Dave Brown.
No, I'm going to take a guess here. We had a horrendous second-round pick out of North Carolina, defensive tackle, kid named Marvin Austin, and I think he was.
Wow.
Is that it?
That's fantastic, Mike.
Let's go. God, I love this game.
I wasn't even getting to the specific clues that would really give it away. Just vague ones. Had problems going into draft.
You know what, Kenny? Let's do this tomorrow. We may have a short show. I want to do this one more time.
We are doing this.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna go to like the B sides. We're gonna go.
Yes.
Rico, what do you want? Something from your childhood?
Oh.
The '60s.
Wow. Y.A. Tittle.
He played for both the Giants and the 49ers.
I know.
True.
Yes.
All right. No, I'll come up. Let's do it again.
Sneed.
Kenny, let's do it again with the
Wake
G-men.
Forest.
Yeah, let's do it. No, the Marvin Austin thing was just, I remember that's back when I gave a rip about recruiting.
Once again, the wounds go deep.
They
that
do.
You remember these things.
He was so bad. So bad. All right. Tremendous job by all. I think that the best one was David getting Daniel Sepulveda by saying, I don't know, it's S something.
It's an S, and I can't pronounce it.
Sacagawea. And it's like, no.
It's a boulevard in L.A.
Exactly. There you go. All right. That is Who Am I? All right, we will get to David's rumors soon, but the godfather of radio, Mr. Michael Stone. Now, Mike, you'll be on with us tonight, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. I wanted to ask you the question we started the show with.
Okay.
Albert Breer report that the Lions are attempting to aggressively move up and get an edge rusher. Do you put no stock, some stock, or complete stock in it?
I put some stock into it, and the reason is simple. If Brad Holmes, and we don't know, has a guy that he really wants, and I assume that would be Jared Verse, right? Then, yeah, I buy it. And as you agree with, I know, and Rico does too, the three most important things are football is having a good quarterback, protecting that quarterback, and getting to the opposition's quarterback. And if you can do something, to make that happen on the defensive side of the ball, by all means, go ahead.
What do you want? Like, that's the thing is, like, everybody has their own, like, want. And I hate how we've arrived at this thing where if you say what you want, they're like, oh, you don't trust Brett? No, we have a job to do.
Right.
Okay? Only one guy in the station just lets it play out until the body's cold, and that's John. So for the rest of us, if the Godfather, which this would terrify me, but if you're 7 Bloody Marys deep tonight,
Yes.
You're running the Lions draft room at 29, what do you want them to do?
It's cliche, but I'll do the Brad Holmes mod. I want the best player on my board available because they put themselves in a position where they don't have to reach for a corner if they think an offensive lineman is better. Just take the best player, unless it's a quarterback, a wide receiver, a quarterback or a running back or a kicker, obviously.
Now, Rico's been saying for weeks they're moving down.
That wouldn't surprise me, especially because it seems to me there's so many guys at corner even and wide receiver and even edge
Well, see, I think the quarterbacks, Tony, if Nix and Penix don't get selected, somebody like Mike's Giants could say, you know what, we still need a quarterback.
Right.
What if we move up, kind of what the Ravens did with Lamar? We'll get that extra year of control. Hey, Detroit, you want to switch with us? We'll give you our 36th pick
Absolutely,
and
I would do
something
it.
else, and you let us move up to 29.
Absolutely.
And because I got to feel at that point, anybody that you want, you probably have like 3 or 4 names.
Right.
Chances are one of those people will still be there.
And if they haven't traded up or attempted to trade up, chances are, he probably won't say, that Brad Holmes only has, this X amount of first-round grades. So he says, you know what, I'm going to take the best player at 36 instead of wherever
I've brought this up the last 2 days because I thought it was an idiotic thing that my general manager did. He revealed the amount of first-round grades he had. He said, Joe Shane said he only had 15 first-round grades this year. So it's just this idea, and again, that could be total nonsense. He could have lied through his teeth. But see, I'm with you in that, look, they're a Super Bowl team. All right, you're in that mix. I think if you're one of the 6 to 8 best teams in the league, which I think the Lions are, you're considered a Super Bowl contender. If Brad Holmes has whatever finite number of first-round grades, remember last year the famous thing was I think there were 18 or whatever it was, and they were picking at 18. I understand fans hate the idea of, well, Brad's so good at drafting, why would you want to give away draft pick? Because he is good, meaning go get a guy he views as a premium asset that's going to put us over the top so this guy's scumbag team doesn't beat him in the second half.
Right, and
that was hurtful. I understand.
That early in the draft in the first round and the second round, you do that where he probably messed up was when he gave up 4th-round pick to get Broderick Martin in the third round.
The two screw-ups were, I'm sorry, the drafting of Hendon Hooker will never make sense to me at pick 71.
Right.
And the move up for Broderick Martin because we just haven't seen it yet.
Correct.
But look, no GM is going to bounce.
No
GM
the
in
Hendon
history.
Hooker draft pick will only make sense if, God forbid, something happens to Goff this year and you have to play Hooker while Goff is rehabbing.
Right.
Or
that's the only way that pick makes sense.
You'll know if they think Hooker is good as whether they sign a veteran backup or not.
Right. Well, and again, no GM has ever been able to keep up the pace that Brad Holmes is on. There will be regression here, but it's just the idea. I know they don't think. I don't think they put even 1%, nor should they, into this thought process. This is just us talking.
Right.
I think it would be amazing for the fans and this city and that moment if you saw like pick 17 flash up and it's boom, Lions are on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
It would just be incredible.
It would, absolutely. But you're right. They cannot do anything
No,
based
no,
upon
no.
what's
No,
going to
no.
happen across the street. By the way, I have a question for you because I was walking around a little bit.
Yeah.
In your biggest fandom days, would you ever fly somewhere
No.
for the draft?
0.0.
I'm seeing guys with Indianapolis Colts jerseys with like World Wrestling Federation belts lugging around their shoulder. This can't be comfortable. Some of this stuff.
But see, that's not that bad because that's a drive. I'm talking Tampa.
Okay, same thing. Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw the Buccaneers people here when I walked
Right.
in. It's like holy
Indianapolis means, you know what, a 4-hour drive. Hey, you guys want to
Right.
go drive to Detroit? Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Rico and I were outside earlier. I saw a couple loser-ass Jet fans. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Well,
That's a long way to travel.
They have to go JETS.
Well, they were also here for sauce yesterday. So.
Oh, good for them. So, no, Mike, no. I mean,
Yes.
listen, understand. This is a TV event. I mean,
Yes.
we all grew up in a different time. This thing was going on while I was in school on Friday afternoon.
When I was a kid, back in, before they had electricity, we had transistor radios. And
my God.
My teachers would give me a hall pass because the draft was during the week.
Yes.
In the middle of the day. And I would have a little earphone. I'd write down, he'd get me out of class, tell me who the Eagles picked.
True or false,
Yes.
you were there live at the Palestra when the Eagles selected Norm Van Brocklin.
No, that'd be incorrect.
Okay.
My dad was at the championship game that they did win in 60, but
Okay.
not me.
No, this is a TV event to me.
Yes.
The feeling down here, yes, if you're here to party, and God bless, but it's like Times Square New Year's
Exactly.
Eve.
I don't know-
never understood
Me
it.
neither.
And no offense, but like, if you got to put a diaper on to attend an event, I'm out. I want no part of that.
No, but this event is for the super fans.
Yes.
This is why you always see Crackman for us. He's going to all that. The super fan is there. It's made for them.
And the league takes care of some of those.
Right.
superfans
So,
in
you
each
know what?
city, too.
Paint your face, cheer for your team. And, yeah, for decades, this was the best day of Lions.
Yes, this was the Super Bowl.
Right, it was
and
like-
now the Super Bowl's coming here, and we're picking 29 probably. But it's okay, because you'd rather pick 29
So-
than pick 3.
Right, you get to be a host of a party instead of excited for the party.
All right, so it's no big deal because none of us are going to get it right, nor should we.
No.
I mean, if any of us are getting it right, we have a real problem.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have the information that these teams
No.
have. We don't get to interview the players. If they stay at 29, give me 3 names that you think it'll be one of those 3 players at 29.
I think JPJ, Kool-Aid McKinstry, or they might do something crazy like Adonai Mitchell.
Boy, he's even using the new name, too. It's A.D. Mitchell. I refuse.
Well,
I
his name's
refuse.
Adonai, and Adonai
I've
in
always-
Hebrew means God.
But I've always known him as AD.
Yeah, I know.
All right. I mean, please. All right. So of those 3, Rico, if it's JPJ, AD Mitchell, or Kool-Aid, are you happy? That's a no.
No, I mean,
All right.
but because here's the thing, Mitchell maybe because it fits the Raz score and did he attend your
Elite
birthday
Raz.
party? Right. I still say the one that nobody's talking about is Fisk. Watch out for that.
Oh, yeah.
If they stay
Okay.
at 29.
I'd have no problem if they take him.
He had a high score. I think that's somebody that would fit what they want to do.
I'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Yes, you will.
My man.
Thanks.
By the way, you're in for the long haul here.
Oh, I know. Well, I don't have to get up tomorrow. It's the beauty of
And
being
what-
semi-retired.
Are you
And
gonna-
what else was he going to do?
Are you
Exactly.
serious?
Have you already had one?
Not yet. I did have one beer.
Man, his wife packed his lunch at 7 this morning.
No, I had
Okay.
I had one beer.
Stoney,
All right.
there's the door. See you tomorrow.
Stoney, I'll see you in a couple. I'll see you in a
Yes.
couple hours, buddy.
All right, bye.
Mike Stone, appreciate it. All right, listen, let me tell you about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. It's very
in a different world than we did just 30 seconds ago.
You're out of your mind.
Yeah, I am. Haven't I proved that already? I already sent the ticket.
Wait,
what?
You sent the ticket.
No, I want my picks back, all of them. You son of a...
God, that is such a bad movie. All right, 5 o'clock, draft day. Here's how we're going to do it. First of all, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We've thank God the draft is today because I need to talk about players who have joined this team versus an endless hypothetical. But what I want to do is this. A, that's an amazing big hat. That's phenomenal. The big hats. Remember when we had a moment with those? The Brian Robinson big hat. Oh my God, it's fantastic. I want to ask people two things. A, live or on TV? How are you watching this damn thing? But two, just shoot me straight. Who's the pick tonight? We're all going to get it wrong, but let's have some fun. Now, I don't put any stock in the mock drafts, and I don't even put stock in my own opinion. Because figuring out what a team's going to do at 29 is entirely different than figuring out what they're going to do last year. Last year, we could have told you real easy they were in love with Witherspoon.
Right.
And I was praying to God they just didn't do it or he got taken. He got taken. And don't tell me it didn't work out. It did.
No, it worked out, but come to find out, they kind of knew what they were talking about. He ended up being pretty good.
Amen.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is at 29, you just can't do the same exercise. So what I want people to do.
So can I take everybody in the RRI, or do I have to pick one?
I would prefer if you just picked one.
Okay.
Because it's just more enjoyable and it's easier, and I want people to play along.
Gotcha.
So if you're on your way down here or you already are down here, I want to know it. I want to know what got you to come down for this event. Pure chaos. If you're not and you're just, I think it's a TV event.
No, it is.
If I didn't work in this business,
Mike,
I'd be home in a heartbeat.
Mike, it is a TV event because unfortunately a lot of people are going to get down here and realize they can't walk inside the tent, that they can't have a seat inside the room, and they're going to have to sit and watch it from outside. So, yeah, it is made for TV, but this is the place to be. You are the center of the NFL universe right here, right now. So you want to go down there, you want to take the pictures, you want to do all this stuff that you could say, when the draft was here in 2024, so was I.
So who's the pick tonight? Now, I am going to center in on one player. I am. I will just stick with it. I guarantee I'll be wrong, but we'll have some fun with it.
Okay.
But 248-539-9797. Phone lines are wide open. I just want to know how you're watching it and who's the pick. And believe me, there ain't no one quoting anybody because I don't think any of us are going to get it right.
No.
Brad Holmes they will move up, they will move down, or they'll simply draft a player that we haven't talked about. That's how it works when you're this late in the first round.
You know what? I've learned my lesson. I'm not going after any Georgia players because they only end up in Philadelphia
or jail.
But I feel like it's the banana in the tailpipe. I'm still going back to the defensive line from Florida State, taking Braden Fisk.
And unlike Georgia players, a clean driving record.
Yes. I think either they take him at 29
Elite Raz.
or in the move back, that's who they end up selecting.
Okay. For me,
better yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Better question, Mike.
What?
Along with what Mike said, 248-539-9797. Tomorrow at this time, are we talking about who the Lions selected, or are we anticipating again?
And again, Dan Campbell with the morning show, and Cookies has graced us with his presence. He will be joining us at 8 o'clock. They said it. If our guy's not there, we're moving down. Could be coach speak, but Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes kind of have a way of being very honest about things.
Cookies is here. You two have matching quarter zips.
No, we do not. Mine is far nicer. The point I'm making is I have kind of centered in on a player, and we talked about him earlier being a nightmare if he ends up in the division. It's a guy I like. It's a guy John Jansen likes. And all ball breaking aside and letting it play out or John going mute when U of M comes up as a topic, John knows football.
You know what else John knows?
Stop.
No, this was... Did you know that John surfs? Found that out last night.
The internet?
No. Like, he's like a surfer. Like, he goes out on the water.
I have nothing. a player we both like. Now, again, there is one glaring weakness in this deal, and that is he has never played a snap of man cover. But isn't Cooper DeJean a Lion? High IQ, toughness, all football guy. He adds the return element to the game. And Dan Campbell's already said they've been grinding the rules, and they're excited about what they can do on the new kickoff and punt rules and all that. And he's another one of these deployable warheads where he can go between, like Brian Branch, safety/corner. It's a tool for Aaron Glenn to use.
Not only that, it's also a tool that you can use with the new kickoff rules.
Right, so
kickoff and punt return, yeah. I can see that.
I don't know.
He's one. I don't know if he's going to be there at 29.
I know.
So you would have to move up to get him.
Or do you? We always do this. The mock draft
right.
is what's got, and I'm not being disrespectful. The mock draft is what's guiding that take.
That's true.
It might not be reality. We see this every year. Last year, if they had taken Brian Branch at 12, nobody would have said a thing. They got him in the second round.
Heck, if they would have took Brian Branch instead of Campbell, you would have been like, great.
Who would have said a word?
Nobody.
No one, right? So I know I'll be wrong. But that is a guy that fits. The RAS score fits. They were at the Iowa Pro Day. He's flexible in the secondary, much like Amik Robinson, who can play inside or out. Can't play out exclusively, but they can move him around. You can move, certainly, Brian Branch around. They do have a little bit of a need at safety, right? I kind of just wonder, would that be the guy, the player? And it's something like Aaron Glenn has done such a good job with just such a lack of weapons.
Right.
So
we'll see that, and that I can see that, but that's why I said Fisk, because if you look at it, other than Aiden, I think we all knew that was going to happen. The other draft picks,
Sewell's the only other one.
Yeah.
I was stomping my feet for Sewell all that offseason because I'm like, guys, I'm telling you, this dude is a freak.
Nobody saw J-Mo. Nobody saw Gibbs.
No.
Nobody saw saw Campbell. Nobody saw any of these picks.
No, there's no. I can't be involved in any of it. I didn't see any of that coming from a mile away.
So that's why I'm like, you know what? That's the one name that I haven't heard, but he fits all the Brad Holmes criteria. That's why I'm like, maybe. And just the fact that he's talked about it, that he hinted upon it, Dan Campbell hinted upon. Well, you know, if it happens, it's just one more sleep, and we end up picking so late, you guys just go home, sleep, and come right back.
Then call it. No player is your pick.
Nope. What? No player tonight? No.
You're calling it. No player.
No player tonight.
No player for you. I'll have a little fun with the people. I'm willing to be totally wrong, and I don't take it serious because, dude, it's pick 29. Cooper
and then all of a
DeJean.
sudden we'll find out they moved up to number 3.
To take Cooper DeJean. No, I just, that's where I'm at. David, where are you at? Give me something here. Now, you can go no player. You can craft a trade up. I'm just saying if they sit there at 29 or move slightly, it fits the RRI with the RAS score and the Pro Day. They were at DeJean's Pro Day, and he has the number 1 RAS score for any secondary player. Versatile, special teams, dynamo. The only problem is he didn't play any man cover because that's just not what Phil Parker does at Iowa.
No, the Detroit Lions are going inside offensive lineman here. They're going to go Zach Frazier.
West Virginia.
Yep.
I'd love it, by the way. You know I want an offensive lineman. I'm just trying to think of what they would do based on what we've talked about. I would love it. You could be replacing the entire interior of that line next year. I mean, Zeitler's a one-year deal. Glasgow's not a long-term guy, and Ragnow could retire. In fact, there's no way after what happened this season where he contemplated it, needed time. I think you need someone that can play the interior third. Moonlight at center, play guard. Like when we were joking around, God, it seems like forever ago, 6 weeks ago, and I'm like, Cooper Beebe. Like, those are the types of players that I think are invaluable. Especially you're a Super Bowl caliber team, the odds of having the same 5 starting linemen all year. Look what happened last year with Jonah Jackson. The 5 games he was out, you ran for 50 yards less a game. Well, if you draft that type of player, maybe that doesn't happen. David's pick is what I want. I'm just trying to go with what's real.
No, it's very smart, and it's not really a name you've heard. I can see that, David. I mean, I just think that the pick is going to be somebody we haven't even
scratched the surface on or talked about in the last.
But I
weeks.
will say this though. I think my selection goes along with what you're saying though, Rico. They could get him from a trade down and do it tomorrow night.
It was just listening to Campbell when he was on the morning show, and just that whole, well, if it's just one more sleep, like, yeah. I think they have one or two people, and if they're gone, kind of how was Witherspoon last, you know what, we're just going to pass. We'll move down. We got a bunch of other people that we
Which
can
is
take.
why
And guess
I believe what he said.
It worked. They moved down, they collected, and, yeah, you end up with Gibbs and Laporta.
Yeah.
I think the Lions won that trade.
248-539-9797. We'll get with your phone calls. David on some ticket texts as we cruise along. And, yes, 8 o'clock, our live coverage of the draft starts. I know we got like an in-between deal in Tiger baseball.
No Tigers.
No, we don't. They're off. They just swept lost the Rays last night.
So, yeah, you can come back and listen to us on
Who the hell's on after us?
I think Rieger.
Mark and Rieger.
Yeah, Mark and Rieger have a 2-hour show.
Oh, boy. All right. I've wrote down 3 players that are an absolute dream.
Hey, I'm telling you, in South Carolina, we did it, and it worked every time.
All right, we'll get to you guys next. 97.1, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. You know the drill. 6 pools, 3 levels. We'll be out there, I believe, to kick off college football season, unless I am mistaken. Book your reservations now. It fills up incredibly quick. It'll be a full house tonight for the draft as well. Stadium Swim. Get that reservation at circalasvegas.com.
97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Pat Ward from CNL Ward. Are you tired of your wood deck? Tired of the hassles and repair bills with your wood deck? Tired of ruining your weekend sanding and staining? Is your wood deck even safe or up to code? Call us right now at 1-800-NEW-DECK. From a simple rectangle to an elaborate multi-tiered deck,
All right, let's get to the people. Real simple. Where are you taking it in, and who's the pick? And we're all going to get it wrong, so nobody needs to feel bad. You're at pick 29. You're not supposed to get it right. See, it's like a lottery ticket. Rico says no player. They're not picking tonight. The deflator strikes again.
Now, tomorrow we'll be talking about who are they going to take with pick 36.
And I've offered Cooper DeJean. Just feels like a built-in-a-lab Lion or Packer. Just a ratty, try-hard, pain-in-the-ass player that he could help this team. I mean, you give Aaron Glenn tools and weapons to deploy. He's a different kind of player. He doesn't play man. He'll only play zone. But you can moonlight him at safety. You can drop him down. He's a special teams. I mean, it matters with these new rules. I threw that out there. David has said, Jackson Powers. Zach Frazier. I'm sorry. I thought you said JPJ. My bad, David. What is this? All week. I mean, I feel like I'm in a vortex. 4 more to go tonight. You ready?
Yeah.
We'll get you a little energy drink. Your spirits are getting low.
No. Hey, David, you know what the beauty of it is? I get to go sit in the bullpen tonight.
Oh, God. Okay.
I just wait for these guys to get tired, so I'll be in the back.
Tell you what's going to happen. The Giants
couch.
are going to do something to anger me at 6. You're going to see me about 18 seconds later. Chad will lead off the 5 o'clock. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, how are you this evening? Finally here, draft night.
Yes,
it is.
Can we finally actually select a player, please?
Yes, God, thank you. I'm watching probably at a bar. Can't handle the people, so that's fine. I don't think they're going to trade out of a pick either direction. I think they'll stay, and I think they'll go Bama again. I think they're going Kool-Aid. He's a good, safe pick in a position that we really, really need to shore up. So
the only problem I have, all right, and Chad, appreciate it. The problem I have with Kool-Aid, he wasn't the best corner on his own team. Terry Arnold is.
Right.
Raz score, Rico Research Institute, the Raz, he had to go to like page 4 to find him.
Page 3 to be exact.
It wouldn't fit the profile of how they draft, but I don't argue for a second that he'd be a day one guy you would put out there and start.
But see, I think that he may be one of those guys that the mock drafts keep telling you, he's a first rounder, he's a first rounder, and when he's there in the second round, it's going to be this big shock, and that's when you're like, well, according to all my charts, this guy should have been gone.
Kuiper's best 5.
Kuiper's now all upset and telling you why it's been a big mistake. It's like,
Tot.
Yeah.
Nicole up next, 97.1. What's up, Nicole?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
So down here,
how are
you?
you?
Holder. Good. How are you guys?
Excellent.
So I'll be down here at Ford Field tonight watching with other season ticket holders. Yeah. But I think we're going to move up, probably pick 15 or 16, and we're going to take Mitchell or Arnold.
See, Nicole, that's the kind of thing, just from a fan perspective, I would love it for all of you guys, for the city. It would be electric if they moved up, and you would be getting what Brad Holmes probably considers the best corner in the draft and a top 10 player. And it would be this Grand Slam dream state.
Right. And Nicole, what's it looking like? There's a lot of people in there, Ford Field?
So we haven't gone in yet. We're just about to go in, but the line was pretty long. But I'll tell you, if you haven't been down here yet and you want to get to the draft stage area, it is packed and the lines are long. So if you're not on your way already, good luck.
Yeah, it might be too late. Nicole, appreciate it. Have a blast. Look, we can all talk about the things we want to do. It has nothing to do with not trusting Brad Holmes. We're just talking as fans. I would love to move up and let Brad Holmes select what he deems to be the difference maker guy. Because you are a Super Bowl team. And it's just, unfortunately, you get to this end point, and you know it all too well. You either get it done or you don't, but time is not on your side.
Oh, no, even if you lose in overtime, season's a failure. Your fascination. Caleb Williams' suit, his suit choice. He's got like the black Dr. Evil outfit on.
Yeah. No, it don't work for me.
Not working?
No.
Even he got the pocket square.
Yeah, well, I mean, he also has a giant zipper going up. I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do with that.
He's very tiny next to Cam Newton.
Well, Cam was a transformer. Cam is every bit of 6'6", 250. That's not – but you want to know why Cam's career ended early? It wasn't the hats. It's the fact that
Too many hits.
Exactly. Lamar is able to survive because nobody can get their hands on him.
Oh, it's why Barry had the long career.
Right.
I'm going out of bounds.
Cam was getting hit by 2, 3, 4 different people. It's just your body can't sustain it.
And then when he's sitting in the Super Bowl, that's okay.
Didn't dive on the ball and
Right.
quit. That was a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric, 97.1. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Hey,
how are
Mike,
you?
something about you said, can you hear me?
Loud and
Oh,
clear.
yeah.
What's up?
Okay, great. You said that any other year this would be a top 10 pick for the offensive line. I'm going to say they're going to double down and get at least 2 interior linemen in the top 3 rounds.
I'd love it.
Either Zach Zenner in the 3rd, or if Cooper Beebe's available in the 2nd, they'll go center, guard.
Eric, I would love it. It's future-proofing, but I also think when people say, oh, well, if I draft those players, they're not going to start. Eric, you know it. You're not going to have all 5 O-linemen healthy all year. These are the guys that are going to sustain you. These are the guys that are going to step in and be able to help, really the driving force of the team. I'd have no issue with Eric. I've wanted an offensive lineman all offseason in the draft, so you'd get no complaints from me.
Yeah, it's a foundation play, right?
Where are you
gotta
watching
set
this
that
thing tonight?
foundation.
You down here or are you on the
My son
couch?
and I are going to be watching it from the hot tub in the backyard.
Smart man. You know what? Own
Yep.
food,
Eric's
own
got it right.
bathroom, and you don't have to deal with the traffic trying to get out of here.
Eric's got it right.
Exactly.
That my man.
You know, we'll hit the Tiger game tomorrow and pull in some of it tomorrow. So
Right.
it all works.
That's it.
And if he has one too many, he can just walk inside the house.
That's right. Eric can tell his son, go get your mom. I need some help upstairs. Take my strong
What is
hand.
that? Go get your mom. I need some help. Whoa.
Well, that would probably be after the escort upstairs. I'm just trying to. I'm just saying Eric could get the take my strong hand assistance to go where he needs to go.
I'm going to hit the portal on this conversation.
Oh, you stop it. Please. You pulled up today listening to Bill Withers.
Hey, man, lovely day.
Oh, he was in a mood today, man.
Yeah, oh, it was something, David.
Right, and I'm the bad guy. Mike looks at me. You know what? This is the most used song ever.
It is.
Like, that's a bad thing.
We're ready to do a damn near radiothon, and this cat's bumping Bill Withers as he picks me up. I'm like, you got to be kidding
Saying it's
me.
going to be a lovely day. And then, you know what, David? Even Bill looked at Mike and was like, nope, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Oh, is that why the sound cut out?
Right.
David, give me a few of the ticket texts, and then we will get to football today as we head for part 1 home stretch. And then it will be Rieger and Mark Ryan, and then the whole damn station rejoins at 8 to do live draft coverage. I'll be here. Rico, the Godfather, has been in the house since 10 a.m. I'm pretty sure Stoney has a tent out back. Doug is here. John is here. TJ's here.
TJ's here?
It's going to be exciting.
Okay.
I mean, he might be here, but he'll be blasted by the time he takes the air, so I don't know what we're getting out of him. So let's do the business. David, ticket text, what do you got for me?
Yeah, someone says, here's what we're doing at 29. We always draft number 1 from Alabama. So Terrion Arnold is what we're going to do.
If he's there at 29,
Oh, God.
consider yourself fortunate and blessed.
If he's there at 29, it probably means a bong mask video was released. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I think that text is really predicting a trade up there. I
Then
think that's really what he's doing.
you have my full support.
Or David, maybe we just wait until about 7:30, put that photo, that AI-created photo out online. He slides
boy.
down. There you go.
Rico's going to jail for a felony. Outstanding.
I'm doing it for the culture, man.
Oh, see, I enjoy Daniel and Highland because he understands what we need. He says, I'm not going to watch, guys. Instead, I'm excited to listen to you fellas on the radio.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not telling you what to do.
I mean, you could turn the volume down.
I could tell you
Right,
I could tell you it'll be more entertaining because the TV coverage largely sucks and it involves Mel Kiper's hairspray.
See,
I can't.
The only problem is because it's not just strictly on Twitch, it won't be
Oh.
as entertaining. So
You're probably gonna have to remind me of that at 8, so I
Mike,
don't say
Mike
something
has to have a limiter, or
unsavory.
Or it'll be me and Jazzy Cat on Monday or tomorrow. As you'll be getting a stern talking to from Jimmy. Mike, how many times do we say we don't say my friend over the air?
So to answer your question, someone's answering on the ticket text of where they're watching it from. Someone says the Coliseum on 8 Mile. I'll be watching it from there.
Oh, God. All right. You know what? Let's leave that one alone.
You know, how about some prop bets?
How about, winter can do funny things to your roof. How about that? Then you get to the spring, the thaw, the rain, the craziness. Look, best advice I can give you, call Victor's Home Solutions today. Schedule the appointment. Get the 21-point video roof inspection, please. You don't want to have any questions about your roof, especially in our state with the weather being what it is. Your roof's got a problem, they're going to find it. And the best part, you're getting best-in-class work. You're getting 5-star reviews. You're getting a company that is so confident in their work, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install.
No, David, you're hot. Just want to let you know that. Jazzy Cat in the Cone. In case you guys haven't listened to the show. All right, we talked a lot of draft stuff today, so if you missed anything, including the Godfather, Michael Stone, joining us, use that Odyssey Rewind. Next is going to be Rieger and Mark Ryan for 2 hours, and then stay with 97.1 because we're going to be doing the draft show live on the air. There's no Tigers, so you're going to hear all the hosts from throughout the day. We're all down here. So we're all going to be, coming in and out, talking about picks as they happen live. So, Rieger, my God, that's the second time you almost tripped over the light. Jesus. Anyway, make sure you're staying with the ticket throughout the evening. We'll be here all the way through the Lions pick, even if they don't make a pick, because I don't think they're going to make a pick. So we're going to be here all night long. So just a public service announcement. David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we'll pass this thing along.
Yeah, a few more names coming in on what they'll see at 29. Xavier Legit. Watching from home, though, you couldn't pay me to fight that crowd, he says.
See, I don't we've been stuck in here all day. So, like in a few minutes, Evan and I are going to go venture out into the streets to see what we can do and see how it feels out there. At noon, the crowd was still kind of light, but it was people lined up to get inside the main draft. I don't know what you call that.
Yeah, the draft experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me and Kenny been checking every hour. We've been trying to update, look at the map to see how long it would take us to get from here to there. And it increased maybe 10 minutes within this show.
No. Yeah, here's the thing. You can park anywhere before you get to the Fox Theater.
Yes, you can.
Now, just be careful and don't pay I think a buddy of mine is charging $100. Man, you crazy. Yeah, just park. You're going to walk. And I guess make sure you download that app if you're coming down here. But if you guys
yes,
still want
the
to
NFL One Pass app, yes.
Yeah, if you guys still want to come down here, you still could. I mean, I tried to tell Rieger that he got down here like 3 hours early thinking it was going to be bumper to bumper. I'm like, man, it's smooth sailing. You get off at the casino right there at Grand River. David, like you go into Cass. And then you just,
that's what I plan to do when I leave here at 6, So,
just park on their field.
What's up, Rico?
They're actually having an event tonight, so good for them.
Oh, okay, good for Cass. Okay.
So I actually think.
Where's Mark?
That Mark's coming up. He's making his way up. He needed a special invitation.
Okay.
But I actually went down to the stage probably a couple hours ago. Ton of space still there. No, I'm sure it's filling up.
Can you get to the stage?
Absolutely.
How did you get to? Oh, you got a media credential.
No,
right?
you don't know. You can just anybody can walk up there. You don't even need the One Pass. They want you to download it, but you don't even need it.
So there's no line to get to the stage?
No, you just walk right to it. Now, there's obviously a ton of people once you get to the stage, and you're probably going to be about, I want to say, a football field away. But when I was there a couple hours ago, there was a ton of room. Like here, I'll show you a picture. Not that you can see this on the radio, but there you go.
Oh, that's what you got?
Yeah.
I'm talking about getting inside the tent.
Oh, yeah, you got to pay $800 to $1,000 for that.
Why would I want to? Okay.
Now, I agree with you. I would agree. But if you just want to come down here, and by the way, parking is not a huge issue because I think a lot of people take shuttles. But if you just want to come down here, leave right now. You can still make it by the first pick, I think, to be right by the stage and hear Goodell announce Caleb Williams.
So, yeah, which is kind of anticlimactic.
Still, but it's cool.
Did you get it to record? Did you get your daily ticket thing to record?
Yeah, but by the way, if you listen to the daily ticket, I thank you. But tomorrow we have a special episode. I've gone around this draft party asking the ticket host and people here what the Lions do. So we'll see how good everybody is.
Except for me.
Well, I'm going to get you after the show.
Because I've now done it twice.
Yeah. Well, I've had some technical difficulties. I don't know why you need to bring that to the air. Hi, Mark Ryan.
Good to see you guys. I don't think my voice is on right now.
Hey, Yonde, you got him? Okay.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
You sounded good, my man. It's awesome to be here. Look at all these beautiful people. This is incredible.
He's playing up for the crowd.
That's right, baby.
This is what this guy does. You should have seen this guy at a Wings game. After a Tigers opening day, we went to the Wings game. This guy had a bachelor party of 20 guys inviting him out to an adult strip club afterwards.
Hey, man, don't put...
Listen,
he's a married
why are you
man.
doing that to me? Exactly. That's what I said.
I didn't say he went.
Now, okay, you got angry at me because I said something on the daily ticket.
I didn't say he went.
that nobody listens to.
Oh, why would you say such a thing? I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah. What a scene this is, guys. My first ever draft. I think Detroit is slaying it. I think they're doing an outstanding job. You talk to people that have been to multiple drafts, they're like, guys, Detroit, the job that D is doing, you're from here. Everyone here who's listening right now is from here. This is a day of immense pride for this community.
I'm excited to ask the people, what do the Lions do? So you didn't ask what's coming up on the show, but let me tell you. We heard the report.
Rieger, what's coming up on this show?
Thank you,
I've been working
Rico.
on the accent.
Thank
What's
you.
coming up on this show, Rieger?
We have the Albert Breer report saying that the Lions might trade up. Do you
Okay.
buy that? We're going to talk about the two signings yesterday and what's going on with Jared Goff. And then Mark Ryan, an exclusive at 7:30. He takes all the quarterbacks in the draft, and he gives you as good as they can be and as bad as they can be. Like, for instance, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, as good as you can be, as bad as you can be. I think the high end for Caleb Williams is Aaron Rodgers, the good and the bad. The low end is Jay Cutler, the good and the bad for Caleb Williams. For you two guys, though,
Jay Cutler
having
won some
been
playoff
here-
games.
Having been here, what's it like to have the draft here? Like, what is this surreal to you the way it's surreal to me?
Mark, you know what? Honestly, we've been here, so I haven't really had a chance to experience it. As soon as this is over, Evan and I are going to venture outside to kind of taste the atmosphere. But, yeah, we've been stuck in this room for the last couple of days. So people walking past, it looks fun.
Man.
You're seeing people from all the different NFL cities. It's almost like, when you played that license plate game, when you were driving as a kid on those long road trips, you kind of want to see who can get that one fan base. Like, there's a Seahawk fan.
I stepped out on the balcony, Rico, and I heard booing. And whenever I hear booing, I assume it's me. What did I do? And lo and behold, it was a Packer fan walking by.
Yeah.
My man, you are in the wrong part of town. You are in the wrong part of town to be walking around with dairy on your dome.
Well, you also don't want to be a Niner fan, no offense, Rico, because I saw a couple San Francisco fans walking down the street to the stage, and these Lions fans started shouting unsavory things at them.
Like
They're-
what?
They're not over
we
it.
lost the lead in the second half?
Yeah, well, they're just not over it, I don't think.
That's your problem. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Go enjoy yourself.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you back here at 8 o'clock. Buffalo Wild Wings. Happy draft day, everybody. I'm Jeff. He's Mark. Dude, this is awesome.
What is good, my beautiful people? The draft is in Detroit 2024. How we feeling? How are we feeling, Detroit? This is incredible. It is awesome to see you. This is a bucket list moment for me. Can you imagine the excitement for the city? How much this city is shining right now. It is incredible to be here. It is awesome to meet you. You guys ready? The Detroit Lions are about to get the player tonight that's going to win them a Super Bowl. What do you say?
Can you turn that? Can you keep this up for 2 hours and then till midnight?
Yeah, Mark Ryan goes all night, baby. Let's go.
You're like the Energizer Bunny,
Let's go. It is awesome to see here. But I will tell you guys this. I'm feeling, I don't know about you.
You're not going to take your shirt off, are you?
I'm feeling just a little bit uncomfortable. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
He's standing up, people. Mark is actually broadcasting for the people in the room. I'm broadcasting for the people listening. He's taking his shirt off.
I'm feeling just a little bit
uncomfortable. People are videotaping this. I don't know what the hell's going on.
A little bit uncomfortable.
There are kids here, Mark.
I don't know what's going on.
Wait.
I don't know what's going on.
Did somebody order this, man?
I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable. It's a little bit stuffy in here. You got to feel a little bit better about what's going on here today, my friends. How about the Super Bowl champion, the future Super Bowl champion, Detroit Lions? Let's go.
I see a little too much skin.
Let's go. All right, Rieger, are you ready?
What do you call that? What do you call that? Look at that. Mark Ryan rocking the new Lions logo. It's gray, and it's the Lions logo, and people are videotaping. Like, I think they really expected you to get nude or something.
No, I wouldn't want to do this to these good people.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see that.
These are great people. We wouldn't want to do this to them. But, guys, we are so fired up to be here today. So I feel so much more comfortable right now. Who wants to go around as stuffy as I was?
I got to be honest, I'm not comfortable after what I just saw. And when I saw the reaction from these people, I am not comfortable at all. But no, listen, we are here until 8 o'clock, and then it's the entire station that's going to broadcast until the end of the first round. And you're going to have everybody up here as Mark is getting tipped, apparently. Look at that. You're getting tipped by people. But listen all throughout the evening as the draft gets started today. And by the way, did you get a chance to go out to the stage? It is amazing out there.
Yes, that is incredible. We're right there by the stage, guys. The scene, look, what we always want to do when we're on the air, a scene like this, we want to bring you guys here if you're not. We are right across the street from the stage. We're overlooking a balcony where we can see the green room where the players are in, the players walking by, the stage. This is as picturesque a scene as the draft has ever had. The infrastructure has been set up perfectly. Let me tell you guys, this is one of the most proud moments the city of Detroit has ever had.
I would agree with you. And by the way, I walked to the stage like 3 hours ago, and I truly believe, like, the traffic is not awful. I don't know how it was for you getting down here. It was a breeze for me. If you leave right now, I do think by the time the Chicago Bears pick Caleb Williams, you could be in the crowd. And I got to be honest with you, I wasn't super fired up for coming down here because I thought to myself, okay, how cool can it be? And then I went to the draft, and it wildly exceeded my expectations. So if you just go just for a second, and there are people in sleeping bags, literally asleep, saving their spots closer to the stage, and you will see all kinds of different fans from every different fan base. It's pretty awesome. So it's not too late. If you want to come down here, you can get to the stage by the time the Bears make the first pick. But while you're driving, make sure to keep it tuned right here to this draft show, because Mark and I, simple. I mean, we got some stuff we want to talk about in the 7 o'clock hour. You got a great idea with quarterbacks because people are wondering where the QBs go. But right off the bat, because this is impossible to pick, what did the Lions do? We could talk about all the different reports. The Albert Breer report is really interesting to me. Came out yesterday. He says the Lions are trying to trade up either for a corner or an edge. You talk to other people, they're definitely trading back. Dan Campbell went on Cookies, Joe, and Jansen the other day and said, listen, what I would tell Lions fans, if they're worried about us not making a pick on Thursday, you got one sleep until we make 2 picks, right? He also said in the same breath, there's about 15 guys that they love. So what did the Lions do? We are keeping track. We will go over this tomorrow at 6 o'clock when we come on. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. What do they do? It's not what you want them to do. What do the Lions do? Because I am in a blur about all of it, but I have ideas. What about you?
I don't think they're going to trade down. I don't think you can do that to these great people. I don't think you can. I think you got to stay where you're at. They feel the vibe. They feel the energy. There's going to be a lot of great players there for them to pick. Rieger on the show today. Maybe we get to this next. Who knows? I got 2 players that'll help the Lions if you trade up. 2 players that'll help the Lions if you stand pat. And 2 players that'll help the Lions if you trade down. If you trade down. 2, 2, and 2. Guys, I'm telling you what. There's going to be a guy available that can help get the Lions over the hump right there, and a specific individual player that I think is going to be a dream scenario. But the problem is, a fellow division rival, Minnesota, is also after him.
But here's the question, I think, and I think it's a legitimate question because I think there's 2 different ways that Brad Holmes can go. He's traded up so far 4 times. He's traded down so far 4 times since he's been in Detroit. Now, you'll look at the contract extensions they just gave to Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And you know they're going to have to start paying guys. So you say 1 of 2 things. You tell me what statement's more true. You either move back because Holmes is great with the draft, and you want, as Valente would call them, as many lottery tickets as possible to get as much depth on this team, knowing you might eventually lose guys. Or you trade up, and you're in love with somebody, and, yeah, you're going to have to pay handsomely because you have, 3 picks in the top 150. So maybe you have to dip into next year's draft picks, but you can get that player and he can help you win right now because you realize that your time to win is right now. What do you think is more probable? If you're not staying at 29, do you think it's more probable to trade up or to trade back? And I think if anybody says they know what Holmes is thinking, they're probably lying to you.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on their guy. Is their guy available? They continue to say their guy, singular. I'm not a trade back guy, Rieger. I can't see them doing that. Look, Rieger,
really?
I've studied where the Lions are, their faults, etc.
Yes.
And the reality is their pass rush is decent. The pass defense is awful. You know, if the pass rush becomes elite, does the pass defense suddenly look better? You need help on that defensive line. You need help in that secondary. Yin and yang, it's a symbiotic relationship between those two. My feeling is there's going to be a guy on the line, there's going to be a guy in the secondary that slips. Some names to keep an eye on: Cooper DeJean, Jared Verse, Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson. These are some names to keep an eye on, players that can really help you. You know, a lot of times, Rieger, you can cover up some blemishes, right, with a great defensive line. There have been defenses that have had top 10 pass efficiency rankings. The guys in the secondary really weren't all that great. You had a fearsome foursome up front that wasn't giving the QB any time. Do you think that's the direction they go? You cover up a suspect secondary just by getting to the quarterback every single play.
Listen, I am not Vince Lombardi by any means, but this this secondary, their corners, sorry, not good enough. They're just Amik Robertson on one side, Carlton Davis on the other side. I'm sorry, not good enough. Davis, good corner, but his best trait is physicality, and he's been dinged up the last 3 to 4 years. He's not the same dude. He comes from Tampa Bay. You know all about Tampa Bay? Yeah, he's not the same guy. So I think Brad Holmes needs to get a corner. Some of the corners that you mentioned, pretty good. I think the best corner out there is Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. I don't know if they would move up that high to get him, but we're curious. What do you think they do? Are they trading up? Are they trading back? Are they staying at 29? What do you think the Lions do? And if you crack the code, if you call up, you call back tomorrow and you can brag. Because I don't think anybody, like I do this podcast, The Daily Ticket, and I grabbed my iPad and I walked around for the show host and people here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Everybody had a different person that they think Brad Holmes is going to take. Nobody knows. So where are you at? We'll take your calls. We'll read your texts. Mark has 2 guys you want to trade up for, 2 guys that maybe you could get if you trade back, correct?
And 2 guys where you're at.
We love it. We'll do it next. And listen, if you're coming down here or if you're already down here, please tell us about your experience because it's been a blast walking around the city. The city is pumped up. It looks fantastic.
It's great to see you beautiful people. How about those Lions tonight, man? Let's get it.
97 won the ticket.
97 won.
Oh, yes, draft day finally here. So many years and months and now days, and now the Chicago Bears are on the clock in about, 1 hour and 42 minutes. 248-539-9797, Mark Ryan right there. He did a nice little striptease for everybody. It was very, very, very fun to watch. You just put that up on Twitter.
There was nothing fun about that at all. These people did not enjoy 1 second of that. But let me tell you, I'm feeling much better about myself. Feeling great to be here. The Lions are about to make another great pick. Man, when you believe, when you trust your team, when you've instilled the trust in your fan base that the Lions have, man, you can see the excitement on these people's faces. It is awesome to be here. Buffalo Wild Wings, downtown Detroit. Let's go.
So what do they do in the first round? 248-539-9797. They trading up, they trading back, they staying at 29. And we'll take your predictions. Here's the other thing very quickly, and I wanted to get your take, okay? And I know you got guys that you want to see, whether you trade up or trade back or stay at 29. But what do you make of the two signings yesterday? It was like just this great day, right? Amon-Ra, highest paid receiver. Penei Sewell, highest paid tackle. It was a great day. You know Brad Holmes and the Lions were waiting until yesterday, right before the draft, to release those little nuggets, right? Because they knew everybody would go crazy, and then if you don't pick in the first round, maybe Lions fans won't get all that upset. But then seconds after the ink was dry, Adam Schefter tweets out that there's no deal that apparently is going to happen anytime soon with Jared Goff. And I think that was the most interesting part of yesterday. Yeah, there were some people unhappy about the Amon-Ra money, because they thought it was too much.
Oh, they shouldn't be.
Of course, it was ridiculous. But I heard the Goff stuff, and I thought to myself, are you kidding me? I thought it was going to be like a trifecta. Amon-Ra, Penei Sewell, and then Jared Goff, and it doesn't really matter what you do in the first round. Lions fans are going to be geeked regardless. But now a deal's not imminent. That sounds like they're pretty far apart.
So have you seen, Rieger, the meme or the GIF? There's two. One has a cartoon guy. There's a bunch of swords pointed at him. Okay?
Yep.
Another one is Jon Snow in Game of Thrones that's about to fight the army all by himself with a sword. Okay?
All right.
What take do you have about the draft that has you feeling like that? You're on an island. Here's mine. There are some very good franchises that take a quarterback every single year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying if you're the Lions, you have to do that in the first round or the second round or the third. But if you're honest with yourselves, you love Jared Goff. He has claimed you. He loves you. He wants to be here.
Maybe you don't love him that much, though.
That's great. They have an impasse with this contract. They're not saying it. They've got an impasse with this contract right now. Jared Goff is in a very good tier of quarterback. He's not in the top tier of quarterback. A guy like Spencer Rattler, third, fourth round pick. I understand Hendon Hooker's on the team, but I'm telling you, Rieger, there are good franchises that take a quarterback every single year. And if the Lions have a feeling that Goff and his agent are playing hardball, that quarterback might go higher in an earlier round than you think.
Well, I think it's so fascinating. I really do. And I want to hear from people about this as well. Because on one hand, you think to yourself, all right, well, I think a lot of quarterbacks could have success in this system. You got a great tight end. You have great receivers. You have two great running backs. You have a very good offensive line.
My wife also says I have a great tight end.
I was looking at it earlier. Yes,
oh,
it's
okay.
very impressive.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you had to go there, didn't you? Interesting show. 2 segments. And anyway, but on the other hand,
we've got a striptease, we've got the tight ends, we've got a lot going on here.
I mean, it is draft day in Detroit. But on the other hand, you're saying to yourself, all right, if you're Jared Goff and you just see Amon-Ra get paid as much as he did, and you see Penei Sewell get paid as much as he did, you're probably saying to yourself, dude, I've taken this franchise to heights it's never known before. Are you effing kidding me? You're playing hardball with me. You're going to be a stickler, a penny pincher with me, but you're going to give these guys. Now, you could say those guys are all pros and you're not, but I do think the Adam Schefter tweet is a bigger deal than people are letting on. So I'm curious, in addition to what the Lions do in the first round, the Schefter tweet, is it a big deal, meaning there could be a real barrier between Goff and the Lions, or is it no big deal at all and you tell me to shut the hell up? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, big deal, little deal, or no deal. Like, which one is it of the three between those? I think it's not a no deal, and I think it's not a big deal. I think it's going to get done, but now Goff and his agent are saying, well, wait a minute, you're now setting the market among cornerbacks. You're now setting the market The Detroit Lions are screwing themselves with these deals.
They should have signed him last year.
Let's be honest. Goff does not deserve to be in the groups of highest paid quarterbacks. Can we agree on that? He does not deserve to be.
But if you franchise him, he's going to, at least for 1 year, be in that situation anyway.
He's a nice player.
Listen, I agree with you. I do. But I think it's a big deal. I think it's a real big deal. I think it should have been nothing but happiness for Lions fans yesterday with the 2 extensions. And then that Schefter tweet. And it's not like it's some bum that just follows the NFL. It's Adam Schefter, the almighty Schefter, saying, it seems like there is an impasse. Not his words, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you know what I'm saying. So I think it's a big deal, and I was totally taken aback by it. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. You want to do some calls?
Let's do it.
Paul and Shelby, you're on the ticket. Hey, Paulie, how are you, bud?
What's good, Paul?
You know, I got a theory. By the way, Mark, did you really take your shirt off?
I absolutely did. Listen, these people here have been blinded. Okay, they're going to be at the optometrist office tomorrow.
Hey, Paul, you never know how to.
I'm quite certain they were blinded.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Paul,
Anyway,
if
go
you ever
ahead.
want to clear
Jeff.
out a rule, if you ever want to clear out a room, just bring Mark with you. I mean, that's all you got to do. He stands up, he takes one layer of clothes off, everybody's gone.
My last Super Bowl party, I would have loved Mark to be here. You know, I really wanted to clear that room. Anyway. You know, I got a little bit of a theory here. Okay, now I'm going to let Holmes cook because, you know, Holmes does what Holmes does. And I think that we can all agree that we were a little confused last year until it went, wow, this really worked out well, you know? But what I would like to see is D-line and O-line, corner. I don't need a splash player. I don't need an offensive weapon unless he thinks that we do. But regarding Goff and this situation, my conspiracy theory is that he's not re-signed because he wants everybody else to think, I might take one. You don't know if I will or not. And he wants to run on those QBs so that these other players will drop. Guys, we've never been at 29 before, you know, for a very long time, you know. And they've got guys on their board, and they know what they need. They know Taylor Decker is, you know, long in the tooth right now. They know they got to get some O-line help. They know that they need this. They know they need a bookend for Hutch. They know they need a corner. So I think that he's just playing it, man. I really do.
Paulie, I appreciate the call. So he's saying that I was a little confused about he thinks that Goff is holding out and then the Lions might take another quarterback. Well, they already have another quarterback. Listen, the Lions took Hendon Hooker, and I think Brad Holmes is pretty good at drafting, and I think eventually they choose to use Hendon Hooker. Now, maybe that's what the holdup is. Maybe he's going to be their quarterback. I have no idea. He's never taken an NFL snap. It's hard to say, right? But Jared Goff's your quarterback this year, and Jared Goff's your quarterback next year because you can franchise him.
But the problem is, Rieger, he's a B who's trying to be paid like an A. Amon-Ra St. Brown is an A. Penei Sewell is an A.
But are we sure it's Goff, though? Maybe, and I'm just asking, maybe, and we know Brad Holmes loves himself some Jared Goff. I mean, he was the reason he was drafted in Los Angeles, not to mention he's a big reason why he's here. He traded for him, obviously. But maybe Brad Holmes feels that Hendon Hooker can do it for cheaper. Maybe Brad Holmes feels that after next year, he doesn't need Goff anymore. I'm not saying that, but I'm curious. Like, I find the tweet by Schefter so perplexing. But 248-539-9797, Mark has some guys that the Lions should get if they trade up, trade back, and stay at 29. Also, what do you think they do today? At 29, are they trading up or trading back or staying the same? We'll give our picks later on in the show. And at 7 o'clock in the 7 o'clock hour, we got some quarterback chatter as well. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings. It's the 2024 NFL Draft from downtown Detroit. And get down here if you're not down here already. It's electric down here. 97 won the ticket. Now, listen, if you're looking for a place to take in the draft and hang out in downtown Detroit, I got the place for you. You can watch it and you can bet on it at Hollywood Casino Greektown this spring for all the playoff hoops and hockey action, the return of baseball, and, of course, the draft. We got the biggest screens and the best food and drink. You'll be steps away from all the major sports action downtown Detroit has to offer. Plus, Penn Play members always park free, Mark. If you're not a member, take care of that. Join today by downloading and registering for the Penn Play app. Make Hollywood Casino Greektown your spring sports viewing headquarters. Must be in the state of Michigan. The wager, over 21 as well. If you got a gambling problem, getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, that's right, hanging out at the NFL Draft at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're about an hour and a half away before the first pick gets going. And, Mark, if you look at the scenes of downtown Detroit, I mean, this is exceptional. It is wall-to-wall people. And for all the people that wondered, well, maybe we're not going to show up, they were wrong. Here's the other thing that I read. If you look at that, did you download that NFL One app?
Yes.
That allows you to walk everywhere? According to the people that run the NFL One app, we are the most and highest attended draft since the draft started moving in 2015 from Radio City Music Hall. We are the highest attended draft. And it shouldn't surprise you, considering Lions fans travel to Kansas City and Chicago and Baltimore and San Francisco and everywhere else. But how kick-ass is that?
You know what? Yahoo Sports came out with an article today, guys. And what they said was, Detroit is the NFL's most important city. Well, if that is the case, and we are the NFL's most important city, guess what, my friends? Mission successful. I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of additional major NFL events that are coming out in this city because the infrastructure's in place, the people are showing out, the people are having a great time. The scene there is a sea of blue everywhere. This has got to be just an insanely proud sports moment for these Detroit sports fans, man.
Been waiting forever, never thought an event was like this was possible. And now here we are. It came really quick, and it looks like we're killing it, and it's awesome. Let's go to Nick and Troy. You're on the ticket. Hey, Nick, how are you, bud?
What's up, Nick?
Oh, hey, good. I'm headed to the draft right now.
Nice.
I'm on the freeway. How you guys doing?
Well, good luck to you, Nick. It's getting pretty packed down here.
Yeah, I hope to find a spot. Yeah, I'm just hitting, I think, franchise tag Goff. I think franchise. And I think that Goff knows that. I think the front office knows that. And I think Brad Holmes already knows that. I think they already know the plan with Goff. And I have a wild conspiracy when you guys are ready for me.
Yeah, go for it.
On draft day. Mark my words. I feel like
you talking today.
Tom Brady will be in a Detroit Lions jersey at the end of the year.
Oh,
Mark
boy,
my words.
You just got to look for Mark.
Waiter, I'll have one of what he's having. He's got the good stuff, Jeff. Doing what? Doing what exactly? Serving as an analyst? The next play-by-play broadcaster?
Which, by the way, I think he's going to be rather good at, but yes.
You know, he's
I just feel like we've got so lucky with Goff. We've got so lucky with Goff. I mean, he was not as good a couple years ago, and all it takes is an injury or a star player to go down. I feel like he folds in cold weather, and I don't know. I just feel like it's a franchise tag, or we're going to bring somebody else in.
Nick,
but either way, we're going to go to the Super Bowl, and that's all that matters.
Nick, first of all, I like the way you think. Second of all, good luck getting down here. I actually just got a message saying it's getting pretty packed. From the One app, I got a message that it's getting really packed by the stage, so hopefully you can find some spots. But in case you're just joining us, this is from yesterday. The Adam Schefter tweet. He said, there is no deal imminent for Lions quarterback Jared Goff, despite the fact that Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell have landed new deals per source. The Lions and Goff have spoken about a new deal this offseason, but no deal is close at the time. Big deal? No big deal. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Now, before we go back to the phones, you promised this. You got two guys that the Lions can trade up to get, two guys that the Lions can trade down to get, and two guys that you'll be really happy at 29. Go ahead.
Here we go. To trade up, this is my A-plus Detroit draft plan. Okay?
Yeah.
Number one. Second verse, same as the first, a little louder and a little worse. Jared Verse, Florida State, is projected to go between 13 and 23. 9 sacks, back-to-back years, incredible upper body strength, operates through traffic. I saw him multiple times last year dominate my alma mater, Florida, the team I covered, Clemson. This is a guy who's a little bit older, 24, went to college, no Division I offers, was a tight end at Albany, transferred, has turned into a man amongst boys. I'm telling you, you put him opposite side Hutch. Hutch isn't getting double-teamed anymore.
Can I approve or disapprove?
You can.
Okay, I totally approve. Doesn't he seem like a Dan Campbell type guy.
Oh, totally.
He really does when the
Totally.
whole character thing. He seems like a guy that Dan Campbell would be in love with. He only thinks about football. I think that's a fantastic trade up. And not to mention, we heard the Albert Breer report that the Lions are looking to trade up either for an edge, which would fit right there, or a cornerback. What else you got?
The question is, what is the price? Now, second trade
Well, that's
up.
the thing, real quick, before you get to the price. 3 picks in the top 150, meaning you know how much Brad Holmes loves picks. You know that you're paying guys, so you need as many picks as possible. Are you willing to trade up for him or anybody else to give up maybe a first and a second and a third, whatever those points work out to be?
For Jared Verse, absolutely.
I would
Because
agree with
that
you.
could be the guy that pushes you over the top. I love the story of Cooper DeJean.
Yes.
And let's touch on the elephant in the room for a minute here.
That he's from Iowa?
Yes, that he's from Iowa. People are calling him a try-hard, and the reason is, unfortunately, man, a lot of times Cooper DeJean is funneled to the safety position. But we're shattering a lot of glass ceilings right now in the NFL, right? Cooper DeJean is given a chance to play corner. He's got a 4.4 40-yard dash time. He said on camera yesterday that he could beat Caitlin Clark one-on-one. Who am I to doubt him?
Well, by the way, apparently he's a pretty good basketball player.
Hell of a basketball player.
I would take Caitlin Clark.
Really?
Yeah, over Cooper DeJean. Wouldn't you?
4'4"? Can jump out of the gym?
Yeah, but can he shoot?
He can dunk.
I guess. Caitlin
What do
Clark,
you guys think? Caitlin Clark, Cooper DeJean, one-on-one.
I got Caitlin Clark. All right, hey, let's ask the people. You get to talk to the people here. I want to talk to the people here. All right, guys. Who could win one-on-one, Cooper DeJean or Caitlin Clark? Cooper DeJean. See? Caitlin Clark. You see that? There we go.
You win.
That's
You
right.
win.
That's right.
I like
All
him
right.
a lot. Do you like him? The
I do.
versatility of the
I
pick.
do.
If you had to move up 4 or 5 picks to get him, are you willing to do
Can
it?
I put my hand on your shoulder?
You can.
I feel there's more emphasis here. I like Quinyon Mitchell better.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't hate waiting for Kool-Aid McKinstry towards 29, or even Terrion Arnold, the other Alabama corner. You'd have to trade up a little higher, but not as much for a Cooper DeJean. So I would say no, simply because I think there's other corners. Here's the other thing, though. I mean, Brad Holmes is really good at identifying players, obviously. So if Cooper DeJean is his guy, I'll defer to him. But I would probably take another corner just because I think it would be too expensive to get DeJean.
My two guys to
Yeah.
trade up, Jared
Yeah.
versus Cooper DeJean. Two
All right.
guys to get where you're
Go,
at.
go.
Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson.
I like Wiggins.
You like
He's not
Wiggins?
my favorite corner.
4.28
Yeah.
40-yard dash.
All right.
4.28 40. Then you got Darius Robinson, can play anywhere on the line. 8.5 sacks, plays bully ball on the line, was great in the best league in college football. Very hungry, somewhat underrated. Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson, you can get them probably if you stay where you're at.
I'd say okay. But then again, at 29, you're not going to be blown away by anybody.
That's the thing.
Yes,
that's
I agree
why,
with you.
that's
I
why
agree
I'm a
with you.
proponent of
Yes.
trading up.
Okay, fair enough.
Because
fair
you're
enough.
not wowed at the guys that are there for you at 29.
Your experiment is working for me.
Okay.
Because you talk about the first two guys, I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Well, at first, I could see it. And then, Nate Wiggins. Yeah, okay, I got you. I'm fine with it. It doesn't really excite me. All right, guys you would trade down for.
Trade down for? You
What are you
mentioned them
getting
already.
What are you getting, by the way?
You're getting an extra second-round pick.
Oh, good. I like this.
Okay.
Go on.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
I think
Ooh.
you could get him 33, 34.
All right,
Okay?
so if you look at Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's got unbelievable football IQ. He's already met twice with the Lions, one time at Pro Day and one time at the Combine. Now, I got a list of the 7 players that have met twice or more with the Detroit Lions. He's one of them. And we all know that Brad Holmes loves his Alabama connection almost as he loves his Iowa connection, too. So you look at Brian Branch, who played with Kool-Aid McKinstry's on this team, Jamison Williams, obviously, and Jahmyr Gibbs. So I like the idea of Kool-Aid McKinstry, but it's funny. You mentioned that to people, and like the guys you mentioned that you wouldn't have to trade down for, you'd get at 29, they get a little underwhelmed. But if you're telling me I can get Kool-Aid and a second-round pick as well, I'm in love with that idea.
And I've got one guy for you, Reeks, that is a prototypical Lion, okay? All the guy does is make plays.
Roman Wilson.
His name is Braden Fisk.
Okay.
Defensive tackle,
Yes.
Florida State, played at Western Michigan, transferred to Florida State, is going to go probably mid to late second round. Why is he a prototypical Lion? He's a more out of less guy. He lacks the prototypical length. He's in the backfield every other play. I don't care that he lacks length. What I care about is that he makes splash plays. This guy would be a fan favorite from the word go. You can trade down to get him.
248-5399-797. A lot of people want to talk. It's Mark Ryan. It's Jeff Rieger live from downtown Detroit at the NFL Draft. We're having a blast. We are literally 1 hour and about 15 minutes away from the Bears picking Caleb Williams. So we'll come back. We'll take more of your calls plus 7 o'clock hour. We talk a little quarterbacks. We read you the Adam Schefter tweet about Jared Goff. Is it something? Is it nothing? 97 won the ticket.
97.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Rieger and Ryan here at the NFL Draft. Buffalo Wild Wings, downtown Detroit, getting you hyped and ready and asking you what the Lions do at 29. They trading up, they trading back, they staying put. 248-539-9797. We got the Goff stuff out there as well. But I got to read a quick ticket text to Mark, if you don't mind.
Let's go.
It says, let Mark know I appreciate his Violent Femmes reference. Did you make a Violent Femmes reference?
When
I go walking, of
course, absolutely,
high
sir.
as a kite,
There's
I
all
just
these
might.
little references slipped in there. When if you blink, you'll miss it. These people are great out here today. Rieger, I have signed 2 autographs. Every time I do so, whatever I sign just depreciates in value. I don't know why they're having me do that. They had a perfectly good football. I just defaced it. What are we doing?
I actually get a kick out of the fact that you asked me to take a picture of you signing an autograph.
How about that?
Yeah, I sent it to
How about that? Because I
show your
couldn't
parents,
believe
show
it
your
actually
wife, show your
happened.
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll all love it. Oh, my dad is a superstar.
I'm like, is this really happening?
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you would like to give us a call. Mark gave you the guys. Do you agree or disagree? Trade up for, stay at 29 for, or trade back for? That's out there. A little quarterback talk in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's pick up RJ on a cell. RJ, you're on the ticket. What's up, brother?
Hey, RJ.
Hey, what's going on? How you guys been?
Wonderful, man.
All right. Basically, I just wanted to come on here to say I've been listening all day. You know, no one's really brought it up. I honestly, truly think from the bottom of my heart, with the contract problems Goff's been having, I think we let him walk. I think we take the hometown kid, J.J. McCarthy, to the Detroit Lions.
Where are you going to have to trade up to get him? What are you giving up to get him? Is Goff in the trade?
I'm thinking either bounce Goff or bring him in the trade. Either way, he could. I feel like he could be a reliable option in that trade. I feel like the earliest we could get it, the latest we can trade down to is around, or trade up is at least 11. I feel like JJ could reach down to 11.
Yeah, look, I don't get the J.J. McCarthy stuff, Riggs. I don't get it. There's somebody that I don't get every single year. I realized for most of you, we got off to a good start. Maybe it comes crashing down right now. J.J. McCarthy, when he throws to his left, skips a lot of balls. When you study him, he only throws an accurate ball when everything is right. When the protection is good, when his feet are set. How many plays is he going to get in the NFL where everything is right? That said, in the perfect situation, I think he could be a Baker Mayfield if he's got a great quarterback coach in a good situation. But to me, it's an insult to a guy like Michael Penix Jr. that McCarthy's ahead of him. I don't get that at all.
I mean, McCarthy did beat him in the national title game.
Come on.
And Michael Penix did not look good in that game, but whatever. I'm not going to lose one game as a sample size. I totally disagree, though. The biggest problem with J.J. McCarthy is there's not enough film on him. And I thought Valente had a great stat the other day, and I believe he would be the first quarterback taken in the top 5 or 6 that has thrown for less than 3,000 yards and has rushed for less than 500 yards. And the last quarterback, I'm drawing a blank on it, but he was a massive bust. The problem is, nobody knows. If you ask any scout, nobody knows because he really wasn't asked to go out and win a game until he actually did. See, that's the thing that nobody brings up. Go back to that Alabama game. Go back to that Washington game. When the offense did sputter, J.J. made some big-time plays. Now, people will say, oh, they were high-percentage throws. But I actually totally disagree with you. I think J.J. is going to be a baller in the NFL.
Look, I'm rooting for him, but would you marry somebody that you've dated for 3 months? We've gotten 3 months of J.J. McCarthy, Reeks.
It depends.
I've seen Michael Penix Jr. resurrect.
What does she do for a living?
2 programs from the dead.
Well, I'm still going back on your other question.
What does she do for a living?
Yeah, that's the first question.
She ogles you.
Oh, I mean, maybe. 3 months, whatever. 248-539-9797. Uh-oh, we are getting some anti-J.J. McCarthy stuff on the ticket text. Somebody just says you effing idiots. So apparently they like you more than me.
You, not me.
Yes. Joey Harrington says, Joey Harrington was the other quarterback that Mike was referencing with that stat. So there you go. I think the biggest knock against him is he hasn't played enough. He wasn't asked to do enough. And that's okay because if you look at that Michigan team, 18 guys are going to get drafted? So there was more than just J.J. McCarthy. I don't think it's a knock on him. I don't. Now, I know guys like you will say absolutely it is.
Look, I just haven't seen enough to justify taking him in the first round. Doesn't mean he can't be good. It just means that I need a sample size to work with, and I've seen a hell of a lot more from Michael Penix Jr. and Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams than I have J.J.
Okay,
McCarthy.
I don't think he's in the same class as Daniels or Caleb, and he's not going to go as high as those guys, but he without a doubt will go higher than Michael Penix, at least in my mind.
He shouldn't.
I think he should. Let's go to Varun and Troy. You're on the ticket. Hey, Varun, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Can you hear me clearly?
Well, we got you loud and clear. What's going on?
What's good, Varun?
Awesome. So, first of all, welcome, Mark. I've never first time speaking to you. I think you're a great addition to the show. I always enjoy listening to you.
Man, thank you, pal.
Anyways, for sure. Anyways, so I want to offer you guys a unique perspective on the whole Goff thing because I am actually not a Lions fan. I am a fan of a quarterback who used to wear number 8 and play for Michigan State. That quarterback got paid $45 million a year this past year. I think that number might be a sticking point for the Lions regime because I'm thinking for myself here. I think Kirk is better than Goff, but that's a different conversation. So maybe 45 million might be the great divide between what the Lions are seeing, what Jared Goff is
Varun,
seeing. Because Kirk is old. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because, and again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. And, Mark, you answer this, too. With this little, can we call it a spat? Are we allowed to call it a spat? Jared Goff versus the Lions, can we call it a spat?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think it's more the Lions saying, we don't know if we want to sign you, or is it more Jared Goff saying, you know what, I deserve a hell of a lot more with all I proved? Because the more I think about it, I think it's more the Lions.
Varun and Riggs, this is 100% what it is. The Lions want him, but Goff and his agent are saying, you just had 2 guys set the market. Goff is trying to be paid like he's Patrick Mahomes, and he's not. The Lions are trying to pay him like he is the B quarterback that he is. He's in a very good tier of quarterback, but he's in the Kirk Cousins class, not the Patrick Mahomes class.
So you think Goff is playing hardball?
100%.
Okay, what do you think, Varun?
Well, I agree. I feel like, again, Jared Goff is probably going to cite that Kirk Cousins got $45 million. Jared Goff will cite that he's younger than Kirk Cousins. And while I think Kirk Cousins is better than Goff, Jared Goff might think he and his agent might say they have some leverage with the age and that he doesn't have. Obviously, Kirk had the injury, but we'll have to see where it goes. It's a lot of factors, but yeah, that's all I got. I hope you guys
Thanks, brother.
enjoy draft night. Have a great night.
You enjoy as well. 248-539-9797. 7 o'clock hour just around the corner. Mark has some great quarterback stats about who's going to get taken and what their comps are. We'll continue to ask you, what do the Lions do at 29? Do they move up? Do they move back? 97-1 the ticket.
97.1 The Ticket. Traffic.
From the WWJ 24-Hour Traffic Center, sponsored by Visit Detroit. The accident along westbound I-94 at Mount Elliott happens to block the left shoulder, left lane, and center lane. Of course, police
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit.
97.1 The Ticket.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines. All day, every day. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. T-minus 1 hour until the NFL draft gets underway in downtown Detroit. The league just announced it has reached maximum capacity and as such has closed general admission for the rest of the night. The NFL suggests if you still want to partake in tonight's festivities that you visit Grand Circus Park or other event-adjacent viewing parties. Many experts believe the draft in Motown will make history tonight. The most offensive players ever drafted in the first round, that's 19, and it happened 3 different times, 2009, 2004, and 1968. How likely is it that 20 or more offensive players are taken tonight? Vegas thinks it's distinctly possible. BetMGM has set the over-under for offensive players drafted in the first round at 21.5. The over at plus 110 odds is roughly equivalent to a 48% chance. What does Vegas think the Lions will do? FanDuel says the position of Detroit's first player drafted most likely to be a corner, giving that 39% odds. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's NFL Draft Week. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit, Jeff Rieger and Mark Ryan. Brought to you by Moran Chevrolet on 97.1 The Ticket.
Oh, that's right. Hour number 2, the 7 o'clock hour. We're getting so close to the first pick of the NFL draft in Detroit. Couple things, Mark. How about that Beanie Howell update? And I got this notification from the One app as well. The draft is sold out. Now, you didn't have to pay to be here, but it's sold out. If you're looking to get by the stage, sorry, it's sold out. And the pictures are remarkable.
How amazing does Detroit look on these images that we're seeing on TV right now?
It's amazing.
I mean, this is a Detroit, you look stunning. I mean, sexy. I mean, saucy. This is incredible.
Which one?
I'm telling you what, all the above. By the way, 8 to 12, right after our show, we're going to have a full 4 hours with all of your favorite 97.1 The Ticket personalities. It's going to be on Twitch. It's going to be on YouTube as well. We will be back to participate in that, as will Costa and Jansen, Carson, Anderson, Valenti, and Rico. All the guys, we're going to be here 8 p.m. to noon. I'm going to tell you, Rieger, the draft, I like to say, is Christmas for adults, okay? Every year you get presents. Some years you get better presents than others. And what makes it so exciting is you have no idea what present you're going to get. And I'm going to tell you, being here, first few weeks, I'm settling in, feeling a little bit more comfortable with every show.
Obviously, you did a striptease at 6 o'clock.
Perhaps a little bit too comfortable, if you ask some. Man, this is a bucket list item for me. You know, if you ask yourself, what are your bucket list sports items? I'm checking one off the list today, Riggs. This is incredible.
This is unreal. And again, at the start of the show, I said this. I was pretty geeked to come down here, but this blows my expectations away. Just walking around downtown, it feels like a Saturday night. There's a ton of foot traffic, people walking in and out of bars. Every team is represented here. It's so great. So again, if you are driving down here, you're not going to be able to get by the big stage. That doesn't mean you can't go to Grand Circus Park or someplace else and enjoy yourself. And like Mark mentioned, 8 o'clock, the draft coverage begins at 97.1 The Ticket. Turn down your TVs, turn up 97.1 The Ticket or the Odyssey app, and you'll have all of us. I think it starts with Mike, Costa, Jansen, and Stoney, or Carson Stoney, I believe. And then everybody's going to be pretty much like throwing in and out. It's like, hey, we're going to be waiting in the bullpen. You know, you need a lefty? A.J. Hinch is going to be managing this. You need Mark Ryan? All right, he's good in the 8th inning. Bring him on in. He's good for pick number 20 to 24. Get him in there.
And trust me, we'll bring the heat at all that we're seeing that's going on, man. Cannot wait to be bringing it here with you. So, Rieger, what are the Detroit Lions going to do? Okay? You've got to put money down right now, figuratively. Okay?
Yes, and we're going to more than likely lose our money.
We're asking you guys as well, what is Detroit going to do tonight? 248-539-9797. My feeling is the most likely outcome, okay? Most likely outcome.
Yes.
Darius Robinson,
okay.
1, Kool-Aid McKinstry, 2.
At 29 or trading back?
staying where you are. That's the most likely outcome that I see. I'll go Darius Robinson 1, most likely. What would make me dance in the streets, more so than people would like to see, is if they move up and get Jared Verse, or if they somehow come away with Cooper DeJean. I think those are star caliber players. Rieger, how about you? What happens tonight? What is your official call?
So here's the deal. I don't want to agree with you, but I've said Kool-Aid McKinstry from day one. He's met with the Lions twice already. He's an Alabama dude. He's got the culture. He's a great guy. He's got high football IQ. People say, but, Arnold is the quarterback number 1 at Alabama. It's not like Kool-Aid is chopped liver. I do think if he's there at 29, you're going to get him. However, the Jared Verse thing is and would be a great pick if you trade up for him. The problem is I feel like Lions fans shout, D-line help, edge, edge, edge. That's all we do is shout at Brad Holmes to make a move on the D-line. And I just don't know if it's going to happen, especially trade up for that. I think he's pretty comfortable with his D-line, despite the fact that we might not be comfortable with it. Now, don't forget, like Marcus Davenport you brought in, I worry about his health. DJ Reader you brought in, I worry about his health. You're getting James Houston back. I worry about his health. So you got a bunch of guys on that defense that you worry if they're going to stay healthy or not. So I would love an edge. I just don't see it. I'm going to go Kool-Aid as well.
But I'll tell you what, on Kool-Aid, okay, how many guys start for Nick Saban as a freshman? He did. He never relinquished that starting role. Over the 4 years, he learned the nuances of that position. Now, let's look at some Pro Football Focus numbers. You got the 5th overall team, the Detroit Lions. 2nd overall on offense, so you're not worried about that side of the ball at all. But on defense, you're number 19, Reegs. 19 on the defensive side of the ball. Rush defense, number 5, not a problem. You're 21st in tackling. You're 16th in the pass rush. You're 29th in coverage. Those are your issues. So whether it's Darius Robinson, whether it's Kool-Aid McKinstry, these guys help you overcome that. The teams that are winning the Super Bowl are top 10 Pro Football Focus graded on the offensive side of the ball, on the defensive side of the ball, with one exception. That one exception is Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. And if you don't have that guy, you got to be top 10 in both units. Detroit needs to improve by 9 spots, Reeks, on the defensive side of the ball. They got to go from 19th to the top 10. When they get there, we can start talking about a true Super Bowl contender. They're going to focus on that tonight. I think they have a chance to get it done.
Okay, so you're making sense. You're using common sense. I feel sometimes Brad Holmes doesn't care about common sense. It's not a rip, I swear. This is not something negative because he's so good at what he does. I think he identifies the player that he falls in love with, and I think he'll do whatever he needs to do to go up and get said player. So let me just throw something by you, okay? You talked about an edge. I don't buy it. We talked about corners. That makes sense as well, considering their 2 corners right now are Amik Robertson and Carlton Davis, okay? Not good enough, at least in my book, probably not in your book either. But we know how Brad Holmes works. Took a running back in the first round last year. I'm actually a little nervous to even say this to you. But what about receiver? Is there a chance that Brad Holmes trades up to get a receiver simply because look at their current offense? It's already good. It's a juggernaut, but it could be better. You lost Josh Reynolds. I think we believe in Jamison Williams. You just paid Amon-Ra St. Brown, but you probably still need one more receiver. And let's just say, I'm just throwing a name out there, but let's say you trade up to get 6'3", 215-pound Roma Dunze. Let's just say, okay? You're telling me that wouldn't make your offense from a juggernaut to an absolute space-launched missile?
We're just going to ignore the defensive side of the ball.
Is a missile? Well, he has at times. And you have other picks. You got 7 picks in the draft, but if you're trading up for a receiver, is that a possibility in your mind at all, knowing how Brad Holmes operates or no?
I have less of an issue with that than you would ever believe, Rieger, because I'm a best player available guy.
And so is he.
Roma Dunze is an absolute stud. Absolute stud. Now, are you going to trade all that capital to move up and get your number 2 wide receiver? Because you just paid Amon-Ra St. Brown as your number 1. I love the options for you at the end of the first or the second. Xavier Legette from South Carolina. Keon Coleman from Florida State. I love those options for you that could be there in the early to mid-second round. That could really help this team. I'm not a need-based guy. But I love that the Lions' needs also happen to be some of the best players available at the end of the first round.
248-539-9797. Mark asked the question. We want you to answer it. We got all kinds of people that want to talk. We'll get to you next. What do the Lions do at 29? Do they trade up? Do they trade back? Do they pick at 29? Are people in Detroit left wanting a pick tonight? You know what Dan Campbell said yesterday to Cookies and Jansen, saying, hey, if we don't pick, it's going to be one sleep until we pick twice. Which, by the way, is a great line. I'm going to use that on my daughter, I feel. 248-539-9797. We'll get to you next. 97 The Ticket. All right, so we're live here at the draft, Buffalo Wild Wings. We got a packed room. Everybody's enjoying themselves. We're waiting for the draft, but Mark, before we go to the calls, this blows me away, man. So I'm just looking at tweets on social media. Do you realize there was 150,000 fans 2 hours before the draft? That's the most ever 2 hours before the draft. And the draft is, I keep using the word sold out, but it's not sold out. The draft is full. If you want to go by the stage, you can't get there. The one app that the NFL provides sent out a message. You got to go elsewhere. I don't think that's happened in any other city. That just shows you what Detroit is.
My friends, this is my third week in Detroit. This is my third week here, okay?
Wait, are you clapping me or him?
Him,
Who are we
for
clapping?
Sure, for sure.
Who are we clapping?
This
are you
is my
you clapping
third,
him? I understand.
This is my third week in Detroit, okay? I moved here from South Carolina. You know why I wanted to move here? Because you are the best sports city in America, okay? You're the best sports city in America, and we're seeing that tonight, aren't we? Boy, does Detroit, she looks so beautiful, doesn't she? This is incredible. What a crowning achievement for the city tonight. The sights, the scenes, the sounds. This city looks amazing. The vibe is amazing. Best sports city in America. Best football city in America. Doing the draft proud.
But we're going to get a Super Bowl. We're going to get a Super Bowl again. I don't think there's any question about it. Like, if we just didn't prove that we deserve another Super Bowl, I don't know what you have to do. The most attended draft since they started moving the draft in 2015. Like, my God, we knew it was going to be big, but it's bigger than anybody actually thought. And I was walking around 3, 4, 5 hours before the draft. You already saw people in sleeping bags holding their spots. I got to believe those people are probably wide awake now.
Listen,
but it's unreal.
The draft is worth camping out for. The Star Wars movie is not. Okay?
Oh, which one?
Don't be one of those
which
nerds,
one?
okay? You
can do both. You can do both.
To camp out for a spot at the draft, if you get to be here, the it spot. How many times in your life have you been at the center of the sports universe? You're there tonight, Riggs.
Here's my only question, and Detroit did this right too. I worry, I'm sorry, I get anxiety in situations like this because you might have to use the facilities, but they have plenty of porta potties. Plenty of porta potties. So you're even good there.
Let me know when you're in there. I'll knock it over.
Oh, I worry about that too. I also worry about dropping my phone in there. That would be awful.
Oh, boy.
All right, 248-539-9797. Hell of a job, Detroit. Let's go to calls. People want to talk. Let's go to Robert in Southfield. You're on the ticket. Hey, Robert, how are you, bud?
Oh, my God.
Oh,
I
my
just want to say
God.
this. I'm going to start this off first. I'm going to start this off. Ray, Pookie, Shaniqua, and Shanae, don't blow this. This is one of the most epic events that we have ever had in this city. And I'm just telling all you fools, don't blow this for this city. I have seen people from all over everywhere when I went down Woodward. I just took a drive because it's just too crowded for me. It's too crowded. I love this. This is the most epic event that this Detroit has ever put on.
Robert.
And I just want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to the workers who put this together, the NFL and everybody. I'm just saying, this is incredible.
Hey, Robert, real quick.
To the fools.
Real quick, dude, it's not just that Detroit showed up. I mean, they showed up huge. They blew every expectation out of the water.
I get the sense that we're hearing like a tinge of emotion in his voice.
Yes.
There's a lot of people.
I'm very emotional at this moment.
Yes. You should be. What a proud moment.
What I call,
you know, to be part,
what I call
this is
for.
the culmination, is it not? I mean, does this not feel like it's the culmination of the renaissance of what people, this city was knocked down, and it's come back up again, right? And this is the culmination of that rebirth.
It was beat up badly.
Yep.
And I'm not going to throw names out there. But anyway, let me move forward.
Yeah, go for it.
What I'm going to say is this. This is what I call. This is going to be very quick. Michael Penix is the left-hand version of Russell Wilson. And if any of you people out here that don't draft him in the first round, y'all have lost your mind.
Rieger's
that
one of
man,
them. He's one of them.
Hey, look. Yeah, now listen to this. This is before I end this call, before you end this call. He is what I said, the left-hand version. He took 2 universities to
Indiana and
places.
Washington.
He took Indiana and Washington. Exactly. And Russell Wilson took North Carolina State and Wisconsin. He's the left-hand better version.
Robert, hold on a second, because I have to ask you this question.
Robert. Let him have it.
I got to ask you this question. Let's say Michael Penix is there at 29. Let's just say he's there at 29. That's your first round pick. You got a quarterback already. Hell, you got 2. You're taking him?
It's hard. No, it's
What's
hard.
going on? What's happening? What's happening, Robert? Are you okay?
Because he might be better than what you got.
That is insanity. Robert?
Oh, you're going to put me up. That's a tough one. That is a very, very tough
See, Robert.
No, I would not take him.
You just called
There
it.
you go. He wouldn't do it, but you would.
You just called it insanity. Lamar Jackson went 32.
Okay, that's fine, but the Ravens needed a quarterback. You got a quarterback that took you to the NFC title game. Like, I do wonder, are you saying, I ask you the question, Robert said no, and I appreciate Robert's feelings and emotions, and that was a great call. I ask you, though, Michael Penix is there at 29. You're taking him if you're the Lions.
I'm glad I do not have to make that decision.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I take him.
You are.
I take him.
I
love Michael Penix. I think you're getting an A at the quarterback position.
Guys, are you listening to this?
I think you have
he
a B.
wants Penix at 29. A thumbs up or thumbs down?
Wait a minute. I'm taking Darius Robinson.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking Cooper DeJean.
Okay.
Penix is going to be gone by 13. If he was there at 29,
You're
that's a
taking
different. And what
It's
if
wild.
wait.
It's
What
wild. Yeah.
if you were part of these Jared Goff discussions and they're not going well? Does that change your viewpoint? At
No,
29?
because you have a quarterback already for 2 years at least. You got a quarterback next year. You got the quarterback that took you to the NFC title game the year after.
I
You
love
franchise
this
him.
kid.
That's
love
fine.
Michael
And so
Penix
does
Jr.
Rico.
Oh.
Rico Beard went on the radio every
Love
day.
him.
Every day talking about how great he is. He wouldn't take him at 29, though. That's insane. If you're in the Lions, not for another team. Let's go to Michael on a cell. You're on the ticket. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good to
Good,
talk
how
to
are
you,
you?
Michael.
Okay, see, my thing is, and I'm not going to act like I'm a guru and know the guy things you know what, but what I see is Jared Goff and Ben Johnson has a merit that is unlike any other. Me, to myself, I don't think I would want to interrupt that right now. So what I would do in this draft, I would just build around, the things that we need. Now, I understand that Ben Johnson may be a head coach somewhere else, which is deservedly so. Then I was worried about a quarterback. Now, like you said, like the caller before me said, if Michael Penix is there at 29, yeah, maybe I had to, just because to anticipate the departure of Ben Johnson.
Michael?
But my thing is, I don't think that. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, I just have one question. Well, two questions. First of all, I don't think Ben Johnson is going anywhere this year, obviously. Maybe not even next year. He's already had 2 chances to walk away. He's decided to stick around. He's got a young family. He lives in a great area. He seems really happy here. He loves working for Dan Campbell. So maybe he's one of those dudes that wants to stick around for longer than we think. But the second thing is, whether it's Ben Johnson or not Ben Johnson, I can't believe how many people are advocating for a quarterback other than Jared Goff. Whether it's Michael Penix or Hendon Hooker or anybody else.
It's not a lack of appreciation for Jared Goff.
It kind of sounds like it.
It's not. It's that Jared Goff is in a very good tier of quarterback, but there's a tier of quarterback above him, and you're thinking you just might be able to get that guy.
Go ahead, Michael. I apologize.
Okay, well, my thing is, I'm not saying that that Jared Goff has the best skill set. I'm not saying that. He's not the, he doesn't have the strong, he's not a Matthew Stafford arm, he doesn't, But my thing is the chemistry between him and Ben Johnson is unmatched. I don't want to mess that up. Am I making sense?
I got you, Michael. I appreciate the call. No, I got you. 248-539-9797. The ticket text the exact same number.
Tone if you were seeing what's going on in at that negotiating table.
Maybe. Listen, I already said
we want $60 million a year. I'll give you 40.
I think it's the
we
Lions.
Want 60.
I think it's the Lions. They just paid 2 players a boatload of money, and both those guys were all pros.
Players
yes,
at
and
their position.
I totally get it, but you can't play everybody at the height of the salary range, right? So I totally understand what they're saying. I understand Goff's camp trying to get as much money as possible as well. I just think that Jared Goff should be your quarterback, and there's a lot of people that seem like they don't think so, which is weird because we were all chanting his name 3 months ago. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number if you would like to chime on in. We're live at the draft. We got a half hour, and then the draft gets going, and then we also will turn things over to everybody else here at 97.1 The Ticket. So keep it tuned to The Ticket for the rest of the day. and on Twitch and on YouTube, and we'll make sure to entertain the hell out of you. Also, Mark Ryan has his quarterback comps. We'll do that as well coming up. 97 won the ticket. All right, so the draft's going on, obviously, in downtown, correct? And you want a place to watch it, you want a place to gamble on it, why not visit Hollywood Casino Greektown? Visit them for the draft and everything, the playoff hoops and the hockey action and the return of baseball as well. They got the biggest screens and the best food and drinks. You'll be steps away from all the major sports action downtown Detroit has to offer. Plus, Penn Play members always park free, which is kind of great on a day like today. If you're not a member, join today by downloading and registering for the Penn Play app. Make Hollywood Casino Greektown your spring sports viewing headquarters. Must be in the state of Michigan. The wager and over 21. Gambling problem, getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, that's right. Hanging out at the NFL Draft. If you want to get down by the stage, you can't. It's all packed up. You got to come back tomorrow at noon. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? Detroit really showing up. 248-539-9797. 8 o'clock right here. We'll get, I think it's Costa and Karsh and Stoney and Valenti to start things off. And then we will rotate host in. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch it on Twitch. And by the way, we're on YouTube right now.
This is incredible, guys. It's going to be live shows through the draft, all your favorite personalities, giving you the up-to-the-minute opinions, takes. Might the Lions be making a move? But let's do something fun here, right? Everyone wants to talk about the quarterbacks in this draft, right? Everyone wants to talk about them. What do you say we play the Geek to Chic game, all right? Best and worst case scenarios for each and every one of these guys.
Go for it.
All right? Caleb Williams. Best and worst case scenario. There's some diva here. There's some diva. There's some high maintenance here with Caleb Williams. All right? It's not just the painting of the nails. Okay? There's a lot more to it than that. I think there's an attitude thing. I think best case scenario is Aaron Rodgers. Worst case scenario is Jay Cutler. Both guys give you the attitude. One guy gives you the game. Okay? Aaron Rodgers, he reached a point with the Packers where the hell was more than the heaven. All right, is Caleb Williams.
He might be there with the Jets right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think, Caleb Williams,
like
Aaron Rodgers, Jay Cutler, best and worst case comparisons?
I was thinking maybe Donovan McNabb, best comparison. Worst comparison, I was thinking Jake Locker.
Boy, that's bad. You're not a Caleb Williams guy.
Yeah, no. I think he's going to be rather good, to tell you the truth. But you asked for worse.
Well, worse that he could be. You think Jake Locker? You think there's a realistic chance he could be Jake Locker?
I think there's a chance he's not very good. I think there's a chance everything else he's dealing with maybe is put in front of him being a great quarterback. Like, I watched him at USC a lot, and I'm impressed by his escapability. I'm really impressed by his arm. You cannot dog the talent at all. But you do worry a little bit about the personality, don't you? And you do wonder, like, why didn't they win more at USC? So, yeah, I think he's going to be successful. I really do. Plus, he's going into a good situation. The Bears won 7 games, for crying out loud. You know? They got a good defense. They got some offensive weapons now. They upgraded the offensive line.
They got a coach that doesn't know what he's doing.
That's true. Eberflus is a bum. I would agree with you. They're going to whack him after this year, but maybe he's okay. But what else you got?
Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Best and worst case, Geek to Chic. The best case scenario is a more slender Cam Newton.
Okay.
He has
Former
blossomed
MVP
as a passer. Last year, his quarterback rating went from 144 to 208. Yards passing, 2,900 to 3,800. Completion percentage, 68 to 72. More slender. He's got unbelievable wheels. Okay, you can't catch him from behind. Worst case scenario, Dante Culpepper. If he goes the route
Which Dante Culpepper, the one that ended up in Detroit in 2008?
No.
Oh, thank God.
But there's a little bit of RG3 there where his build is so slender. You wonder if he can stay upright.
Okay.
Right?
All right?
That's what I worry about. Cam Newton, Dante Culpepper, best and worst case.
I'll buy that. Who's the next quarterback?
Drake May.
Okay.
Drake May. I'm not as high on him as some.
Peyton Manning?
Come on, man. Come on. Listen. Waiter, I'll have one of what he's having. He's got the good stuff over here. Best case scenario for Drake May is Derek Carr. Worst case is Sam Darnold. Remember the hype around Sam Darnold coming out of college? Remember the hype?
Wow.
Best case, Derek Carr. Worst case, Sam Darnold.
You must really hate Drake May.
I'm not
Darnold.
I'm not big.
All right.
On him. Too mistake prone.
All right. I can't wait for J.J. McCarthy.
Best case?
Yes.
Baker Mayfield.
Best case?
Best case. Worst case, Ryan Tannehill.
I don't know what Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill was actually effective for 3 years, 4 years.
I think that's where he is. I think that's J.J. McCarthy.
Let me get this straight. Just because Ryan Tannehill had Derrick Henry for such a long time, and obviously J.J. had Blake Corum, is that the correlation there? Is that what you're going for?
Something like that.
Okay.
I think J.J. McCarthy is somewhere between a 5 and a 6.
Okay. Who are we missing? Bo Nix?
Bo Nix. Best case, Sam Howell.
Jesus.
Worst case, Daniel Jones.
So he sucked. Wait a second. Daniel Jones is better than Sam Howell.
No, he's not.
Yes,
Stop.
he is.
Stop.
Yes, he is.
Stop. Not
it doesn't
even
take
close.
much to be
Stop
better
close.
than Sam Howell.
And Michael Penix Jr., you ready?
Wait a second. I feel so bad for Bo Nix. I hope he's not listening.
Did you watch Bo Nix at Auburn?
I did, but He's got to feel real bad
Okay,
after
I
those
got
counts.
to tell you something.
Yeah.
63% of first-round quarterbacks bust. So what you got to do is there's 6 guys here. You got to tell me the 2 that are going to hit and the 4 that
I
are going
get
to
it,
bust.
but you just named 2 bums. Like, the exercise is name a guy that's really good and a guy that stinks, and which guy is that quarterback going to be? And you named 2 bums.
Well, if you see Bo Nix on the side of the road, give him some money, okay? Michael Penix Jr., are you ready?
Wow.
Best case scenario,
Yes.
worst case scenario.
Yes.
Best case scenario,
His biggest
Michael
fan
Penix
is right
Jr.
there. You better be nice.
No, his biggest fan is right here. Steve Young, best case scenario.
Why, because he's lefty?
He's lefty. He's mobile.
You're very transparent.
He's incredibly accurate. And worst case scenario for Michael Penix Jr., Mark Brunell.
Okay, see, that wasn't bad, though. That was actually pretty good.
He's a great player.
I could see what quarterbacks you like and don't like. So Bo Nix just sucks.
Yeah,
no matter what.
I wouldn't take him.
Even Bo Nix's best comparison on a given day is an awful quarterback.
Right.
Michael
J.J.
Penix,
McCarthy,
however, yes.
Drake May don't wow me. Jaden Daniels has a ton of potential. Caleb Williams has unbelievable skill, but I think he gives you Aaron Rodgers drama. Jay Cutler drama. Not interested in that. Michael Penix Jr., best case Steve Young, worst case Mark Brunell. That's the guy, man. I'm telling you, that's the guy. You cannot let. I was listening to Rico,
I think
Valenti
you
and
should be
Rico
ashamed of
earlier
yourself.
today. Why?
You allowed the guys that you hate to cloud your judgment.
But no.
And you had nothing but negative comps for those
Baker
guys.
Baker Mayfield's
Disgusting.
a negative comp. He just signed a $100 million deal.
I'm disgusted by you. Let's go to the phones. Scott from Rochester, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Scotty?
Hey, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great, pal.
Yeah, first of all, I'm happy we're not the Chicago Bears because they're forced to take Caleb. If you guys have time, maybe you already did it. Go look at Caleb Williams' stats versus top 25 defense compared to all the other games. You've never seen a bigger drastic drop in your whole entire life.
You know what?
Never.
He was 5 touchdowns, 6 picks when he faced top 25 defenses. You're 100% right.
He also goes from a 70% completion percentage to a 50%, and he cuts his yards from a little bit over 300 to 145, and he has a losing record. So if that guy, I mean, he just stinks against talent. He did his whole career.
Hey, Scott, did you hear his comments?
As far as the Lions go, I got to think a little bit outside the box. We need defense. It proved it against San Fran in the second half. So I'd be willing to trade our 29th pick to the New England Patriots for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Yes, he's 30, but he still runs a 4.3 40. He's a top 20 quarterback by PFF standards, and we want to win now. This guy doesn't have to adjust. He's already there. So if we could do something like that, because I don't like even Quinyon Mitchell.
Yes.
Everyone was so enamored by his 40 time, but you got to ask yourself, he was in the state of Florida, and the second biggest college that offered him a job was Toledo. The biggest was Illinois.
Yeah, wait.
So
Time out
why
on
was
that.
he
Time out.
so
Time out.
forgotten about that?
Sir, John Morant was in South Carolina. Murray State was the only school that offered him. There are diamonds in the rough.
Yeah,
that
Steph
are
Curry
missed.
was at Davidson.
There are diamonds in the rough,
Nobody
yeah.
wanted him. Nobody wanted him. So Florida swung and missed on Quinyon Mitchell. Let's not continue to make Quinyon pay that price tag.
Well, Scott, the one thing you did say
No,
that I
what
like,
I'm saying
though.
is if you go look at his 247 profile and all the teams that recruited him, there's not a school in the state
So
of Florida
what?
besides South Florida
They
that
screwed up.
recruited him.
They screwed up. That's their bad.
Maybe. He had a total of 6 interceptions in his career, too, and his best year was junior.
Scott,
so that's another concern.
The one thing that
Jonathan Jones is the guy, if we can make the trade our 29th to the Patriots for Jonathan Jones, we get a proven cornerback, and that'll make our team better, and we can keep moving forward to win the Super Bowl. There's too many chances on defense in this draft.
Scott, I like the idea. I don't know if Jonathan Jones has the culture to play in Detroit. I don't know if Brad Holmes loves him, but I like the overall belief that you go out and you get a proven corner because usually, unless you pick a Sauce Gardner or a Charles Woodson, corners are going to take a little bit of time to develop, and your window is right now. You need to win right now, and your secondary is not good. So I don't mind that at all.
Goff, everyone calm down. Jared Goff's going to sign for the Lions for around $50 million a year because the salary cap in 27 is going to be estimated at $326
How many
million.
years are you thinking?
Pardon me?
How many years would that be?
2027, so 2.5 years away, roughly.
No. How many years is the contract?
What's the term of the contract?
5 years, 250?
Yeah, I think that's about appropriate. Or maybe even less. He would maybe go a little bit less than 250 if he got more guaranteed. But
Suddenly
that's
I need some
definitely the ballpark I'm
Maylocks.
thinking.
I need some Maylocks. I'm not
Scotty,
feeling so well anymore.
we appreciate the call. What I'm learning about Mark doing radio with Mark is that he'll start the show doing a striptease, which I do respect, and he really doesn't like Jared Goff. Those are the two things I've learned.
Who doesn't like Jared Goff?
You don't.
Saying you don't like Jared Goff is saying you don't like puppies. I'm just saying, let's appreciate what he is. He's very good.
What do you got against puppies?
He is not
you got a house train
at the
him?
very top level.
What do you got
okay?
against puppies? Is it because you got a house train him?
I think Jared Goff is getting house trained in the negotiations.
They
right
might
now.
do a little something on the couch. Nobody likes that. 248-539-9797. We got one more segment. One more segment, and then we turn things over to the Ticket NFL Draft Show, where all your favorite ticket hosts will be in attendance and broadcasting to you as we get this thing started. Finally, my God, finally, 97 won the ticket.
97.97.
97.1 The Ticket.
Live from Buffalo Wild Wings downtown Detroit. Draft Week 2024. Rieger and Ryan. Brought to you by Moran Chevrolet.
All right, we appreciate you hanging out with us. It's been a blast. We're going to turn things over to some other ticket personalities for the NFL Draft Show, but Nathan from Flint's been hanging on for quite some time. Nate, what's the word, my friend?
No, I've been hanging on, but one thing, Riggs here, love Mark's voice, love having a new guy in town, but really, I don't like the opinions of a lot of the people that have called. Where do you think we should go in the draft?
Who?
I'm talking to Rieger, not Mark. Mark is the guy that I challenged to Prima Nocta a few nights ago. That doesn't, that's a long time ago. But where do you think we should go?
I actually agree with Mark with the Kool-Aid McKinstry pick. I think he falls to you at 29. I think the Lions are definitely interested. I think he's got great football IQ. Go on.
Yeah, be dumb if we didn't, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it also would not surprise me if Brad Holmes does what Brad Holmes does and trades up to get somebody that he's in love with that none of us know about. I mean, let's be honest. Dan Campbell went in the morning show the other day and said, listen, there are 15 guys in this draft. You talk to any draft person after 20, it starts to fall pretty quickly as far as talent is concerned. So I wouldn't be shocked at all knowing their window is wide open right now if they decide to trade up, spend some draft equity, and get one of those top 15 that they fall in love with. I wouldn't be shocked because that's what Brad Holmes does. But
Riggs,
yeah.
Riggs, let me ask you, do you feel like that's the right move, or is Kool-Aid the right? I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like, is that the right move?
I love the idea of trading up for somebody that can make an impact, but you worry about what it's going to cost you. You got 3 picks in the top 150. That's it. So it's going to cost you a lot. You might have to dip into next year's picks or the year after that. But I'm not going to say no to that, but I'm also not going to say no to any corner that Brad Holmes chooses.
Bingo. Corner, defensive line. I'm not in the wide receiver camp. Am I the only one?
No.
That feels that way,
I think you're right, but I just brought it up to Mark because Brad Holmes has a tendency to shock the hell out of you, considering he took Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round last year.
And I was mad about it at first. And then, after I saw kind of what he was constructing, I wasn't so upset. Mark being newer to town, I guess I would ask him the same question. Like, Mark, where do you feel we should go?
Listen, I will tell you what, my friend. If you have a chance to get Jared Verse, if he's starting to slide at like 16 to 18, I think that guy's an absolute star. I'm not as worried about giving up the picks as Rieger is. I want a star on the defensive line opposite Hutchinson. And you know what? If you're able to get a Verse,
I don't want to agree with you, Mark. I don't want to agree with you, but I do.
Why not?
Wait a second.
Be on
hold
the right side. Let me bring you to the light,
because we haven't played ping pong yet. We haven't played ping pong against each other yet.
Nathan, hold on a second. You have agreed with both of us. We gave you like 3 different scenarios. You agree with all of them. So I think what you're saying is, and we all agree with you, is that you trust your GM.
I think so. You
go. I got no problem with that.
Yeah. That's where I'm getting at. I don't think either of you are wrong, but I'm still waiting for the billiards match with Mark as well. I'm coming
When's that going to happen?
So.
Wait, do you know
We're
this
setting
individual?
that up. I'll have your people talk to my people.
Are you a pool player?
Sure.
Hey, you got my number. Stay in contact, and we'll make this happen.
Let's make it happen, my man. We got it. We got it on lockdown.
Thank you, Nathan. We appreciate the call. Do you know Nathan?
Not at all. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea what that's at. I'm slightly freaked out right now. By the way, Reed.
It was a good call.
No, Nathan, we appreciate you, buddy.
Yes.
6 players.
Yes.
Jared Verse, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins.
Yeah.
Nate Wiggins, Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, Braden Fisk.
Yes.
I'm thrilled if the Lions land any of these guys, but Verse has the potential to be a star. And I ask you this, Rieger, how many players away are the Lions from a Super Bowl?
Okay, I can tell you.
Is it if they get one that's a star tonight, are they there?
No. I think they're probably a couple of defensive players. But I think it helps a hell of a lot, don't you?
No doubt. No
Speaking
doubt.
of,
I believe you get Jared Verse. That might be the guy.
You know, it's funny. I mentioned I was walking around here at Buffalo Wild Wings asking people who they wanted in the first round. More times than not, people said Jared Verse.
100%.
That's your guy. All right, speaking of our guys, we got Stoney coming up. We got Doug and Gator. Are you guys starting this thing off? Who's the fourth? Stoney's very non-commit. Does somebody want to hop on a headset and say hello? Come on. Let's do a little crosstalk. We got the godfather of sports radio right here. Gator's sitting down as well.
First time being on the air with Stoney.
Look at this.
And Gator.
You should walk around town with Stoney. I did this today. It's an amazing experience.
How so?
Everybody just yells out, Stoney! And Stoney just like waves and keeps it going.
First autograph
Man
I
of the
ever
people.
signed in my life was tonight. First autograph. It immediately devalued what I signed, which was a football. Should never happen again. Stoney, great to be on with you, sir.
Wonderful seeing you. Welcome to the first and only draft we'll ever see in our lifetime.
I don't know. Will we get another? Considering, I mean, the thing is already sold out.
I understand that.
35
But
years.
but they're they're gonna pass it. What's it? Next year it's Green Bay.
Yes.
And then I think it's Denver, and then someplace else, which they
It's
should
gonna go everywhere.
Yeah, which
Guys,
they should.
if the NFL did a Detroit experiment tonight, mission successful. Would you not agree completely?
Thus-
I mean, look
Well,
at this.
let's knock on wood here. And
thus far, yes, it's been great.
So far, it's amazing that it's
Yes.
sellout. I guess they've stopped letting people in.
Yeah, you can go to other places, obviously.
Yeah, you can
but
go like off the grid, like we're sort of off the grid, but you can't get in the NFL draft footprint, I guess.
Right, so get here tomorrow at 12, and you can get there for tomorrow. But
You'll be here tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we'll be here. We're here at 6. Everybody's here tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know? So you guys are starting the draft show off. Now what's the rotation to start things off?
Well, Doug is gonna be the.
He's gonna drive.
He's gonna drive the show,
right.
as we like to say, and then we're all gonna be filling in hour on, hour off.
I think we
whatever.
have Doug,
and Mike.
Jansen, Stoney, and myself. I'm
Beautiful.
sorry, Valenti and myself. The
Yes,
first hour.
I'm just sitting here for a little bit, just to rest my butt a little bit.
I'm gonna go drink a little bit because I
Okay.
think you can do that.
Well.
Just a little bit. All right, so very quickly, who's the pick? Go ahead.
Well, Mike asked me before. I have this weird opinion that Brad. Everybody thinks he's definitely going to trade down. If there's a guy that Brad wants, he's going to trade up, and it could be Verse. I don't know. It's just a hunch.
I love
There's
it,
another
Stoney.
one.
It's
I
a
love
hunch.
it.
It's a hunch. I have no idea.
I like them. I mean, I have scenarios for all three things.
Yes.
If they trade up, I'm saying Quinion Mitchell.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
From Toledo.
If they stay where they're at, I'm going to go with if Cooper DeJean is there, take
All right.
him. If not,
So you're going corner regardless.
Yeah, I'm going corner, and or they can trade back, and they could do something nice if they trade back. But that'd be the pool of players that they like to trade back. Otherwise, stay at 29. Take who you take.
All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to go?
I guess so. I just hope the people in here can, not only just hear us, but hear the pick, because we have to hear the.
Oh, I think we
ding,
will.
ding, ding.
I think the guys back at the studio will take care of that.
Okay, good.
By the way, you guys missed it. Mark over here. Have you met Mark Gator yet?
Yes, met,
They survived. They survived the Mark Ryan strip.
Dude, we start the show, and I just say, hey, everybody, what's going on? Mark Ryan starts taking off his clothes for everybody. Everybody was either scared or into it.
Well, it's a Thursday.
Yeah, well, that's what I used to do in the mornings.
Fantastic. Yeah. They're sticking up for me. Why don't you do that?
Listen, I saw how the crowd reacted. They love you.
Hey, Riggs, I guess it wasn't Sal Powell we thought we saw, because he's in New York.
Yeah, he looks a lot better, a lot younger than the guy we saw. Yeah. All right, so we got Gator, we got Stoney, we got Valenti, we got everybody from 97.1 The Ticket coming up next. You can watch on Twitch and YouTube and listen, of course, on the Odyssey app and right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And we'll talk to you soon. Enjoy the draft, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket.